Alright guys, let's make a start with listening module, and we've got this full test and it's full of multiple choice questions. Multiple choice questions are very common in IELTS listening these days, so you need to prepare. They start from section 2 and at times they are in section 1 as well. And multiple choice questions are the only questions which may appear in all 4 sections of IELTS. In Cambridge IELTS books, I have seen some tests where there are multiple choice questions in part 4 and part 1 also. Okay, so you need to be ready for multiple choice questions so that you could get good bench score. And do not develop fear of any one type of questions, like I'm afraid of maps, or I'm afraid of this, I'm afraid of that, I'm afraid of IELTS reading. Don't be afraid, just focus and keep your mind positive for that, okay? Okay, now let's make a start with this test. So we are going to go on with part 1 first and then gradually we'll go ahead. You can see in part 1, we have question type, complete the notes below. Notes are incomplete sentences. One is complete the sentences below. One is complete the notes below. Notes are just without subject. And sentences are proper subject, verb and object. Then instructions are given here. Write one word and or a number. So you need to complete the notes. And the answer is going to contain one word and or a number. Okay. Advice on surfing holidays. Now you need to understand the topic surfing. You might have seen a wooden board and they take it to the waves of the sea and then they are standing on it and coming back. That is what we call surfing. So advice on surfing holidays. Now imagine someone is going on surfing holidays, like you're going to the beach to enjoy surfing. So there is some advice for the people. Okay, Jack's advice. In the audio, there will be a character. His name is Jack and Jack is going to give some piece of advice. So let's see what that is. Recommends. Now, when they say recommends, it means Jack recommends. Recommends means suggests or recommends. One second. Can you see the screen? No. So you need to tell me. Alright, so you can see the screen now. One word and or a number, advice on surfing holidays. So they've got some holidays which are surfing holidays and there's going to be some advice about that. Recommend surfing for dash holidays in the summer. Now listen. Jack recommends surfing for dash holidays. Dash holidays means type of holidays. For example, for summer holidays, winter holidays, annual holidays, something related to that. Okay. So what sort of holidays that Jack recommends surfing? That will be your answer. Now please listen and answer question number 1.
Part 1. You will hear a man called Jack giving advice to a friend about surfing holidays.
Jack, I'm thinking of taking the kids to the seaside on a surfing holiday this summer, and I wanted to ask your advice, as I know you're such an expert.
Well, I don't know about that. But yes, I've done a bit of surfing over the years. I'd thoroughly recommend it. I think it's the kind of holiday all the family can enjoy together. The thing about surfing is that it's great for all ages and all abilities. My youngest started when he was only 3.
Wow.
Part 1. You will hear a man...
Okay, so what kind of holiday is that? It's a family holiday. So correct answer for that is family. Please decrease some volume from there when I play the audio then. Okay, well done. Very good. Correct answer for question number 1 is family. Question number 2, need to be quite dash, quite something. For example, you are going on surfing holidays, so you need to be quite strong, quite energetic, quite brave, or anything like that, okay? So, I mean, it is a sort of physical ability or capacity that you need to have to join surfing holidays.
But it's quite physically demanding, isn't it? I've heard you need to be pretty fit.
Yes, you'll certainly learn more quickly and won't...
Okay, I heard you'll need to be pretty fit. Quite fit and pretty fit. So quite and pretty, they are synonyms. So correct answer is fit. Neelam, wrong answer. It's not fitness. Correct answer is fit. And you have to write exactly the same words that they speak in the audio. Right? Whatever the word is, you got to follow that. So correct answer for question number 2 is fit. Good. Alright, now they've got Irish surfing locations. This is the part of the audio. They will talk about Irish surfing locations. One location is Country Clare. It's the name of location, Country Clare. Okay, Lahinch. Now, Lahinch is the place. If you don't understand the meaning or if you cannot pronounce it, don't worry at all. Lahinch has some good quality dash. Underline good quality. Now they will replace good quality and whatever they say after the synonym of good quality, that will be your answer. Good quality restaurants, good quality hotels, good quality something like that. Okay, so focus good quality.
You've been surfing a few times in Ireland, haven't you?
Yes, there's some great surfing there, which people don't always realise.
And which locations would you recommend? There seem to be quite a few.
Yes, there are loads. Last year we went to County Donegal. There are several great places to surf there.
What about in County Clare? I read that's also really good for surfing.
Yes, it is. I've been there a few times. Most people go to Lahinch. My kids love it there. The waves aren't too challenging and the town is very lively.
Are there good hotels there?
Yes, some very nice ones. And there are also a few basic hostels and campsites. It's great if you need lessons, as the surf schools are excellent.
Sounds good.
Okay, are there any good hotels? Right? And the hostels are basic. I mean, if you think hostel is the right answer, for that they use the word basic. Now, basic does not mean good quality. Basic means average. Right? So, correct answer is hotels. Alright, let's go on. Next we've got Country Mayo. Right? The next is County Mayo. Good surf school at dash beach. It's the name of beach. So a beach where they have a good surf school. So the name of the beach will be your answer.
Yes, and there's lots to see in the area, like those well-known cliffs. I've forgotten the name of them.
Oh, don't worry. I can look them up.
I've also been surfing in County Mayo, which is less well known for surfing, but we had a really good time. That was a few years ago when the kids were younger. There's a good surf school at Carraniskey Beach.
How do you spell that?
CARROWNISKEY.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes, and there's lots to see in the...
Okay, they've got a long spelling of that. Carraniskey Beach. Say CARROWNISKEY. So you must write the same spelling and the correct spelling. If you miss anything, even one letter you miss, your answer will be wrong. Okay, yeah, Carraniskey Beach. Okay, let's go on. Next, we've got question number 5. Surf camp lasts. Lasts means duration. Surf camp lasts for 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. So it means the total duration of surf school. Right? Total duration of this camp. Yeah. So let's see.
I put the kids into the surf camp they run during the summer for 10 to 16-year-olds.
Oh, right. How long was that for?
3 hours every day for a week. It was perfect. They were so tired out after that.
I can imagine.
Okay, they said 3 hours every day for a week. Now you cannot write 1 and then you write 3 hours. That's wrong. They said 3 hours every day for a week. A and 1 is already written. So correct answer is week. Well done. That's good. And how do you spell week? W-E-A-K week? No, W-E-E-K week. Okay? Be careful. Right? Yeah. So, abhi the wrong answer. It's not 4 week. It's actually week. They said 1. Like this, with every right answer, there is a trap. Over here, trap was 4 hours. That was a trap. Okay. Now, County Mayo can also explore the local dash. Local means, for example, local food, local scenery, local beauty, local people who belong to that area. Right? So can also explore the local dash by kayak. Now kayak is a small boat. One person's boat this small, and you can move around and you can see different places and all that. So what local thing you can explore using boat? Okay, let's see what is it. And they will use the synonym of local.
One thing we did while the kids were surfing was to rent some kayaks to have a look around the bay, which is nearby. It's really beautiful.
Oh,
To have a look around the bay, which is nearby. Nearby means local. So what is nearby? Bay. Correct answer is bay. Bay is sort of beach. Okay? So correct answer is bay. Please listen to it again.
One thing we did while the kids were surfing was to rent some kayaks to have a look around the bay, which is nearby.
To have a look at the bay, which is nearby. Nearby and local. Right? Nearby restaurants, local restaurants. It's like that. Okay? Correct answer is bay. Well done. Now we've got weather. Question number 7 is about weather. The next category is weather. Best months to go. Answer is a month. Now, for example, they say you can go there in January and February, but it is the best month to go there is December. Answer is December. Okay, so you need to see best month to go there.
now the only time I went to Ireland, it rained practically every day.
Yes, that can be a problem. But you can surf in the rain,
It doesn't have the same appeal somehow.
Well, the weather's been fine the last couple of years when I've been there. But actually, it tends to rain more in August than in the spring or autumn. September's my favourite month because the water is warmer then.
The only problem is that the kids are back to school then.
I know.
Okay, September is my favorite month. See that? September is my favorite month means best months to go, September. Got the point? Now for best, he used the word my favorite month. My favorite means best. Okay. Correct answer is September. And you can write full word September or you can write short one SEP. Both ways it's correct. Now we've got question number 8. Average temperature in summer approximately dash degrees. Now listen, how will they cheat you? They will tell you maximum temperature, minimum temperature, and then average temperature. And for average, they may use the word usually, mostly, anything like that. So correct answer is average temperature. Is the voice clear? Okay. Now they're complaining voice is gone. Okay. Just a second. All right. Yeah, it's okay now. So, okay. So question number 8 is about temperature, and keep in mind approximately and average temperature.
But one good thing about Irish summers is that it doesn't get too hot. The average temperature is about 19 degrees, and it usually doesn't go above 25 degrees.
That sounds all right.
Okay, average temperature is about 19. About means approximately, and for average they use the word average, so correct answer is 19. That's right. And you will write 19 as a number or as a word? You should write, whenever there is a number, try to write it as a number. Although if you write 19, N-I-N-E, that one is also correct, but it's a good idea to write number as a number, right? So correct answer is 19. Now see that, Abida, you have written 19 with the wrong spelling. So the correct one is N-I-N-E-T-E-N. So if you write 19 with the wrong spelling, now she's written N-I-N-T-E-N. It's N-I-N-E-T-E-N. So it's better to use a number, that is fine, okay? Now, costs. No, you don't need to. That's okay. Don't go for any sign or anything. 19 and degrees is already written. So you don't need to write any sign, okay? Next, equipment, and don't write anything extra like that, because mostly your listening and reading answer sheets, they are marked by artificial intelligence. So if you write any dot or anything extra, they will make it wrong. This is very important thing. Okay, costs, equipment, wetsuit and surfboard. Now, just imagine you are going to get wetsuit and surfboard, and the cost of that is -euros per day. 1500, 20 and all that. And daily cost, they've written -euros per day. If they say it will cost you 10 euros on daily basis, and on weekly basis it's 70. So your answer is daily basis per day, okay?
Now, what about costs?
Surfing is a pretty cheap holiday, really. The only cost is the hire of equipment. You can expect to pay a daily rate of about 30 euros for the hire of a wetsuit and board. But you can save about 40 euros if you hire by the week.
That's not too bad.
No.
Okay, so answer is 30. And you can save 40 euros if you hire it by the week. Right, 30 euros daily. So correct answer is 30, 30. Well done. That's good. Yeah, Rifat, Akram, Abida, Shweb, well done. Now we've got question number 10. Also advisable to hire. Now they advise, one thing you hire wetsuit and surfboard. They advise you to hire something else for warmth. Now we understand. Maybe a jacket or a coat or anything like that, because they've used the word for warmth.
It's important to make sure you get good quality wetsuits. You'll all get too cold if you don't. And make sure you also get boots. They keep your feet warm, and it's easier to surf with them on.
Okay, they keep your feet warm. So what do you need to get? You need to get boots. Correct answer is boots, okay? B-O-O-T-S, boots. Okay, now we move on to IELTS listening part 2. And we've got multiple choice, double multiple choice. In double multiple choice questions, they check your ability to negate or to cross 3 wrong options and to encircle or highlight 2 right options. For example, we've got questions 11 and 12. Choose 2 letters A to E. Which 2 facts are given about the school's extended hours child care service? Now you need to understand what the topic is about. The topic is about school's extended hours child care service. For example, your child goes to school and the home time is 2 p.m. But you are doing a job. You get free at 5 p.m. So school extended hours child care service means for 3 hours they will take care of your child. You will have to pay extra, and at 5 o'clock you can pick your child. Right? So this is what they call school's extended hours daycare service. Right? Now, Which two facts, underline two facts, are given about the school's extended hours childcare service? Now there are 5 facts mentioned from A to E. Out of 5 facts, they will discuss 3 facts negatively or oppositely. And 2 facts will be discussed in the same way, and they are your answer. I tell you how. Option A, it started recently. Now, if it started recently, A is the right answer. And if they say we started 10 years ago, or this service is very old, then A will not be the right. This is what they check. I mean, if it started recently, A is the right answer. If it started 10 years ago, then A is not the right answer. Option B, more children attend after school than before school. Now, before school is in the morning. School starts at 7 o'clock, right? You are a parent, you go to office at 6 o'clock. So you drop your child at 6 o'clock, for 1 hour they take care. So if more children attend after school, then this is the right option. And if more children attend before school, then it is wrong answer. Option C, average of 50 children attend in the morning session. If there are average 50 children, A is the right answer. And if they say we've got around 100 children in the morning session, or if it is less than 50, even then it is not the answer. Option D, child cannot attend both before and after school sessions. Right? It's not that you leave your child early morning 5 o'clock and you take him back after in the evening at 5 o'clock. Either morning or evening. Or if a child can attend both before school, after school, then it is the right answer, right? And if they say, well, your child is allowed to attend either before school or after school, he cannot join both sessions. So like this you need to see. Option A, maximum number of children who can attend is 70. So if maximum number is 70, this is the right answer. And if they say we cannot take more than 100 children, means maximum number is 100, then this is not the right answer. So out of 5, you need to see which 2 options are true and which 3 options are false, like that. Now please listen and answer.
Part 2. You will hear the manager of a childcare service at a primary school talking to parents at an open day about the school's childcare service offered before and after school.
Good afternoon. My name's Mrs. Carter, and I run the before and after school extended hours childcare service. I hope you've had a chance to have a good look around the school and talk to staff and pupils. I know that many of you are interested in using our childcare service when your child joins the school, and perhaps you already know something about it. But for those that don't, I'll go through the main details now. We offer childcare for children from the ages of 4 to 11, both before and after school. I know that many parents who work find this service invaluable. You can leave your child with us, safe in the knowledge that they will be extremely well cared for. We are insured to provide care for up to 70 children, although we rarely have this many attending at any one session. I think we generally expect around 50 to 60 children for the afternoon sessions, and about half that number for the breakfast sessions. Although we currently do have 70 children registered with us, not all of these attend every day. It's 10 years since we began offering an extended hours service, and we've come a long way during that time. When we first opened, we only had about 20 children attending regularly.
Alright, so correct answer is option B and option E. Right? It was a long audio and answer came in the last part. Now I'm going to play that part again and I'll tell you why E and B are the correct options and why other options are wrong.
Part 2.
Leave your child with us, although we rarely for. We are insured to provide care for up to 70 children.
Okay, we are insured to provide care for up to 70 children. Means maximum number of children who can attend is 70. They are insured for up to 70. So E is the first right answer.
Although we rarely have this many attending at any one session.
We rarely have this many, means they have fewer than that.
I think we generally expect around 50 to 60 children for the afternoon sessions and about half that number for the breakfast sessions.
Okay, 50 to 60 afternoon and half that number for breakfast. Right? So they say more children attend after school than before school. After school means that after school they use the lunch, or what is the word they used? Just a second.
I think we generally expect around 50 to 60 children for the afternoon session.
Afternoon session, right? So 50 to 60 afternoon and half that number. Half that number means 25 or 30 in the morning. More children attend after school than before school. So B is the second right answer. Now let's see why other options are wrong.
And about half that number for the breakfast sessions. Although we currently do have 70 children registered with us, not all of these attend every day.
Okay, so we do have 70 children, not everyone attend, but E is already answered.
It's 10 years since we began offering.
It's 10 years since we began. Started recently? No, 10 years. Right? Long time.
An extended hours service.
Okay, so is it correct? C is also wrong. Average of 50 children attend the morning session. She said 55 to 60 for afternoon and half that number for morning. Right? So you need to see why other options are wrong and then you will find the right answer. Now let's go on. We've got now single multiple choice questions. And there are 3 questions. Question number 13. How much does childcare cost for a complete afternoon session per child? Now, afternoon session per child price. Simple. £350, £570, £720. And they will talk about all 3 prices. But you need to see afternoon session per child. Okay? And they've used the word complete afternoon session. Complete means full week. Okay? Let's see.
We try to keep our costs as low as we can, and we think we provide very good value for money. For the afternoon sessions, which run from 3:30 until 6 p.m, it's £7.20. But if you prefer, you can pay for 1 hour only, which costs £3.50, or 2 hours, which costs £5.70.
All right, 2 hours, 3 hours, they are trap. So for complete session, they charge £7.20 and answer is C. Correct answer is C. On your answer sheet, you will write C for this answer. £3.50 is for 1 hour. £5.70 is for 2 hours. For complete session, it's £7.20. Okay. Question number 14. What does the manager say about food? Now, when your child is going to stay there for longer hours, there should be food for children. So, children with allergies should bring their own food. Underline children, allergies, bring own food. For example, if I have a food allergy, I will bring food from my home. I will not eat food there. Option B, children may bring healthy snacks with them. So, underline healthy snacks and bring healthy snacks. What does it mean? Children will bring healthy snacks from their home. Okay. And option C, children are given a proper meal at 5 p.m. Underline proper meal, 5 p.m. and given. So if they give food at 5 p.m. proper meal, C is the right answer. If children with allergies have to bring their own meal, then A is the right answer. And if children can bring snacks with them, then B is the right answer. Now, what will be the wrong one? If they say children are not allowed to bring any snacks, right? And if they say, if your child has food allergies, inform us in advance so that we could provide them appropriate food. Then A is not the right answer if they don't have to bring it from home. This is what they check in multiple choice questions. And students, what do? Allergy. A is the right answer. Okay, they only pick up the words. You need to pick up the ideas with good understanding. Now please listen and answer. Okay, now let's go on with question number 14.
The cost of the childcare includes food and snacks. They'll be given breakfast in the morning and in the afternoon, a healthy snack as soon as they finish school. At 5 p.m, children are given something more substantial, such as pasta or a casserole. Please inform us of any allergies that your child might have, and we'll make sure they're offered a suitable alternative.
Okay, so what's the right answer? C. Exactly. They said more substantial meal at 5 p.m. And if your child has any allergies, inform us so that we give them something appropriate. So the right answer is option C. Well done. Let's go on. Question number 15. What is different about arrangements in the school holidays? So what do they do? What do they do differently during the school holidays? When they have holidays, then what is the arrangement? Option A, children from other school can attend. Underline other school attend. If children from other school can attend, A is the right answer. Older children can attend. For example, if they have the age limit, 9 to 13. During summer vacations, even older children can attend that as well. And option C, greater number of children can attend. As they said, only 70. But if during summer break, summer holidays, if 200, 300 children can attend, then C will be the right answer. Okay? Now please listen and see what is the right answer.
As you may know, the childcare service runs through the school holidays from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We offer a really varied and exciting programme to keep the children entertained. We don't want them to feel as if they are still at school. It will also feel different because they'll get the chance to make new friends with children from other schools. Spaces are available for them because a lot of our term time children don't always attend during the holiday. In the past, parents have asked if children over the age of 11 are allowed to come with their younger brothers and sisters, but I'm afraid we're unable to do this because of the type of insurance we have.
See, 11 or older, but we are unable to do this because of the type of insurance we have. So they can make friends with children from other school. Correct answer is A. Please listen to it once again and focus option A.
As you may know, the childcare service runs through the school holidays from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We offer a really varied and exciting programme to keep the children entertained. We don't want them to feel as if they are still at school. It will also feel different because they'll get the chance to make new friends with children from other schools.
They will get a chance to make new friends with the children from other schools. So what does that mean? Children from other schools can attend.
Spaces are available for them because a lot of our term time children don't always attend during the holiday.
Okay, spaces are available. Greater number of children? No. Spaces are available because our regular students don't attend during the summer holidays. That's why. And now option B.
In the past, parents have asked if children over the age of 11 are allowed to come with their younger brothers and sisters. But I'm afraid we're unable to do this.
I'm afraid we are unable to do this. In the past, parents asked if their children over 11 can come and attend this, but I'm afraid we cannot do this. So B is not the right answer. Correct answer is option A. Okay, now we've got matching type of questions in listening part 1. Questions 16 to 20. What information is given about each of the following activities on offer? So, information and activities. You have to match these two things. Information with activities. You see, activities are questions and there is no real information there. Like Spanish, music, painting. So when they give you half minute to read the questions, don't read questions. Instead of that, you have to read the options. Now, let's see. Option A. has limited availability. For limited availability means it is available for 7 days. It is available for the month of February only. Limited availability. Or we offer it once a year. Once a year also means limited availability. Option B is no longer available. No longer available means we don't offer it anymore. Now it is not offered, or we have just finished it. Option C is for over 8s only. Over 8 is the age group, right? Over 8, anyone who is more than 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, over 8. 8 is the minimum age. So over 8 means minimum age bracket is 8. Option D requires help from parents. Require help. For require help, they commonly use the word support. Support from parents, right? Option E involves an additional fee. Additional fee, for that they can use the word £5 extra, £3 extra, right? Option F is a new activity. For new activity, they use the word we have just introduced, or we have just started, or we have offered another new, like that. And option G was requested by children. For requested by children, they may say children kept asking. Children requested us. Children insisted us. Children wanted to do that. Okay. Now, question number 16, Spanish. This hand will follow the question and the pencil hand will move between the options.
So now let me tell you about some of the activities that your child can do during the after-school sessions. As well as being able to use the playground equipment, computers, and the library, there is usually at least one special activity that children can do each day. For example, Spanish. We have a specialist teacher coming in every Thursday to give a basic introduction to the language through games and songs. She does 2 sessions, one for the over 8s and one for the younger children. This is the only activity which we have to make an extra charge for, but it's well worth it.
Okay, this is the only activity that we have to offer with an extra charge for. It is option E, involves an additional fee. Extra charge and additional fee. So correct answer is option E. Question number 17, music.
Once a week, the children have the opportunity to do some music. We're very lucky that one of our staff is a member of a folk band. On Mondays, she teaches singing and percussion to groups of children. We do rely on parental support for this, so if any of you sing or play an instrument and would be prepared to help out at these sessions, we'd be delighted.
Okay, we do rely on parental support. Parental support means requires help from parents. That is option D. You understand now? They always use synonyms like this. Question number 18, painting. Now, what do they say about that?
Painting continues to be one of the most popular activities. To begin with, we weren't keen on offering this because of the extra mess involved. But children kept asking if they could do some art, and so we finally gave in.
Okay, children kept asking. That means requested by children. Well done. G is the right answer. Okay, question number 19, yoga.
Yoga is something that we've been meaning to introduce for some time, but haven't been able to find anyone available to teach it. Until now, that is. So we'll see how this goes. Hopefully, children will benefit in all sorts of ways from this.
Okay, yoga is something that we wanted to introduce, right? But we were unable to do that. Until now, that is. What does it mean? That now we offer yoga. So when they offer yoga, it's a new activity. Please listen again.
Yoga is something that we've been meaning to introduce for some time.
We've been meaning to introduce for some time. Means we wanted to introduce for some time. We've been meaning to introduce for some time.
But haven't been able to find anyone available to teach.
Haven't been able to find anyone available for teaching yoga.
Teach it. Until now, that is.
Until now, that is. Means it happened until now, but now we have yoga classes.
How's your time management these days?
Okay.
Yoga is something. Hopefully, Children will benefit till now, that is. So we'll see how this goes.
We'll see how this goes. This means yoga. We'll see how this goes means it is a new activity. Option F. Question number 20, cooking.
Cooking is another popular activity. They make a different sort of cake or pizza or bread each week. Although the younger children love doing it, we found that the mess was just too much. So we've decided to restrict this to the over 8s, as they are better able to clean up after themselves.
Okay, we've decided to restrict this to over 8s. Over 8s is option C. Okay? All right. Alright, now we've got 4 more multiple choice questions in listening part 3. And you see some options are really short, so it means these questions will not be very difficult. Questions are difficult when options are very, very long, right? Okay, Holly's work placement tutorial. Work placement. Work placement means there is a job agency, right? They give you jobs. For example, if they have a job, and you go to, we also call it employment exchange, right? So they offer you different jobs. Now, Holly is the name. Holly's work placement tutorial. Tutorial means they're going to give you the basic information about that work agency. Okay, Holly has chosen the Orion Stadium placement because why has she chosen this work placement? Work placement means employment agency where they offer you jobs. Okay. So why has she chosen this work placement? Option A involves children. Now, if it involves children, like you have to work with children, for example, you're going for a school job. So school job involves children, right? So if she's chosen this because of children, A is the right answer. Option B, outdoors. Like you have to go in the field and she likes it very much. That's why she's chosen this. Then B is the right answer. And option C, it sounds like fun. So if working with this Orion Stadium placement is fun, she enjoys, then C is the answer. And if she says it's not always fun, it's not always fun means C is not the right answer. So the reason why has she chosen this employment agency working with Orion Stadium? So let's see.
Part 3. You will hear Holly, a student on an events management course, talking to her tutor about her work placement.
Hello, Dr. Green. I'm here to talk to you about my work placement.
Oh, yes, it's Holly, isn't it?
Yes.
So, which work placement have you chosen?
I decided to go for the Orion Stadium placement. The event I'll be managing is one where I'm helping to set up a sports competition for primary school children.
Yep, that's always a popular placement, even though it can be tougher than you think, working with children.
I know, but it's the fresh air that attracts me. Organising something indoors doesn't have the same appeal, even though it might be fun.
It's the fresh air that attracts me. That is option B, outdoors. Okay, please listen to this again.
Part 3.
What placement have you chosen?
I decided to go for the Orion Stadium placement. The event I'll be managing is one where I'm helping to set up a sports competition for primary school children.
Yep, that's always a popular placement, even though it can be tougher than you think.
It can be tougher than you think, working with children.
Working with children?
I know, but
it's not the reason, okay? She says, I know.
it's the fresh air that...
Tougher than you think, working with children?
I know, but it's the fresh air that attracts me.
But it's the fresh air that attracts me. So fresh air is outdoors, right? Yeah. Now you cannot say we have the room cooler and we have fresh air inside the room also. Not like that, okay? So it's a fresh air that attracts me, and that means outdoors.
Organising something indoors doesn't have the same appeal,
Okay,
even though it might be
organizing
fun.
something indoors doesn't have the same appeal, even though it is fun. But it doesn't have appeal, right? So, question number 22. Which aspect of safety does Dr. Green emphasize most? Aspect of safety. Now, she's going to work outdoors. So, which aspect of safety does Dr. Green emphasize most? Option A, ensuring children stay in the stadium. Underline, children stay in stadium. Okay, they should not go outside the stadium. Option B, rechecking equipment children will use. Just underline rechecking equipment. Rechecking equipment. Sorry, checking. And option C, removing obstacles. Okay, so which aspect of the security or safety Dr. Green emphasized most? He will say you can take care of the children that they don't go outside, but make sure there are no obstacles in the changing room. This is the most important one. Most important means Dr. Green emphasizes most. Now you have to listen to him carefully. Out of 3 options, he will discuss 2 options in a normal way. But on one thing, he's going to emphasize more, and that is your answer.
Okay, so obviously safety is going to be one of your key concerns for this event?
Yes, I've already thought about that. I'll need to make sure none of the equipment's damaged.
Ah, well, you'll be working with schools, so the equipment will be their responsibility. However, the grounds and what goes on there will be yours.
Oh, I see. That'll include keeping everyone within the boundary once they're in their kit and on the field?
Exactly. You'll need to inspect areas like changing rooms as well, for anything someone can trip over, but your main priority will be not to lose anyone.
Right.
Your main priority will be not to lose anyone. Anyone means children. Excellent. Not to lose anyone. Your main priority. That means ensuring. Not to lose anyone means children stay in the stadium. A is the right answer. Question number 23. What does Dr. Green say about the spectators? Now they are doing some event in the stadium. There are spectators. Spectators are the viewers, people who watch something, okay, audience. So what does he say about that? They means spectators, exactly. Hard to manage. So if spectators are hard to manage, A is the right answer. Option B, make useful volunteers. Like spectators become volunteers. They will say, tell us what we can do for you. We will help you. So if spectators can become useful volunteers, B is the right answer. And if spectators shouldn't take photographs means they are not allowed. Photography is not allowed. Then it is option C. So what does he say about spectators?
I'll need staff to help with that.
And don't forget about the spectators.
I was thinking that many of them will be parents who could help run the event.
I wouldn't rely on that. They'll be more interested in filming their children than volunteering.
I'll need to make sure they don't interfere with events doing that.
And that's not always easy, especially when a proud parent's trying to get a snap of their child and you want them to move elsewhere.
Okay.
That's not easy. If a proud parent wants to film his child and you say, move from here. So what does it mean? No, they are allowed to take photos. Hard to manage. When a proud parent is taking photo and you say, move from here, it's very difficult, okay? So correct answer is A. Listen again.
I'll need staff to help with that.
And don't forget about the spectators.
I was thinking that many of them will be parents who could help run the event.
I wouldn't rely on that.
Okay, who can help us run the event means they become volunteers. And Dr. Green said, I wouldn't rely on that. So it means it is not option B.
They'll be more interested in filming their children than volunteering.
They'll be more interested in filming their children. So shouldn't take photographs. They will be interested in filming their children. It means photography, filming is allowed. Okay. So B is wrong. C is wrong. Now we come to A.
Volunteering.
I'll need to make sure they don't interfere with events doing that.
And that's not always easy, especially when a proud parent's trying to get a snap of their child and you want them to move elsewhere.
Right, proud
Okay.
parent is making a snap of their child and you want them to move. So that's not easy. That's not easy means hard. And for spectators, you use the word proud parent. Right? Okay, question number 24. What has affected the schedule in the past? Affecting the schedule means they were late. Something was delayed. So what affected their schedule in the past? Bad weather, injury, or extra time? Something affected their schedule. Bad weather means it rained and their schedule was destroyed or damaged and all that. Injury means someone was injured and they had to wait for an hour. Then it is option B. And extra time, some participants took extra time and then the schedule got disturbed.
What about the scheduling?
With sporting events, there are all sorts of things that can alter the timetable, like rain, for instance, though so far we've always been lucky with that.
Yeah, and I was thinking about what to do if someone got hurt as well. I know that last year that caused a terrible delay.
You have to be prepared for such things.
Oh, what if a match ends in a draw? Do you let the teams keep going until someone wins?
That'll be up to you. And again, you need to plan for it.
Right.
Okay, now see that the question was only in the past. And for that she said last year. Last year someone was injured and they had to wait for a year. And for bad weather, for rain, he said we've been lucky so far. Means they've never got any experience of bad weather. So correct answer is B. Just focus this.
What about the scheduling?
With sporting events, there are all... So far we've always been lucky with that.
We've been lucky with that, with the rain actually.
Yeah, and I was thinking about what to do if someone got hurt as well. I know that last year that caused a terrible delay.
Last year that caused a terrible delay. So that is an injury that caused a terrible delay.
You have to be prepared for such things.
Okay. All right, now let's go on. We've got questions 25 to 30. What do Holly and her tutor agree? Now underline agree. Holly and tutor agree is an important aspect of each of the following events management skills. So questions are given. Communication, 25 is communication, 26 organization, and they will speak about these questions directly in the audio. They will not change them. So when they give you half minute, do not read questions because questions are straightforward and they will come in the audio directly. Instead of that, you will read the options, important aspects. Okay, option A, being flexible. For flexible, they can use the word make changes. Being flexible, right? Allow changes, make changes. You can alter the plan. When you alter the plan, it means you are flexible. So, being flexible is that. Option B, focusing on details. Now, when they say focusing on details, for that they can use the word pay attention to everything or every little thing. Pay attention to every little thing or all the points, anything like that. Option C, having a smart appearance. For that, they'll say dress up nicely. Wear a nice dress. wear an elegant dress, wear elegant clothes, okay? That is having a smart appearance. D, hiding your emotions. For hiding your emotions, they can say, don't show your feelings, control your emotions, or look calm. Look calm. Look calm means hide your emotions, right? Option E, relying on experts, depending on experts, depend on experts, rely on experts and all that. Option F, trusting your own views. Trusting your own views means believe in yourself, believe in your own opinion, believing in your own point of view, like that. Doing one thing at a time. So doing one thing at a time means don't start two things together. When they say don't start two things together, it means do one thing at a time. Option H, thinking of the future. Future in the time to come. For future, they can use the word next year, next month, afterwards, and all that. Now, question number 25, communication. Please listen and answer.
Now, the aim of your work placement is to give you the opportunity to develop the skills that an events manager needs. So, let's talk about those a bit.
Well, I think my communication skills are pretty good. I can talk on the phone to people and book venues and that kind of thing.
Good. Just remember, it isn't only about what you say. If you meet someone face-to-face and want to persuade them to be a sponsor, for example...
Oh, I'll dress up for that, sure.
Good.
I'll dress up for that. Good. I will dress up for that means exactly having a smart appearance. I will dress up for that. Smart appearance and dress up for that. C is the right answer for question number 25. Question number 26, organization.
Let's go on to think about your organisational skills. You're working in a very people-based industry, and that means things won't always go to plan.
I guess it's being prepared to make changes that matters.
That's right. You may have to make an on-the-spot change to a timetable because of a problem you hadn't anticipated.
Just do it, okay?
So, yeah, changes, make changes, on-the-spot changes. That means being flexible. Now, being flexible means make changes. So, correct answer is A. Question number 27, time management.
How's your time management these days?
I'm working on it. I'm certainly better when I have a deadline, which is why this work suits me.
Yes, but it's how you respond as that deadline approaches.
I know I've got to look calm, even if I'm in a panic.
Just think to yourself, no one must know I'm under pressure.
Yeah, even though I'm multitasking like crazy.
Okay. No one mustn't know I am under pressure. Look calm. No one mustn't know I'm under pressure means hide your emotions. Well done. So, correct answer for that is D. Question number 27, D. Question number 28, creativity.
Another skill that events managers need is creativity. Often your client has what we call the big picture idea, but it's up to the events manager to think of all the fine points that go to making it work.
Right. So I need to listen carefully to that idea and then fill in all the gaps.
That's right.
Okay. Fill in all the gaps. Okay, just focus again.
Another skill that events managers need is creativity. Often your client has what we call the big picture idea, but it's up to the events manager to think of all the fine points that go to making it work.
Okay, all the fine points that go to make it work means you need to focus on details. Exactly.
Right. So I need to listen carefully to that idea and then fill in all the gaps.
That's right.
Fill in all the gaps means focusing on details. B is the right answer for 28. Question number 29, leadership.
And you'll have a team working under you, so another key skill is leadership. Your team may have lots of ideas too, but you've got to make the ultimate choices. Do we have refreshments inside or out, for example?
Isn't it better to be democratic?
It's a nice idea, but you have the ultimate responsibility. So believe in what you think best. Be prepared to say, Yes, that's a good idea.
Okay, believe in what you think is the best means trusting your own views. For trusting, they said believe in. F is the right answer. Question number 30.
What about the networking side of things? I know it's an area that a lot of students worry about because we don't have much experience to offer others.
But even without it, you can still be an interesting person with useful ideas, and the more people you impress, the better.
I guess that will help me when I apply for a real job.
Exactly. Think ahead. Remember what your ambitions are and keep them in mind.
Definitely.
Okay, think ahead. Think ahead means thinking of the future. For future, he used the word ahead. Think ahead, think of future. So H will be the right answer. All right, now we've got listening part 4. Complete the notes below. Part 4 and part 1 are somewhat similar because in part 1 we've got one word and part 4 also one word. But there is a difference. In part 1 there is a dialogue and part 4 is a lecture. One person will talk, deliver a lecture. So audio can be fluent in part 4. Bird migration theory. Now you know birds migrate from Siberia to other parts and this and that. So they are going to discuss some theories which are related to bird migration. Okay. Most birds are believed to migrate seasonally. Okay. Now the first theory is hibernation theory. Second is transmutation theory, and then they talk about 17th century scientific developments and all that. So these are the headings of the lecture. Because in part 3 there is a lecture. They will help you track the audio. Otherwise, if you are somewhere, audio is somewhere, you will never find the answers. Okay. The first is hibernation theory. It was believed that birds hibernated underwater or buried themselves in dash. Now one theory is birds hibernated underwater. One thing is underwater or buried themselves. For buried, underline the word buried. They may use the word hidden. And answer will come after in. Hidden where? Hidden in the trees, hidden in the sand, hidden in where? So answer will come where the birds buried themselves. Okay, that thing. Now, let's see.
Part 4. You will hear a zoology student giving a presentation on bird migration.
Scientists believe that a majority of the Earth's bird population migrate in some fashion or other. Some travel seasonally for relatively short distances, such as birds that move from their winter habitats in lowlands to mountaintops for the summers. Others, like the Arctic tern, travel more than 25,000 miles seasonally between the northern and southern poles. Bird migration has been studied over many centuries through a variety of observations. But until relatively recently, where birds went to in the winter was considered something of a mystery. The lack of modern science and technology led to many theories that we now recognize as error-filled and even somewhat amusing. Take hibernation theory, for example.
Now from here you have to be alert. Before that it was all ba 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 ba. You understand my point? You need to see where answer is going to come. Only listen to that part carefully. If you listen to everything carefully, you will have no energies left. So you should know when to listen carefully and when to calm down. So all that thing continued for 37 seconds. And then she said, for example, hibernation theory, now you'll be alert, right? And answer will come after underwater. First they will say underwater and then, and you should know when answer is coming. When you are coming closer, 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 and bingo, there is the answer, and then it will continue, right? So let's go on.
2,000 years ago, it was commonly believed that when birds left an area, they went underwater to hibernate in the seas and oceans. Another theory for the regular appearance and disappearance of birds was that they spent winter hidden in mud till the weather changed and...
Okay, they spent winter hidden in mud. Exactly. So mud is the right answer. Got it now? And you should know in part 4, audio is going to be fluent. Why? Because there is no interruption. When there is a dialogue, there is interruption. 2 people are talking. But when there is a lecture, 1 person is talking. So you should know all these things. Now, transmutation theory. And question number 32. In autumn, when they use the word autumn, you will be alert because answer is going to come. In autumn, he observed that red starts. Now, if you don't know where red start is, don't worry. It's basically a bird. Yeah. It is observed that red starts experience the loss of. Now, red start is a bird. In the month of autumn, they lose something. Underline loss of. And right there, lose. For example, they lose their something, some part of body, right? Or they lose their nest. They lose their something. Okay, so whatever they lose or whatever is lost, lose, lost, lost, they can use passive voice as well. That will be the answer. So red starts, clue word, and what red starts lose, that will be your answer.
One of the earliest naturalists and philosophers from ancient Greece was Aristotle, who was the first writer to discuss the disappearance and reappearance of some bird species at certain times of year. He developed the theory of transmutation, the seasonal change of one species into another by observing redstarts and robins. He observed that in the autumn, small birds called redstarts began to lose their feathers, which convinced Aristotle that they changed into robins for...
Okay. Begin to lose their feathers. Correct answer is feather. Feather is per. Okay, so red starts, and they mention in the audio, small birds like red starts. They don't check your vocabulary, high-fi vocabulary. They just tell you red start is a bird. Begin to lose their feathers. Begin to lose feathers means the loss of feathers. How do you spell feathers? F-E-A-T-H-E-R-S. Exactly. All right, just like fathers with E. F-E-A. Okay. Let's go on. Question number 33. Aristotle's assumptions were logical because the 2 species of birds had a similar, I show you some magic, underline similar, and write there same. Similar nature, same nature. Similar personality, same personality. Now, whatever they say after the synonym of similar, that will be your answer.
These assumptions are understandable, given that this pair of species are similar in shape, but are a classic example of an incorrect interpretation based on correct observations.
Similar in shape. So, similar in shape means similar shape. Yeah, they use the same word.
These assumptions are understandable, given that this pair of species are similar in shape.
This pair of species, for 2 they use the word pair. This pair of species are similar in shape. Similar in shape means shape will be the right answer. And it's one word only, so you cannot write in shape. Question number 17. Charles Moulton. Now when they say 17th century, question number 34. 17th century, Charles Moulton popularized the idea that birds fly to the dash. It's a location. Birds fly to the dash in winter. A location where birds fly to in winter. Okay, let's see.
The most bizarre theory was put forward by an English amateur scientist, Charles Moulton, in the 17th century. He wrote a surprisingly well-regarded paper, claiming that birds migrate to the moon and back every year.
Okay, birds migrated to the moon and back every year, right? You understand how stupid scientists were in the past? Birds migrated to moon and back every year. So what does it mean? Fly to the. For fly to, they use the word migrated. Moon, right? Just see that. Someone said they were hidden in the mud. Birds were hidden in the mud. And some said birds changed their species. Like they have a feather loss and storks turn into robins. That's what they said, okay? Now you're laughing. But at that time, it was a serious theory they presented and all that. So how do we believe that we evolved from monkeys? That's what Darwin said, okay? So at that time, they were quite silly. Like, how can birds fly to the moon in winter and come back in summer? Okay, let's go on. Question number 35, scientific developments in 1822. And now 1822 is the word which you need to highlight. It is your signpost, okay? When they say 1822, you are alert. A stork was killed. Now, as we are talking about birds migration, it means stork is a bird. A stork was killed in Germany, which had an African spear in its dash. Now, spear is a little arrow. Okay, we call it spear. There was a stork which was killed in Germany. That stork had a spear in its. It means part of bird. In its neck, in its tail, in its belly, in its head, in its wing. So where they hit him with the arrow, so that spear, where was the spear? Now the location of spear in the body part of the stork will be the right answer.
One of the key moments in the development of migration theory came in 1822, when a white stork was shot in Germany. This particular stork made history because of the long spear in its neck, which incredibly had not killed.
Okay, a long spear in its neck. Right answer is neck. Well done. Okay, question number 36. Previously, there had been no dash. Okay, now try to understand this point. Very technical. Encircle the word no and write there first. Now, for example, if I have this tablet and I say previously I had no tablet, what does it mean? This is my first tablet. So, no and first, they are stupid synonyms in IELTS. Okay? So, previously I had no tablet. It means it's my first tablet, right? So, let's see now. Just focus this idea and you'll find the answer.
This was a truly defining moment in the history of ornithology, because it was the first evidence that storks spend their winters in sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, it was the first evidence. What does it mean? Previously, there had been no evidence. No and first, they are synonyms. So, answer is evidence. Question number 37. Little was known about the dash and journeys of migrating birds. Underline journeys and write there travel. For journeys, they can use the word travel. Now, another word which will come before journeys or before travel, that will be your answer. Little was known about the dash and journey.
You can still see the arrow stork in the zoological collection of the University of Rostock in Germany. People gradually became aware that European birds moved south in autumn and north in summer, but didn't know much about it until the practice of catching birds and putting rings on their legs became established. Before this, very little information was available about the actual destinations of particular species and how they travelled there.
Okay, destinations and how they travel there. So one thing is travel and second is destinations. Well done. So you may write singular or plural. Little was known about the destination or destination. And you can do one thing. Whenever they use and, if the other word with and is singular, you should write singular word. If other word with and is plural, you should also write plural word. So they've written journeys. So you should write destinations, right? Even if you write destination, your answer is correct. No problem, okay? Let's go on. Question number 38. It was thought large birds carried small birds on some journeys. See there, another stupid idea. Like large birds carried small birds, come and sit on my back and I'll take you there. Because they were considered incapable of traveling across huge dash. Now answer will come after the synonym of huge. Underline huge and write there vast. W-A-S-T, vast. Huge dash, vast dash. For example, huge desert, vast desert. Huge sea, vast sea. Something like that.
People speculated that larger birds provided a kind of taxi service for smaller birds by carrying them on their backs. This idea came about because it seemed impossible that small birds, weighing only a few grams, could fly over vast oceans.
Fly
This
over
idea-
vast oceans. Well done. So correct answer, oceans or ocean, both ways it's correct. Question number 39, ringing depended on what is called. Now remember, whenever they use the word called, they commonly replace it with known. Called, the dash, known as, right? Called, the, known as. Now whatever they say after the synonym of known as will be your answer.
The development of bird ringing by a Danish schoolteacher, Hans Christian Cornelius Mortensen, made many discoveries possible. This is still common practice today and relies upon what is known as recovery. This is when ringed...
What is known as recovery. And by the way, there are inverted commas as well. So known as, called as. This is very common. I've seen this called as, known as several times in IELTS. Okay. Let's go on. Last question. In 1931, the first dash to show the migration of European birds was printed. For printed, they use the word published. So 1931, what was published? The first dash.
In 1931, an atlas was published showing where the most common species of European birds migrated to. More recent theories about...
Okay, atlas was published. You know atlas? Yeah, it's the map of the world. Exactly. A-T-L-A-S. Correct answer is atlas. Please listen again. Some of you missed it.
In 1931, an atlas was published showing where the most common species of European birds migrated to. More recent theories about bird migration vary widely.
Okay, atlas was published. So when they say in 1931 an atlas was published, it means it was the first one, right? So atlas is the right answer. Good. Okay guys, let's just make a start with IELTS reading module, and we are going to solve one reading test together. This test is going to be very challenging, especially those who are general training IELTS candidates. They should accept that, because general training reading part 3 is exactly like academic reading. So today we are solving one academic reading test. There will be 3 long passages which we are going to solve. So these 3 long passages will help general training candidates to achieve good score in section 3. For general training, section 3 is the toughest one. For academic, every passage is difficult, okay? Based on science, technology, research. But for general training, first 26 or 27 questions are simple. They are easy, okay? And the passages are very short, so you can easily find your answers, right? But marking criteria is different. General training reading, 30 correct answers, 6 band. Academic reading, 30 correct answers, 7 band. Okay, this is the difference, and this is just because of the level of difficulty. General training reading, first 27 questions are very simple. You can get very good score there, and then there is this section 3, okay? So, those who've joined me online, please send me your answers using this chat option of GoToMeeting, and I'll check your answers, right? Now, whenever you start a reading test, you need to read the title. What's the title there? Stonehenge. Stonehenge is the title, right? and then we have a complete passage. After reading the title, you need to come to questions. Questions 1 to 8. Complete the notes below. We understand that the question type is notes completion. So complete the notes below. Choose no more than 2 words from the passage for each answer. No more than 2 words. There is no number, and no more than 2 means maximum 2 words, minimum 1 word. Okay. So we've got Stonehenge construction stage 1. Okay, and then they say the ditch and henge were dug, possibly using tools made from. Now let's go back and we need to see where do they talk about stage 1. Will you please come to this second paragraph? Second paragraph here. They say archaeologists believe England's most iconic prehistoric ruin was built in several stages. Now they're talking about stages here. Second paragraph, okay, with the earliest constructed 5,000 more years ago. First. Now what is first? First means the first stage. Okay, now we will read from here. This is called the location of your answer. Once you reach the right location of your answer, then you will find your answer. So the first target after reading the question is to reach the right location. So we know answer is in this sentence. Now we read it carefully. And by the way, what is the question? Please come back to question number 1. Ditch and henge were dug, possibly using tools made from material with which tools were made. Okay, iron, concrete and all that. So I'm reading second line, second paragraph after full stop. First Neolithic Britons used primitive tools which may have been fashioned out of deer antlers. So made, fashioned out of. Fashioned out of means made from. And answer is deer antlers. Right? Deer antlers. So now deer antlers, they are 2 words. If you have to write 1 word from there, which word will you choose? Antlers. Tools were not made from deer. Tools were made from antlers. So now we have the freedom of writing no more than 2 words. So we can write deer antlers. But if you write only antlers, even then your answer is correct. Okay. Good job. Now question number 2. And by the way, the first 7 to 8 questions and answers are in sequence, and you will find the answers in the first 2-3 paragraphs. Okay, when you start with section 1, first 7-8 answers are in the first 2-3 paragraphs. Question number 2. Dash may have been arranged in deep pits inside the circle. Now something may have been arranged in deep pits. So what may have been arranged in deep pits? Same paragraphs, second last line. Second paragraph, second last line. Deep pits dating back to that era and located within the circle may have once held a ring of timber posts, according to some scholars. So once held a ring of timber posts. So dash may have been arranged in deep pits inside the circle. So what has been arranged? Timber posts may have been arranged. Correct answer is timber. Timber is wood and post is like a column or a pillar. So wooden pillars, timber posts may have been arranged. Now if you have to write 1 word, which word will you choose? No, posts. Basically it's the pillar. Pillar is post, right? Timber is material. Okay, but anyways we have the freedom of no more than 2 words. You can write timber posts, but if it is 1 word only, then you would write posts only. You know, one is noun, one is adjective. So when it is noun and adjective together, it's a good idea to use noun. Mostly when they give you 1 word only, there they use noun, and with noun they give 2 to 3 extra adjectives, and those who do not understand, they write adjectives there. So the next question is stage 2. So we've got some questions which are related to stage 2, and there they say stage 2, blue stones, leave that because there is no question. Then they say theories about the transportation of the blue stones, archaeological and geological. Now it means there are 2 theories. One theory is archaeological and one is geological. Now let's read the question. Builders used, underline the word builders. For builders, they can use the word contractor, builder, makers, or anything like that. Builders used dash to make sludges and rollers. Another clue word is sludges and rollers. So sludges and rollers were made of what? Or what is it that builders used to make sledges and rollers? Please come back. It's the fourth paragraph where you find the word sludges, rollers, builders, and all that. So fourth paragraph, please follow me. I'm reading fourth paragraph from the beginning. According to one long-standing theory among archaeologists, Stonehenge's builders, see that the word builders is here. Stonehenge's builders fashioned sledges and rollers out of tree trunk. So sledges and rollers out of tree trunk, out of means used tree trunks to make sledges and rollers. So answer is tree trunks, okay? And you have to write two words, you will write both words, tree trunks. Okay, question number 4. Dash pulled them on giant baskets. Now imagine something pulled them, maybe tractors pulled them. But we are talking about old times when there were no tractors, right? So something pulled those tree trunks on giant baskets. Now let's go back. Same paragraph, look for the word baskets. Okay, that's good. Fourth paragraph, I'm reading it from third last line. More recent archaeological hypotheses have them transporting the blue stones with supersized wicker baskets. Now, how did they put them in the baskets? That's what we need to find. On a combination of ball bearings and long grooved planks hauled by oxen. Hauled means pulled by. Haul and pull, they are synonyms. So, hauled by oxens, exactly correct answer is oxen. So, oxen pulled them. For pulled, they use the word hauled. Hauled and pulled. Is this clear? Yes. Okay, that's good. And by the way, in reading part 1, answers are sequential. Sequential means they follow the same sequence, right? Now, question number 5. The next thing is geological. Geological. Now, for geological, they say, they were brought from Wales by another means of transportation, brought from Wales by. So, Wales is your clue word. Last paragraph, and I'm reading it from second line after full stop. Last paragraph, second line after full stop. Challenging the classic image of industrious builders pushing, carting, rolling or hauling giant stones from fairway Wales. Some scientists have suggested that it was glaciers, not human, that carried the blue stone to Salisbury. So, what carried the blue stone to Salisbury? That is glaciers. They were brought from Wales by glaciers. What did they do? They put them on glaciers and glaciers were moving, floating, and they took them there. So, correct answer for question number 5 is glaciers or glaciers. Both pronunciations are correct. Okay, stage 3, there is no question, but then we have builders. A theory arose in the 17th century. Now, 17th century and theory, they are your clue words. A theory arose in the 17th century. Okay, let's go on now. We'll go on seamlessly. So, please follow me here. Don't worry. Now, we go on and we've got question number 5. Answer is glaciers, as we've already done. And by the way, this answer is there in last paragraph of the title page, Stonehenge, 4th line. You can see the answer there. Now, we go on and we've got question number 6, and that is about builders. Now, they say here, A theory arose in the 17th century that its builders were Celtic dash. For example, like they say, Pakistani drivers, Indian laborers, carpenters, something like that. So clue word here is Celtic, 17th century. A theory arose in 17th century that builders were Celtic dash. So let's go back. Builders were Celtic dash. Please come to second page. Second paragraph. Second page, second paragraph. I'm reading it from the beginning. Okay, but who were the builders? Now answer is here. This is the location of the answer. But who were the builders of Stonehenge in the 17th century? Another clue word is here. Excuse me. Another clue word is here, 17th century. Archaeologist John Aubrey made the claim that Stonehenge was the work of Druids who had important religious, judicial and political roles in Celtic society. Who were they? Yeah, the work of Druids. Now, if you don't know the meaning of Druids, it doesn't matter. You just have to write it down as your answer. Druids who had important religious, judicial and political roles in Celtic. It means they were Celtic Druids. Correct answer is Druids. D-R-U-I-D-S. Okay, now let's go on. After this, we've got question number 7, purpose. Many experts agree it has been used as a dash site. So, dash site means site for some purpose. Okay, for this, you've got to come to this purpose, right? And many experts agree it has been used as a dash site. So, for this, please come to third last paragraph. Everyone, third last paragraph of the passage, right? And we look for the word site and purpose and all that. I'm reading it from the beginning. If the facts surrounding the architects and construction of Stonehenge remain shadowy at best, the purpose, now be alert, answer will come after this. They are using the word purpose. The purpose of the striking monument is even more of a mystery, while there is consensus. Consensus means agree. When they use the word consensus, it means they agree among the majority of modern scholars that Stonehenge once served the function of. Now, function of means used as a. And what is the answer? Burial ground. And you will not write the word ground. You know why? Because they have used the word site. Site is the synonym of ground. So, correct answer is burial. It's more like a graveyard. Burial site means graveyard. So, correct answer is burial. Alright, question number 8. In the 1960s, it was suggested that it worked as a kind of dash. 1960s, it worked as a kind of. Now, we've got this last paragraph, second last paragraph. Can you see 1960s? Yes. So keep in mind it worked as a kind of, type of, kind of and all that. In the 1960s, I'm reading second last paragraph. The astronomer Gerard Hawkins suggested that the cluster of megalithic stones operated as a form of calendar. Now listen, form of and kind of. They are synonyms and correct answer is calendar. D-A-R, calendar. You need to use the right spelling for calendar. All right. All good? Okay. Now, let's go on, and this time we are going to solve questions 9 to 13 and they are true, false, not given. Okay. Now, please attend this attentively and you will be crystal clear about true, false, not given type of questions. Okay, let's make a start. In true, false, not given, when you read the question, you should know that this is the portion of the question which I need to check for true, false or not given. I tell you how. Question number 9. During the third phase of construction, underline third phase, sandstone slabs were placed in both the outer areas and the middle of the Stonehenge site. Now, if they did it at the third phase, then right answer is true. If they did this like construction, sandstone slabs were placed in both the outer areas and the middle of the Stonehenge site. If they did it in the second stage, first stage or fourth stage, answer is false. And if they don't tell us which stage was that, when they actually did the sandstone slabs were placed in both the outer areas and the middle, if they don't tell us this, which stage, then answer is not given. Now, stage or phase will decide the answer. So let's go back and we look for third phase. Third phase, second page, first paragraph, first line. Found it? Now we are going to check. What are we going to check? We are going to check sandstone slabs were placed in both the outer areas and the middle of Stonehenge site. I'm reading it. Please, second page, first paragraph, first line. The third phase of construction took place around 2000 BCE. At this point, sandstone slabs known as sarcens were arranged onto outer crescent or ring. Now this is right. Let's read on. Some were assembled into the iconic three-pieced structures called trilithons that stand tall in the center of Stonehenge. Outer and center, both things they mentioned, and that was third phase. What will be the answer? The answer is true. Well done. So third phase decided this thing. Good job. You may send me your answers, type your answers and send them to me to what's this chat option of go to application. Now we've got question number 10. There is scientific proof. Now if there is scientific proof, answer is going to be true. If there is no proof, answer will be false, right? There is scientific proof that the blue stone stood in the same spot until approximately 1600 BCE. Now underline 1600 BCE. Okay. So question number 10, same paragraph. I'm reading it from third last line. Always read it from the last full stop so that you understand that. Now, radiocarbon dating has revealed that work continued at Stonehenge until roughly 1600 BCE, with the blue stones in particular being repositioned multiple times. So blue stone repositioned multiple times. Now what's the question? The question is, there is a scientific proof that the blue stone stood in the same spot. No, repositioned multiple times. So the answer is false. Well done. That's good, Vajia. Good job. Alright, you need to write full word, Alina. Full word, false. Don't write T or F or NG. Write full word, true, false, not given. Okay, question number 11. John Aubrey's claim about Stonehenge was supported by 20th century finding. Now listen, if his claim was supported by 20th century finding, investigation, answer is true. If they condemned, like if they say he was wrong, right, his claim is not supported, then it is false. And if they don't tell us whether the claim was supported or the claim was disapproved, then it is not given. Now let's look for John Aubrey's claim and all that. Exactly, second page, second paragraph, and I'm reading it from the beginning. But who were the builders of Stonehenge? In the 17th century, archaeologist John Aubrey made the claim that Stonehenge was the work of Druids who had important religious, judicial and political roles in Celtic society. This theory was widely popularized by the antiquarian William Stukeley, who had unearthed primitive graves at the site. Even today, now this is important, even today, people who identify as modern Druids continue to gather at Stonehenge for the summer solstice. However, in the mid-20th century, radiocarbon dating demonstrated that Stonehenge stood more than 1000 years before the Celts inhabited the region. Now what's the question? 20th century radiocarbon dating demonstrated Stonehenge. It means the 20th century thing, this is supported by, it did not support, it said something different. Just read it again. However, however means opposite thing. Whenever you read however means opposite thing. In the mid 20th century, radiocarbon dating demonstrated that Stonehenge stood more than 1000 years before the Celts. Now his belief, John Aubrey's belief was it was the Celts who did it. But the radiocarbon said it was 1000 years before the Celts. So what should be the answer? Answer is false. It's not given. It is actually false. Just check it again. You know what? Yeah, he's saying the opposite thing. Okay, the answer is false, and the reason is over here they say supported by 20th century. But when they say however, and then they said Stonehenge was there before Celtics, it means they did not support him. I mean, because his claim was disapproved, that is why this answer is false. All right. Now let's go on. So correct answer for question number 11 is false. Now we've got question number 12. Objects discovered, good. Objects discovered at Stonehenge seem to indicate that it was constructed by a number of different groups of people. Now imagine they discovered some objects from there, and those objects showed that it was constructed. It means Stonehenge was constructed by a number of different group of people. Now let's go back. It's the third paragraph where they talk about objects, and objects are bones and all that. So please follow me. Second page, third paragraph, I'm reading it from the beginning. Many modern historians and archaeologists now agree that several distinct tribes of people, okay, several distinct tribes of people contributed to Stonehenge, each undertaking a different phase of its construction. Bones, tools, and other artifacts found on the site seem to support this hypothesis. So, question, what's the question? Objects discovered at Stonehenge seem to indicate that it was constructed by a number of different group of people, and what have they used? Several distinct tribes of people. So answer is true. Question number 12, correct answer is true. Now let's go on. Question number 13, criticism, good job. Criticism of Gerald Hawkins' theory about the Stonehenge has come mainly from other astronomers. Now, if the criticism of Gerald Hawkins' theory about Stonehenge, if it has come from other astronomers, answer is true. If it has come from someone else, not astronomers, answer is false. And if they don't tell us the source, where it has come from, if they don't tell us the source, then it is not given. Now please come to last paragraph, second last paragraph, and we are reading it from fourth last line. Second last paragraph, fourth last line. While his theory has received a considerable amount of attention over the decades, critics maintain that Stonehenge's builders probably lacked the knowledge necessary to predict such events, or that England's dense cloud cover would have obscured their view of the skies. Any mention of astronomers? Anything like that? No. So the answer is not given. Question number 13, correct answer is not given. Okay. Now let's move on to second passage and reading passage 2. The title is Living with Artificial Intelligence, AI. Very common these days, like Chat GPT and robots and driverless cars. So living with artificial intelligence, and there is the subtitle. If they give you the subtitle, you should read that also. The subtitle says powerful artificial intelligence needs to be reliably aligned with human values. But does this mean AI will eventually have to police those values? So this is the passage about AI and human values. And AI is going to guard human values. Police means take care of or guard. So this is the whole passage, and luckily the passage is not labeled. If the passage is labeled A, B, C, D, bad news. Type 2 questions. Type 2 or type B is where questions and answers are not in order. Whenever they label the passage A, B, C, D, there are more type B questions. And type B questions are which paragraph contains the following information, number 1. And number 2, second type B question is list of headings. Okay, but now there is no label, so good news, everything is going to be smooth. But the bad news, there are many multiple choice questions here. Okay, so whenever we have multiple choice questions, the good thing is questions and answers are in order for multiple choice questions. What do you have to do? First you read the question, go to the passage, locate the answer to that question in the passage, then come back and go through options A, B, C, D. When you get multiple choice in listening, there are 3 options. When you get multiple choice in reading, there are 4 options. Okay, so we will do them all, don't worry. It's good that you will learn more about multiple choice questions, and for general training reading in section 3, there are always multiple choice questions. Okay. After that, we have yes, no, not given, questions 20 to 23, and questions 24 to 26, summary completion. So where should we start from? Summary completion. We will start from summary completion, then we can go back to yes, no, not given, and finally we can attempt this multiple choice question. Okay, so you need to, when you talk about your time management in IELTS reading, for that it is very important how to start. If you start directly from a confusing question, it will eat all your time. So it's better to start from here. Now please come to questions 24 to 26. Complete the summary using the list of phrases A to F. Using AI in the UK health system. Now we need to go back and we need to see where do they talk about UK health system. It's the second page, third last paragraph. Second page, third last paragraph, where they talk about NHS, National Health Service, and UK. So it means, now the good thing is all the answers are in these 2-3 paragraphs. Because this is type A. Type A means questions and answers are in order. So all the answers you will find in a sequence. But the problem is, first you need to locate the words in the passage, then you have to find the synonyms of those words in the box, and then you will find the answer. So it's double the trouble. Okay, let's see. AI currently has a limited role in the way dash are allocated in the health service. Now answer is something which are allocated. R means answer must be plural. So please come back. Third last paragraph, second page, third last paragraph, follow me. These issues might seem far-fetched, but they are to some extent already here. AI already has some input into how resources are used. For use, they use the word allocated. So what is the answer? Resources. Now we need to find a synonym of resources. Come back. Resources. Well done. Option C, available resources. So for question number 24, correct answer is C. And don't write the words. If you write the words, your answer will be wrong. You need to write only option C, and C is available resources. Got the point? For resources, they have given this option C. Now, let's read on. Question number 25, I'm reading on. The positive aspect of AI having a bigger role is that it would be more efficient and lead to patient benefits. However, whenever they use the word however, they say something against it, opposite. However, such a change would result, for example, in certain dash not having their current level of dash. So example, we need to look for example, certain dash not having their current. Now you will find answer in 1 or 2 sentences together. So please come back. Can you see e.g.
Yes,
in third last paragraph? However, can you see the word however? Yes. So this is the location of the answer. Now please follow me. It's the third last paragraph, third last line. However, we'd be depriving some humans, for example, senior doctors. Now they said, for example, in certain. Now what is the word for senior doctors? Medical practitioners. Well done. Excellent. So correct answer is A. Got it? Senior doctors and medical practitioners. Not having their current level of dash. Now come back. Not having their current level of senior doctors or the control they presently enjoy. So, however, we'd be depriving some humans, for example, senior doctors, of the control. When you deprive the doctors of control, what does it mean? Doctors will have no control. Now look for something related to control. No control. Control. Professional authority. Well done. For control, they use the word authority. So, professional authority, E will be the right answer for question number 26. Do you understand not having? For not having, they use the word deprive. When you deprive someone from something, it means that person doesn't have that thing. So, for deprive, they use the word not having. Okay. So, correct answer is E. Now, for 24, on your answer sheet, you will write C, 25 A and 26 E. Clear? Good. Alright, now let's do yes, no, not given. Yes, no, not given is also type A. Type A means questions and answers, they are in order. Okay, and for one question you need to read one sentence and you will find the answer. Okay, you don't need to do a lot of reading. For list of headings, you need to read a paragraph to decide the answer. But for this, only locate one sentence and you'll find the answer. Question number 20. Machines with the ability to make moral decisions may prevent us from promoting the interests of our communities. Machines with the ability to make moral decision. If machine will take a moral decision, may prevent us from promoting the interests of our communities. Now please come back. Look for machines. Second page. Third paragraph, third line after full stop. Can you see the word machines? Yes. Second page, third paragraph, third line after full stop. So we have the word machines. Machines who are better than us at sticking to the moral high ground may be expected to discourage some of the lapses we presently take for granted. We might lose our freedom to discriminate in favor of our own communities. What should be the answer? These three lines have the answer. Machines who are better than us at sticking to the moral high ground may be expected to discourage some of the lapses we presently take. Now last line, we might lose our freedom to discriminate in favor of our own communities. What's the question? Machines with the ability to make moral decisions may prevent us from promoting the interests of our own community. Answer is yes, not true. Yes. If you write true for yes and yes for true, your answer will be wrong. Okay, but here it's true. Yes. Okay, now let's go on. Question number 21. Silicon police would need to exist in large numbers. Silicon police would need to exist in large numbers in order to be effective. Now silicon police, large numbers in order to be effective. As I said, answers are in order. So please come to fourth paragraph of the passage and you will find silicon police there. Found it? Okay, let's see. Third line. It's the fourth last paragraph and third line after full stop. But are we ready for ethical silicon police? Found it? And they talked about number. Are we ready for ethical silicon police limiting our options? They might be. They means silicon police. They might be so good at doing it that we won't notice them, but few of us are likely to welcome such a future. What's the question? Silicon police would need to exist in large numbers. Any mention of large numbers or small numbers? There is no information on numbers. That is why the answer is not given. Well done. Because large numbers, small numbers, they did not mention anything about that. Question number 22. Many people are comfortable with the prospect of their independence being restricted by machine. If many people are comfortable that machines will control them, for example, imagine a robot is giving you the traffic ticket. Robot is giving you punishment or anything like that, okay? So many people are comfortable with the prospect of their independence being restricted by machine. If people are comfortable, answer is yes. If people are uncomfortable, they are not happy, answer is no. Otherwise, not given, okay? Now, please come to same paragraph where you found the answer of silicon police. I'm reading it again from third line. Fourth last paragraph, third line. But are we ready for ethical silicon police limiting our options? They might be so good at doing it that we will not notice them. Right? But few of us are likely to welcome such a future. Now, what is it? Few of us are likely to welcome. Right? What does it mean? Most of us don't like it. Okay, now what's the question? Many people are comfortable. No, few people are comfortable. Few of us welcome. For comfortable, they use the word welcome. Here they say many people. In the passage, they say few of us. So the answer is no. Well done. Okay. Well, Alvina, it's all clear. I'm recording the class. You will get the class recording as well. So don't worry. Try to attend as much as possible. But later on, you will get the recording. Question number 23. If we want to ensure that machines act in our best interests, we all need to work together. If we want to ensure that machines act in our best interest, means for our benefit, we all need to work together. So please come to second last paragraph. Second last paragraph, I'm reading it from second line. For our own safety. Found it? Okay. For our own safety, we need to point these new thinkers in the right direction and get them to act well for us. It is not yet clear whether this is possible, but if it is, it will require a cooperative spirit and willingness to set aside self-interest. Cooperative spirit, what does it mean? Work together. So correct answer is yes. 23, right answer is yes. Good job. So we have done with 24 to 26, 20 to 23, multiple choice question. Okay, multiple choice questions. Alright, questions 14 to 19. Now in multiple choice questions again, you have to eliminate 3 wrong options and you have to select 1 right option. I tell you how, don't worry. We'll do all the, it's good that we have how many? 2, 4, 6 questions. So we'll do it all greatly. Question number 14, what point does the writer make about AI in the first paragraph? Now we'll go to first paragraph and we will see what is the point of the writer in the first paragraph about AI. This has been the decade of AI and all that. We just need to check the point of writer. So it may come in the beginning, at the end and all that. Now please come to third last line, first paragraph, third last line. By mid-century, found it? By mid-century, we may have artificial general intelligence, machines that can achieve human level performance on the full range of tasks that we ourselves can tackle. What is he saying? He is saying by mid-century. Mid-century means 2050. That is going to be the mid-century. Now it is 2024. So by 2050, he says, we may have artificial general intelligence, machines that can achieve human level performance on the full range of tasks that we ourselves can tackle. Now we go back from A, B, C, D and decide what's the right answer. Option A, it is difficult to predict how quickly AI will progress. No. And when one option is no, you can put a little cross in the end. Option B, much can be learned about the use of AI in chess machines. No. Option C, the future is unlikely to see limitations on the capabilities of AI. Maybe. Let's read D. Experts disagree on which specialized task AI will be able to perform. They did not talk about disagreement of experts. So it's not option D. Correct answer is option C. The future is unlikely to see limitations. What does it mean? In future, artificial general intelligence will have no limitation. They said by mid 20th century, artificial intelligence will do exactly what a human can do. So future is unlikely to see limitations. What does it mean? Future will not see any limitation. I mean, future of artificial intelligence is unlimited. Okay, on the capabilities of AI, C will be the right answer. And by the way, for future is unlikely to see limitations. For that, they use the word machines that can achieve human level performance on the full range of tasks that we ourselves can tackle. You need to focus the meaning of unlikely. Future is unlikely to see limitations. What does it mean? In the future, artificial intelligence will not be limited. It will be unlimited. Question number 15. What is writer doing in the second paragraph? Dancing, enjoying, eating, sleeping? So listen, for this you need to skim read second paragraph and see what is it that writer is trying to tell us in the second paragraph. So what is writer doing in the second paragraph? Please come to second paragraph. If so, there is a little reason to think it will stop there. Machines will be free of many of the physical constraints on human intelligence. Our brains run at slow biochemical processing speeds on the power of a light bulb, and their size is restricted by the dimension. Now he's comparing human brain with artificial intelligence. He's telling us about our limitations and all that. Size is restricted by the dimensions of the human birth canal. It is remarkable that they accomplish given these handicaps, but they may be as far from the physical limits. So human and artificial intelligence, he is comparing and he's telling us they are better. Now let's see, machines will be free of any physical constraints on human intelligence. So let's see. Option A, explaining why machines will be able to outperform humans. Maybe. Yeah, he's comparing human and machines and he's saying our brain works with biochemical and this and that. Option B, describing the characteristics that humans and machines share. He is describing human and machines but not what they share. There is no information on sharing. Okay, so it's not B. Option C, giving information about the development of machine intelligence. No. He's not giving information, he's actually comparing machine intelligence with human intelligence, artificial intelligence with human intelligence. Option D, indicating which aspects of human are most advanced. He only compared. He did not mention that which aspect of human is most advanced, which aspect of artificial intelligence is most advanced. So the right answer is option A, explaining why machines will be able to outperform humans. Come back. Machines will be free of many of the physical constraints. That's reason number 1. Machines will be free of many physical constraints on human intelligence. Then he says our brains run at slow biochemical processing speeds on the power of a light bulb and their size is restricted. So it means machine size can be changed, right? And even their performance can be changed. So A, explaining why machines will be able to outperform human. A is the right answer. Question number 16. Why does the writer mention the story of King Midas? Now we look for King Midas, and why does the writer mention the story of King Midas? Okay, next paragraph and you will find King Midas. So I'm going to read it from third last line. But let's read one line above. Okay, it's the second title page, second last paragraph, fourth last line. But the more powerful AI becomes. Found it? Yes. Everyone? But the most powerful AI becomes, the more important it will be to specify its goals with great care. Folklore is full of tales of people who ask for the wrong thing with disastrous consequences. Now he says folklore is full of tales. Like, you need a genie and a genie can bring you everything. So folklore is full of tales of people who ask for the wrong thing with disastrous consequences. King Midas, for example, might have wished that everything he touched turned to gold, but didn't really intend this to apply to his breakfast. Now there was a king, you might have heard this story. There was a king and he asked a religious person that whatever I touch should turn into gold. So his breakfast, his apple, whatever he wanted to turn into gold. So he's telling us this story, okay, in connection with that. Now, let's see. Why does the writer mention the story of King Midas? Option A, to compare different visions of progress? No. Option B, to illustrate that poorly defined objectives can go wrong. He should have mentioned, not my breakfast. Okay, otherwise whatever I touch should turn into gold, but not my meals or my breakfast and all that. So to illustrate that poorly defined objectives can go wrong. Come back again. I'm reading it for you. Folklore is full of tales of people who ask for the wrong thing, right, with disastrous consequences. And King Midas, for example, might have wished that everything he touched turned to gold, but didn't really intend this to apply to his breakfast. Okay, so that is to illustrate that poorly defined objectives can go wrong. Question number 17. What challenge does the writer refer to in the fourth paragraph? Now we go through fourth paragraph and there is a challenge the writer is going to refer to. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see. I'm reading it from the beginning. So we need to create powerful AI machines that are human friendly. So you need to focus human friendly stuff. That have goals reliably aligned with our own values. Human friendly, goals aligned with our own values. One thing that makes this task difficult is that we are far from reliably human friendly ourselves. Like we are not human friendly. Yeah, we do backbiting of others and we are very happy when someone fails and all that. We do many terrible things to each other and to many other creatures with whom we share the planet. If super intelligent machines don't do a lot better than us, we will be in deep trouble. We will have a powerful new intelligence amplifying the dark sides of our own fallible natures. Now just focus this thing. If super intelligent machines don't do a lot better than us, we will be in deep trouble. Right? I mean, if you kill a bird and artificial intelligence kills you because you killed a bird, anything like that. Now let's see. What challenge does the writer refer to in the fourth paragraph? Option A, encouraging humans to behave in a more principled way. No. He said we don't behave well but he did not encourage us to behave in more principled way. Option B, deciding which values we want AI to share with us. They talked about values in general, but they did not mention which values we want AI to share with us. Option C, creating a better world for all creatures on the planet. I mean, what challenge? We are talking about challenge. That's not a challenge that we need to create a better world for all creatures on the planet. Option D, ensuring AI is more human friendly than we are ourselves. Now please come back. As they say here, one thing that makes this task difficult is that, second line, last paragraph, second line, one thing that makes this task difficult means challenge. Okay, is that we are far from reliably human friendly ourselves. We do many terrible things to each other and to many other creatures with whom we share the planet. If super intelligent machines don't do a lot better than us, we will be in deep trouble. We will have powerful new intelligence amplifying the dark sides of our own fallible natures. So, answer is ensuring AI is more human friendly than we are ourselves. And if AI is like us, then there can be disastrous results. Question number 18. What does the writer suggest about the future of AI in the fifth paragraph? Now let's see where is fifth paragraph. 1, 2, 3, 4 and fifth paragraph. What does the writer suggest? So fifth paragraph is the second paragraph on the second page. Right? And they're talking about the future. What does the writer suggest about the future of AI? Sorry, it's the first paragraph. Second page, first paragraph is the fifth one. For safety's sake, then we want the machines to be ethically as well as cognitively superhuman. We want them to aim for the moral high ground, not for the troughs in which many of us spend some of our time. Luckily, they will be smart enough for the job. If there are routes to the moral high ground, they will be better than us at finding them and steering us in the right direction. So, what does the writer suggest about the future of AI in the fifth paragraph? Just focus this thing. For safety's sake, then, I'm reading it again. We want the machines to be ethically as well as cognitively superhuman. One thing. We want them to aim for the moral high ground, not for the troughs in which many of us spend most of our time. And luckily they will. They means machines. They will be smart enough for the job. If there are routes to the moral high ground, they will be better than us. They means artificial intelligence machines will be better than us at finding them and steering us in the right direction. Now we read the options. Question number 18, option A. Safety of machines will become a key issue. No. Option B. It is hard to know what impact machines will have on the world. Didn't mention. Option C. Machines will be superior to humans in certain aspects. Now, certain respects. What are they? They use the word superhuman. Superhuman is someone who is better than human, right? You know, the best human being, we call him a superhuman, right? So machines will be superior to humans in certain aspects, and for that they said for safety's sake, then we want the machines to be ethically as well as cognitively superhuman. So superhuman means superior to human. C is the right answer. Question number 19. Which of the following best summarizes the writer's argument in the sixth paragraph? Now, sixth paragraph is the second paragraph on second page. Writer's argument in the sixth paragraph. Alright, now please come to second paragraph on second page, and we just started from third last line. Okay. Alright, let's read it from third line. Third line after full stop. The getting started. Got it? Okay. The getting started problem is that we need to tell the machines that they are looking for with sufficient clarity that we can be confident they will find it, whatever it actually turns out to be. Now, this will not be easy. What's the question? Which of the following best summarizes the writer's argument in the 6th paragraph? Follow this carefully. This will not be easy, given that we are tribal creatures and conflicted about the ideas ourselves. We often ignore the suffering of our strangers and even contribute to it, at least indirectly. How then we do point machines in the direction of something better? I mean, you're going on the road, there's an accident, you pass by. You ignore the accident, right? Someone is dying of hunger, you ignore that. He says this will not be easy, given that we are tribal creatures. Tribal creatures mean we actually support our tribe. We support our clan. Okay, for example, people of Pakistan, people of India, right? And then we say Punjabi people, they are Sindhi people. So we actually, they say, given that we are tribal creatures and conflicted about the ideals ourselves, we often ignore the suffering of strangers and even contribute to it, at least indirectly. So how then we point machines in the direction of something better? Now please come to options. Option A, more intelligent machines will result in greater abuses of power. Not at all. Abuse of power is not mentioned. Option B, machine learning will share very few features with human learning. They didn't mention anything about machine learning, human learning. B is wrong. Option C, there are a limited number of people with the knowledge to program machines. Limited number of people. There is no mention. They didn't say experts are limited, right? Option D, human shortcomings will make creating the machines we need more difficult. Now, what are human shortcomings? And what is more difficult? For more difficult, they said, this will not be easy. Will not be easy means difficult. And what are human shortcomings? We often ignore the suffering of strangers. That is one human shortcoming, and even contribute to it. That is another human shortcoming. Okay, so option C, human shortcomings will make creating the machines we need more difficult. D will be the right answer. We've got third passage, and the title is An Ideal City. So third passage is about an ideal city, right? Leonardo da Vinci ideal city was centuries ahead of its time. So Leonardo da Vinci, famous person, his ideal city was centuries ahead of its time. For example, he presented the idea of ideal city in 18th century, and it was for 19th century or 20th century. So his idea was ahead of its time. So the whole passage is about ideal city. And good news, no labeling, no A, B, C, D. It means there is no type B question. All are type A. Now let's see. Questions 27 to 33, true, false, not given. Okay, 27 to 33, true, false, not given. And then 34 to 40, one word only. So where should we start from? One word only, 34 to 40. There are 6 to 7 questions there. So we can find answers easily. 7 questions and all are in order. But you see, summary is very long. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm reading 34 to 40. Complete the summary below. Choose one word only. Leonardo da Vinci's ideal city. A collection of Leonardo da Vinci's paperwork reveals his design of a new city beside the Ticino River. Now that is your clue word, Ticino River. This was to provide better dash, underline the word better dash, for trade and a less polluted environment. Now Ticino River, better something for trade. Please come back.
First page, last paragraph.
Well done. First page, last paragraph. In the fourth last line, you will find Ticino River. Good job. Now let's see, better. For better, they can use any word. I'm reading fourth last line. A new city along the Ticino River, which runs from Switzerland into Italy and is 248 kilometers long. He designed the city for the easy transport of goods. Easy means better. Transport of goods and clean urban spaces, and he wanted a comfortable and spacious city. So what should be the answer? Transport. For easy, they use the word better. And when they talk about goods, goods are for traders. Got the point? Goods. Goods are for traders. So correct answer is transport. Okay, then there is some gap. So let's read on. Although Leonardo da Vinci's city shared many of the ideals of his time, I'm reading question 35. Some of his innovations were considered unconventional in their design. They include features that can be seen in some tower blocks. Underline tower blocks. Right? They included features that can be seen in some tower blocks today, such as dash on the exterior of a building. Tower blocks and something on the exterior of a building. Please come to second page. First paragraph. Can you see something like tower blocks here? Good. Okay, I'm reading it from there. Please follow me. Second page, first paragraph, and I'm reading it from second line. But in keeping with his personality, Leonardo included several innovations in his urban design. Leonardo wanted the city to be built on several levels, linked with vertical outdoor staircases. Outdoor staircases, what does it mean? It means on the exterior. For exterior, they use the word outdoor. What should be the answer? Staircases. Outdoor staircases, and then they say this design. This design means vertical outdoor staircases. This design can be seen in some of today's high-rise building. Now, what is high-rise building? Okay, now let's go on. So, correct answer for that is staircase, and for tower blocks, what is the word? High-rise. Now we have a separate paragraph. Leonardo da Vinci wasn't only an architect. His expertise, now one thing is architecture. Second, his expertise in dash was evident in his plans for artificial canals. Now artificial canals and expertise. What kind of expertise? Let's go back. Third last paragraph. Can you see the word canals?
Yes. Fourth line.
Okay. Fourth line, we've got the word artificial canals. So please now follow me. I'm reading third last paragraph, second line after full stop. Third last paragraph, second line after full stop. Leonardo designed extensive hydraulic plants to create, but the true originality of Leonardo's vision was its fusion of architecture and engineering. Means he was architecture and he was engineer as well. So architecture and engineering. And then they say Leonardo designed extensive hydraulic plants to create artificial canals. So architecture and engineering. Correct answer is engineering. Okay, then we've got question number 37. The design of many cities in Italy today followed this dash. Maybe followed this pattern, followed this and all that. Same paragraph, third last line. Third last paragraph, third last line. Leonardo also thought that the width of the streets ought to match the average height of the adjacent houses. A rule still followed in many contemporary cities across Italy. So what is still followed? Rule. A rule still followed. So today follows this Rule. Rule is the right answer. Question number 38. While some cities from dash times have aspects that can also be found in Leonardo's designs. While some cities from dash means country. Some cities from dash. So please come to second last paragraph. Although some of these features existed in Roman cities. Now Roman cities means cities from Rome, right? So what is the answer? Some cities from Roman times. Okay, they've used the word times as well. So correct answer is Roman. Have aspects that can also be found in Leonardo's design. His ideas weren't put into practice until long after his death. Dash is one example of a city that was redesigned in the 19th century. Now it's the name of a city. One example of a city that is redesigned in 19th century. So second last paragraph. Second last paragraph, and we read it from third last line. And wide and well ventilated boulevards and walkways above for residents is an idea that can be found in George Eugene Haussmann's renovation of Paris under Emperor Napoleon. It's not clear. Let's read it from third line. Second last paragraph, third line. Indeed, it wasn't until the 19th century that some of his ideas were applied. For example, the subdivision of the city by function with services and infrastructure located in the lower levels and wide and well ventilated boulevards and walkways above the residence is an idea that can be found in George Eugene Haussmann's renovation of Paris. Now, what is the question? The question is, Roman times have aspects that can also be found in Leonardo's designs. His ideas weren't put into practice until long after his death. Paris is one example of a city that was redesigned in the 19th century in the way that Leonardo had envisaged. So, answer is Paris is one example. And what is the word for that? George Eugene Haussmann renovation of Paris. So Paris is the example of that. Okay, second last line, question number 40. His ideas are also relevant to today's world, where building dash no longer seem to be the best approach. Building something is not the best approach. Last paragraph. Today, Leonardo's ideas are not simply valid, they actually suggest a way forward for urban planning. Many scholars think that the compact city built upward instead of outward, integrated with nature, especially water system, with efficient transport infrastructure, could help modern cities become more efficient and sustainable. So, what's the question? His ideas are also relevant to today's world, where building dash no longer seems to be the best approach. So, build upwards instead of outwards. So, what does it mean? Answer is here, building upwards instead of outwards. So, where building outwards no longer seems to be the best approach. Now, we are not building outwards, we are building upwards, like 2-marla house and 4 stories, right? That is building upward. We've got a very good example of that place in Dubai, Burj Khalifa, a city that is called vertical city, okay? So, outward is the right answer for that. Okay, now we've got questions 27 to 33, true, false, not given. And question number 27. Now questions and answers are in order, and keep in mind it's true, false. It's not yes, no. Okay. Method is same. In true, false, they give you factual statements. In yes, no, they give you writer's views or writer's claims. So Question number 27. People first referred to Leonardo da Vinci as a genius 500 years ago. Now, people first referred to Leonardo da Vinci as a genius 500 years ago. Underline first referred, underline genius, underline 500 years ago. First paragraph. I'm reading first paragraph, third line. 500 years have passed since Leonardo died in his home at Chateau du Clos-Lucé outside Tours, France. Yet far from fading into insignificance, his thinking has carried down the centuries and still surprises today. Now, is there any mention that people first referred to Leonardo da Vinci as a genius 500 years ago? They did not mention that 500 years ago people called him genius and all that. Answer is not given. Question number 28. Current climate crisis is predicted to cause more deaths than the plague. So current climate crisis, now these are climate crises like it rains a lot, okay, earthquakes, these are climate crises, is predicted to cause more deaths than plague. Now comparison, more deaths than plague. So let's look for climate crisis, plague and all that. It's the second paragraph, okay. The Renaissance marked the transition from 15th century to modernity and took place after the spread of plague in the 14th century, which caused a global crisis resulting in some 200 million deaths across Europe and Asia. Today the world is on the cusp of climate crisis, which is predicted to cause widespread displacement, extinctions and death if left unaddressed. Now tell me one thing, have they compared today's deaths, the number of deaths with plague? Right? They did not compare. What's the question? Current climate crisis is predicted to cause more deaths than plague. There is no information. They said in the past plague caused many deaths and now climate crisis, but more, less, there is no information. So the answer is not given. Well done. Very good. Question number 29. Some of the challenges we face today can be compared of those of earlier times. If our today's challenges are like earlier times, so please come back to the same paragraph. And answer is there. In the past, the challenges were related to plague, and then they said today the world is on the cusp of climate crisis, which is predicted to cause widespread displacement, extinctions and all that. Now what's the question? The question is, some of the challenges we face today can be compared to those of earlier times. Earlier times, challenges were like plague, and now the challenges are related to climate change and climate crisis. So what should be the answer? Answer is true. Okay, question number 30. Leonardo da Vinci's ideal city was constructed in the 15th century. Now Leonardo da Vinci ideal city constructed in 15th century. Alright, please come to third paragraph. Around 1486. Found it? Yes. Okay, around 1486, after a pestilence that killed half of the population in Milan, Italy, Leonardo turned his thoughts to urban planning problem. Following a typical Renaissance trend, he began to work on an ideal city project, which due to its excessive cost would remain unfulfilled. Now his ideal city remained unfulfilled, yet given that substantial urban models and all that. What's the question? Leonardo da Vinci's ideal city was constructed in the 15th century? No, it remained unfulfilled, so answer is false. Question number 31. Poor town planning is a major contributor to climate change. Poor town planning, major contributor to climate change. Same paragraph. Okay, I'm reading it from third last line. It's third paragraph, third last line. Work on an ideal city project which due to its excessive cost would remain unfulfilled, yet given that unsustainable urban models are a key cause of global climate change today. Unsustainable urban models are a key cause of climate change. So poor town planning. What is the word for poor town planning? Unsustainable urban models is a major contributor. For major contributor, they use the word a key cause. And then major contributor to climate change. For climate change, they use the word global climate change. So what is the answer? True. Well done. Question number 32. In Renaissance times, local people fought against the changes to Pienza and Ferrara. In Renaissance time, local people fought against the changes to Pienza and Ferrara. Now look for Pienza, Ferrara, and local people fought and all that. Well done. Title page, second last paragraph. And we are going to read it from 1, 2, 3, fourth last line. Make it fifth last line. Okay, the rigor and method behind the conscious conception of a city had been largely missing in Western thought until the moment when prominent Renaissance men pushed forward large-scale urban projects in Italy, such as the reconfiguration of the town Pienza and the expansion of the city Ferrara. These works surely inspired Leonardo's decision to rethink the design of medieval cities with their winding and overcrowded streets and with houses piled against one another. Now what's the question? In Renaissance time, local people fought against. Have they mentioned anything that the local people were fighting against the changes to Pienza and Ferrara? There is no mention. Pienza and Ferrara, they are mentioned, but the fight of local people is not mentioned anywhere. So answer is not given. Question number 33. Leonardo da Vinci kept a neat, organized record of his designs. Now, neat, organized will decide the answer. Leonardo da Vinci kept a neat, organized record of his designs. Title page, last paragraph. It is not easy. Found it? Okay. It is not easy to identify a coordinated vision of Leonardo's ideal city because of his disordered way of working with notes and sketches. Disordered way of working. So Leonardo da Vinci had a neat, organized, no, disordered way of working. So the answer is false. Well done. Okay, let's make a start with IELTS listening module, and we've got this latest test from Cambridge IELTS book number 18, and this is test number 2. We are going to solve this test together. As I'm recording the class, you will get the class recording as well. When you go back home later on, you can practice this test once again. Try to understand as much as possible now, but if you miss anything, don't you worry. You will get the class recording. You can play it again. The same, whatever I'm speaking now, we are recording it here. You will get the link of the class and you can repeat that comfortably. Okay, so book number 18, like as per the present pattern of IELTS listening, it's a good idea to solve books 11 to 18. Because 11 to 18, they are the most recent books. And the pattern we have in IELTS pattern in 11 to 18, in actual exam, you will get the similar pattern. Remember, you will not get anything from Cambridge IELTS books in actual exam. Okay, don't think that in actual exam, they will give me some passage from here and I'll be very happy with that. Not at all. These 18 books which they have released and all the tests that we have in these books, these tests are out of their tests now. So nothing will come from here. It's not like our country past papers. Yeah, Cambridge books are past papers, but in our country, from past papers, 60-70% comes from past papers and all that. But these past papers will provide you pattern. Whatever happens in the actual exam, pattern will be similar, but test will be new. Test will be different, okay? But sometimes by mistake, they may give one section from any of these tests, only by mistake. Because my students have told me that one passage came from Cambridge IELTS book, one listening part came from this book, and that is only by mistake. Otherwise, they have a huge variety of tests, and yes, they repeat those tests. The tests that they have, which they have not published, they repeat them. Okay, so anyways, let's make a start. We've got this book number 18 and we are going to solve test number 2 from book number 18. So let me just jump to that test. Okay. Alright, test number 2, listening, and we've got this part 1 and they say here, complete the notes below. Now, this sentence will always tell you about the type of questions that you are doing. So, type of questions is notes completion. In part 1, mostly you get notes completion. In part 4 also, you get notes completion. So, part 1 and part 4, they are similar. Write one word only. Now, if you see old books are Cambridge IELTS books 1 to 8, 1 to 9. There they have no more than 3 words. Once I was solving book number 5 and the answer was no more than 3 words and it was quite confusing which 3 words you have to select. So 3 words are really long. I mean, it's kind of a sentence that you have. But now they have almost finished, no more than 3 words. Now mostly they have one word and or a number. It's okay here. One word and or a number, right? Or otherwise, it can be no more than 2 words. If they have any old test, if they give you no more than 2 words, it means the test was old. Old means made 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and all that. Okay, now whenever you start your IELTS listening, they will give you half minute to read first 5 questions. In the audio, they will say, you now have some time to look at questions 1 to 5, right? So the title is Working at Milo's Restaurants. Okay, Milo, drink, Milo, okay? Now, imagine someone is going to work at a restaurant. So, the conversation, which is possible, a restaurant conversation, we are going to have it here. And remember, IELTS listening part 1, there is a dialogue. There is always a dialogue in listening part 1. And this dialogue is on social need. I mean, we've got English for academic purpose, English for social purpose. In IELTS listening, we have 2 types of things in listening. Part 1 is social, means a social situation. Like you book your holidays, you want to open a bank account. This is a social situation. Part 2 is also a social situation. Part 3 is academic, educational. And part 4 is also academic and educational. So you need to understand all these things. Anyways, benefits. Now, working at Milo's restaurants, what are the benefits? Means what do they offer? Okay. Question number 1. Dash provided for all staff. For all staff, they may use the word everyone. Now, what is it that they provide to everyone? Okay. So answer is something which they give to everyone, whoever works for them, and for all the staff, they may use the word all employees, all the workers. So whatever they provide them, that will be the right answer. Let's see.
Part 1. You will hear a woman from a job agency giving information to a man about work in a chain of restaurants.
So I understand you're interested in restaurant work?
Yes, I've got a bit of experience and I can provide references.
That's good. I can check all that later. Now, Milo's restaurants have some vacancies at the moment. They're a really good company to work for. Lots of benefits.
All right.
Yes. They've got a very good reputation for looking after staff. For example, all employees get training, even temporary staff.
Oh, really? That's quite unusual, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Okay, all employees get training. Now try to understand IELTS listening. All employees get training. That means training provided for all staff. For provided, they use the word get. All employees get training, and training provided for all staff. For staff, they use the word employees. This is how they play. Okay, so what's the correct answer? Training. And remember, you should have the right spelling. If you have spelling issues, in class WhatsApp group, there is a handout, 1200 most commonly repeated words in IELTS listening. So you should go through that handout. There are 1200 words, only 4 pages. And if you find any unusual word, you can learn the spelling of that word. Now, question number 2. Dash during weekdays at all Milo's restaurant. Now, something which happens during weekdays. If they tell you anything about weekend, that is not your answer. This is how they trap you. They will say, every weekend we have a party. That's not your answer. Your answer is weekdays. And weekdays are Monday to Friday. So what happens during the weekdays? That will be your answer.
And do staff get free uniforms too?
You just need to wear a white t-shirt and black trousers, it says here. So I guess not. But another benefit of working for a big company like this is that you can get a discount at any of their restaurants.
Even at weekends?
No, but you'll be working then anyway.
Oh yes, I suppose so.
Alright, you will get discount. And then he said even on weekends, he said now you'll be working there. So it means it's the weekdays, and correct answer is discount, singular. If by mistake you write plural, no problem, they will accept it. So correct answer is discount, okay? That's great, keep it up. So please type your answers and send them to me, okay? Good. Question number 3, dash provided after midnight. Now imagine 12, midnight. What is it that they're going to provide after midnight? Dinner or any other anything like coffee or whatever they provide at midnight. For midnight, they may use the word middle of the night, 12 or anything like that.
Most of their restaurants are in the city centre, aren't they? So easy to get to by bus?
Yes, that's right. But if you have to do a late shift and finish work after midnight, the company will pay for you to get a taxi home.
I probably won't need one. I think
Okay, the company will pay for you for a taxi home. So what is provided? Taxi. And you should have the right spelling of taxi. Okay? And he says I don't need one. Why?
I'd use my bike.
Okay.
I'd use my bike. Now, those who do not understand, they will write bike without understanding. But with understanding, taxi provided after midnight. Company provides that, but he says, I don't need one, I have my bike. So that's okay. No problem. All right. Yeah. Okay, so let's go on. We've got the first 3 questions. And by the way, when you write first answer in actual exam, you'll be confident. Then you write second answer, third answer, and then you will forget totally that you are in examination hall. You'll be more confident. And if you miss from 1 to 3 or the first 3 answers, if you miss any answer, you'll be panicked. Try to control your emotions. One wrong answer will not damage that much. But the wrong feeling you're going to associate with that wrong answer, you will never complete your test properly. So be careful, okay? Whatever is gone is gone. Don't worry about that. Alright, now question number 4. Now we move on. Now they say personal specification means personal description. First thing is team. Just underline the word team. Why? Because in the audio, when they say team, it means audio is there. You need to track the audio. You and audio on the question booklet should go together. Okay? Then question number 4. Must care about maintaining high standard of, underline high standard. And for high standard, usually they use excellent, good quality, any other word. They will not use the word high standard. They will replace it with the synonym of high standard, and then they will be the answer. Now please listen and answer.
Now they do have some quite specific requirements for the kind of person they're looking for. Milo's is a young dynamic company and they're really keen on creating a strong team. It's really important that you can fit in and get on well with everyone.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that. It sounds good, actually. The last place I worked for was quite demanding too. We had to make sure we gave a really high level of service.
That's good to hear, because that will be equally important at Milo's.
Okay, high level of service. Now understand high standard, and for high standard they use the word high level of. This is IELTS listening. They always change the words like that. So correct answer is SERVICE, not SE. Okay? If your spelling is wrong, your answer is wrong. Keep that in mind. Okay? So service is the right answer. Question number 5, must have a qualification in. Now see, you're going to do a job in a restaurant, so you need a qualification in computers, in hotel management, in anything. But answer will contain one word only, right? So qualification. For qualification, they may use the word degree, certificate, diploma. Okay, certificate in business, diploma in business. Okay, now whatever they say after the synonym of qualification, which can be diploma, certificate, degree, that will be your answer.
I know they want people who have an eye for detail.
That's fine. I'm very used to working in that kind of environment.
Perfect. So the only other thing that's required is good communication skills, so you'll need to have a certificate in English.
Sure.
All right. Communication skills is the right answer. Well done. Clapping. That's not the right answer. She said good communication skills and certificate in English. And when you write wrong answer, you are, yes, I am rat. You are cat. Okay? So be extra careful. I mean, she said you need good communication. Now for communication, you need certificate in English. For certificate, they use the word qualification. And the right answer is English. English Pinglish. Now English Pinglish, yeah, there is a movie. So correct answer is certificate. Wow, very good. Meve, Shweb, Tawfiq, Akram and Alina, you've got the wrong answers, okay? Correct answer is English. Alright. See, when you write the wrong answer, you're very confident. IELTS, no problem. I English master. Okay? So be careful with that stuff. Yeah. And they confuse us quite a lot. Now we've got questions 6 to 10. Complete the table below. We have a table which we complete and write one. And by the way, they will give you 30 seconds to read the questions. And when they give you 30 seconds to read the questions, only read those parts where there is a question. Otherwise, skim read, overlook the other parts, underlining some important words so that you could track the audio. Now, first question is question number 6. And it's one word and or a number. So answer may contain one word or a number. Means word, number, word plus number. Okay. Location, dash, street. It's going to be the name of the street. Okay. So whatever the name is, it's going to be in English. It's not that Bod Wali Gali, right? Or Khambe Wali Gali. So they will have some name in English and you will just write that. And if the name is unusual, unusual means if they say Catsbury Street. Now Catsbury is unusual word. Then they will spell it and you'll write it immediately. Let's see.
Okay, let's have a look at the current job vacancies at Milo's. The first one is in Wivenhoe Street.
Sorry, where?
Wivenhoe. W-I-V-E-N-H-O-E.
W-I-V-E-N-H-O-E. Wivenhoe. Tawfiq, that's wrong. Wivenhoe. H-O-E. Alina, that's wrong. H-O-E, not A. So if there is a minor spelling mistake, your answer is wrong. Wivenhoe Street. Okay, and Wivenhoe is one word. As they said, one word and or a number, so it's the right answer. All clear? Okay. Now we move to question number 7, but remember before question number 7, they have the word breakfast. Underline the word breakfast. Then there is the word portions, checking portions. Underline the word portions. Okay, now after portions or after correct, your answer will come. And by the way, you should know when answer is coming in listening. If you don't know, answer will come and go and you'll be like, okay, you'll not write it. Okay, so you should know, and it is only possible when you go with the audio. Question number 7, making sure dash is clean. Now you need to make sure something is clean. Maybe dishes are clean, and they've used the word is. Is means singular. So make sure something is clean. For clean, they can use any other word, right? Now let's see what is clean.
It's quite central, just off Cork Street.
Oh, right.
They're looking for a breakfast supervisor.
That would be okay.
So you're probably familiar with the kind of responsibilities involved. Obviously checking that all the portions are correct, etc. And then things like checking all the procedures for cleaning the equipment are being followed.
Oh, okay.
All right, cleaning the equipment. Cleaning the equipment are being followed. Correct answer is equipment. Please listen to this one again.
It's quite central, just off Cork Street.
Oh, right.
They're looking for a breakfast supervisor.
That would be okay.
So you're probably familiar with the kind of responsibilities involved. Obviously checking that all the portions are correct, etc.
All the portions are correct. Now that's the previous point. And where there is no answer, they don't change the language. They use same words. They only change the words where there is the answer.
And then things like checking all the procedures for cleaning the equipment are being followed.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cleaning the equipment are being followed. So cleaning the equipment means making sure equipment is clean. Now keep it in your mind. Equipment is clean, cleaning the equipment. They are synonyms in IELTS. Equipment is clean, cleaning the equipment. Okay, question number 8. Starting salary, dash per hour, starting. Now they will tell you starting salary, they will tell you maximum salary, they will say after a month you will get this, but your answer is the salary that you get when you start the job. Starting salary, okay? And pound sign is already there, so you will not write currency sign, you will only write the amount and that's it.
And what about the salary? In my last job I was getting £9.50 per hour. I was hoping to get a bit more than that.
Well, to begin with, you'd be getting £9.75, but that goes up to £11.25 after 3 months.
That's not too bad.
See that? They gave you 3 amounts. Last job, I was expecting, and after 3 months. So what's the right answer? 9.75. And remember, whenever they say £9.75, $10.80, replace that currency with dot. If they say $10.80, 10.80. If they say 20 euros 58, so it's 20.58. Okay, whatever the currency is, because it's just like how they say dollars and cents. For example, if it is $10.50, they will say $10.50. $10.50 means $10.5, $10.5, something like that. So that dollar will be replaced with dot. Okay, and if currency sign is given, don't write currency sign. And mostly they give you the currency sign. Okay, that's great. Yeah, 9.5 is wrong answer. 9.75 is the right answer. And if you write only 975, even that is the wrong answer. Now, question number 8 is done. Start 5:30 now. City Road, junior chef, and then they say support senior chefs. In the audio, when they talk about senior chefs, you should be alert that after that your answer is about to come. This is called location of the answer in the audio. Now they say maintaining stock and organizing something. What is stock in a restaurant? All the provisions like cooking oil and fruit, vegetable, meat and all that. So they say maintaining stock and organizing something. Now answer will come with stock. One is maintaining the stock. Second, and for organizing, they may use any other word. But whatever they say after stock, the second responsibility, that is your answer.
And I suppose it's a very early start.
That's the only unattractive thing about this job. But then you have the afternoons and evenings free. So the restaurant starts serving breakfast from 7 a.m. and you'd have to be there at 5:30 to set everything up. But you'd be finished at 12:30.
Well, as you say, there are advantages to that.
Now you might also be interested in the job at the City Road branch. That's for a junior chef, so again a position of responsibility.
I might prefer that, actually.
Right. Well, obviously this role would involve supporting the sous chef and other senior staff. And you'd be responsible for making sure there's enough stock each week and sorting out all the deliveries.
I've never done that before.
Okay, and sorting out all the deliveries. For maintaining, for organizing, they use the word sorting. S-O-R-T, sorting out. Like we say sort out. Sorting out all the deliveries. So you will write plural word. Okay, D-E-L-I-V-E-R-I-E-S, deliveries. And if you don't know the spelling of any word, don't ask anyone in actual exam. Say, excuse me, tell me the spelling of deliveries. Right? Don't ask anyone, right? Otherwise your test result delayed and then test cancelled. One small thing even and they will cancel. And you never know. You look around, no one is watching. But there is someone watching, okay? They will note down your candidate number. They will not tell you anything. And when everyone gets the result on Friday, you will not get the result. And then delayed. Then there is investigation on that. It takes 4 to 8 weeks and you cannot reappear in IELTS exam. So please mind your own business. Boys, if there is anyone pretty asking you the spelling of any word, don't tell her. Okay? Yeah. Don't worry about it. Next. Annual salary, £23,000. That's a good amount, huh? Yeah, when you convert it into local currency, so £23,000 is good amount. No work on a dash once a month. No work on a dash. A dash means it can be a day of the week. No work on a something once a month. Now, let's see no work on what once a month.
And you'd be working alongside more experienced staff to begin with, so I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem. The salary's slightly higher here. It's an annual salary of £23,000.
Right.
I know that if they like you, it's likely you'll be promoted quite quickly, so that's worth thinking about.
Yes, it does sound interesting. What are the hours like?
The usual, I think. There's a lot of evening and weekend work, but they're closed on Mondays. But you do get one Sunday off every 4 weeks. So would you like me to send off your...
You do get one Sunday off every 4 weeks. So answer is Sunday. That's right. So S-U-N-D-A-Y, not Sunday ice cream. Alright, Sunday is the right answer. All clear? And if you want to get a reasonable bench score in IELTS, then you should get 10 by 10 in part 1. When I say reasonable, it starts from 7 band. 7, 8 or 9, then you should get 10 by 10. But if your target band is 5 or 4, then you can have a couple of mistakes here. But part 1 is the easiest one. Alright, now we go on and the real party is going to start with multiple choice questions. Okay, so we do have multiple choice questions and... I selected this test because there is a map in this test as well. So we will solve the map also. Part 2 is a commentary. In IELTS listening part 2, there is always a commentary. One person will talk and you will have to listen and answer. Part 1 is a dialogue. Part 2 is commentary. Part 3 is a tutorial where there are 2 students, sometimes 1 professor and 2 students. And part 4 is a lecture where 1 person talks. So, part 2, questions 11 and 12, choose 2 letters A to E. What are the 2 main reasons why this site has been chosen for housing development? Underline 2 main reasons. 2 main reasons and then underline site has been chosen. So, 2 reasons why site has been chosen. Now, imagine they have chosen a site for housing, like, housing colonies and societies. So they have chosen a site for housing development. What are 2 reasons? Why have they chosen this site? Now, they've mentioned 5 reasons. So, IELTS listening, multiple choice is like true false. In IELTS reading, we have a question type true false. Listening, multiple choice questions are like true false. There is no not given, only true false. Okay? 5 options are given. According to the audio, 3 options will be false and 2 options will be true. So you've got to select those true options. And I tell you how do they make true options and how do they make false options. Option A, suitable geographical features. Underline suitable geographical features. Now in the audio, if they say geographically this site is not appropriate, A is not the right answer. And if they say we've chosen this site because of the suitable geographical features, then A will be the right answer. And remember, they will use synonyms, right? Option B, there is easy access to local facilities. Underline easy access, local facilities. What are local facilities? Like there are fruit shops, vegetable shops, grocery shops and all that. So easy access, local facilities. If they have chosen for this reason, B will be the right answer. Otherwise, if they say, we did not consider easy access to local facilities, or that is not the reason. If they say that is not the reason, then it is not the answer. C, good connections with airport. Just underline airport or good connections. Good connections with airport means it's closer to the airport. Option D, land is of little agricultural values. Just underline little agricultural value. So if they say this land is of little agricultural value, that's why we decided to convert it into housing society, then this is that. So 2 reasons out of 5. And option E, it will be convenient for workers. Convenient for workers. If they say there are many factories in the vicinity, so the workers who work there, they can live here, and that is the main reason we have chosen this site, then E will be the right answer. Now please listen, and another problem, they will not discuss all 5 options in order. If they only discuss in order, multiple choice will not be difficult. Now what do you need to do? First you need to see which option is being discussed, right? And then you need to decide tick or cross with that option. Okay, so let's start.
Part 2. You will hear a talk to members of the public about plans for a new housing development near a town called Nunston.
Hello everyone. It's good to see that so many members of the public have shown up for our presentation on the new housing development planned on the outskirts of Nunston. I'm Mark Reynolds and I'm Communications Manager at the development. I'll start by giving you a brief overview of our plans for the development. So, one thing I'm sure you'll want to know is why we've selected this particular site for a housing development. At present, it's being used for farming, like much of the land around Nunston. But because of the new industrial centre in Nunston, there's a lot of demand for housing for employees in the region, as many employees are having to commute long distances at present. Of course, there's also the fact that we have an international airport just 20 minutes drive away. But although that's certainly convenient, it wasn't one of our major criteria for choosing the site. We were more interested in the fact that there's an excellent hospital just 15 kilometres away, and a large secondary school even closer than that. One drawback to the site is that it's on quite a steep slope, but we've taken account of that in our planning, so it shouldn't be a major problem.
Okay, now out of 5, correct options are option E and option B. You may write it in any order, option E and option B. Okay, now I want you to write down a code. Please write it down. It's D, E, write it down. D, E, C, B, A. D, E, C, B, A. This is the order in which they discussed all the options. Now, I'm going to play the audio again. I will play these options one by one, and I will tell you why 3 options are wrong and 1 option is right. What's the reason for that? Okay, so please now listen to it again.
Part 2. You will hear a talk to members of the public about plans for a new housing development near a town called Nunston.
Hello everyone. It's good to see that so many members of the public have shown up for our presentation on the new housing development planned on the outskirts of Nunston. I'm Mark Reynolds and I'm Communications Manager at the development. I'll start by giving you a brief overview of our plans for the development. So, one thing I'm sure you'll want to know is why we've selected this particular site.
Okay, why we selected this particular site, it means now answers are going to come. Before that it was all ba ba ba. You should know when it is that, so you should be clear about it. Okay, now let's go on. We'll just continue.
For a housing development. At present, it's being used for farming.
At present, it's been used for farming. Option D, land is little agricultural value. Little value. And he said, at present, it is used for farming. What does it mean? It is of great agricultural value. So, D is wrong answer. Got the point? Yes. In D, he says little agricultural value. And in the audio, he says it is used for farming. When some land is used for farming, it is of great agricultural value. So, D is wrong answer. Now, please come to option E.
Like much of the land around Nunston. But because of the new industrial centre in Nunston, there's a lot of demand for housing for employees.
There's a lot of demand for housing for employees because of new industrial thing. So it will be convenient for workers, right? So first correct answer is E. Now please come to option C.
In the region, as many employees are having to commute long distances at present.
Okay, many employees have to commute long distances, so E is the right answer.
Of course, there's also the fact that we have an international airport just 20 minutes drive away.
Okay, international airport just 20 minutes drive away. Now those who do not understand airport, good. Now listen next thing. What does he say?
But although that's certainly convenient, it wasn't one of our major criteria.
It wasn't one of our major criteria, means it was not the reason. Okay, airport, it wasn't one of our major criteria. So option C is wrong option. You need to cross it. I told you true, false. He said it was not our major criteria. Now come to option B.
For choosing the site. We were more interested in the fact that there's an excellent hospital just 15 kilometers away.
There is an excellent hospital 15 kilometers away. That is local facility. Access to local facility.
And a large secondary school even closer than that.
A large secondary school even closer than that. 20 minutes? Closer than 20 minutes means 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so these are local facilities and 20 minutes, 15 minutes means easy access. So second correct answer is option B. Now please come to option A.
One drawback to the site.
One drawback. Now drawback is never the reason why you are selecting the site. He said straight away one drawback.
Is that it's on quite a steep slope.
It's on quite a steep slope. When the slope is steep, it doesn't mean it is suitable geographical feature. Suitable geographical feature is plain ground, but it is steep slope, means not suitable geographically. Like, houses on mountains and all that on steep slopes. So he said one drawback. Drawback means it's not the reason. So A is the wrong option. So in multiple choice questions, when you know the wrong options, you will find the right answers. Okay, don't worry. We have 2 more questions. Let's do them. Questions 13 and 14. Which two aspects of planned housing development have people given positive feedback? Underline two aspects and then underline people given positive feedback. What does it mean? Out of 5, on 3 aspects people gave negative feedback. Now those 3 aspects where people gave negative feedback, you need to cross them, and where people gave positive feedback, that will be your answer. Facilities for cyclists, and in multiple choice options, do not read article. Article is a, an, the, some, any. Don't read these words. Don't waste your time. Simply facilities for cyclists or cyclists facilities. Option B, impact on environment. See that they've written the impact on the environment. So it's basically environmental impact. Simple. Underline impact and environment. Okay, encouragement of good relations between residents. So encouragement, good relations, residents. And option D, low cost accommodation. See that? Long option. The low cost of all the accommodation. But you underline low cost accommodation. Simple. And rural location. Okay, some people love to live in the villages with the developed housing societies and all that. Now, out of 5, people gave positive feedback on 2 things. So where people gave positive feedback, that will be your answer. If they say people disliked rural location, or people were not very happy with the low cost accommodation. So when they say people disliked, people were not happy, people criticized, that means that's not your answer, because that is negative. So where they appreciated, they liked it, that is your answer. Okay, so let's see.
We've had a lot of positive feedback about the plans. People like the wide variety of accommodation types and prices, and the fact that it's only a short drive to get out into the countryside from the development. We were particularly pleased that so many people liked the designs for the layout of the development, with the majority of people saying it generally made a good impression and blended in well with the natural features of the landscape, with provision made for protecting trees and wildlife on the site. Some people have mentioned that they'd like to see more facilities for cyclists, and we'll look at that, but the overall feedback has been that the design and facilities of the development make it seem a place where people of all ages can live together happily.
People of all ages can live together happily. Encouragement of good relations between residents. So one correct answer is option C, and second correct answer is option B, impact on the environment. Okay. All right. I'm just going to play this one again.
We've had a lot of positive feedback about the plans. People like the wide variety of
Okay, you need to write this code again. It's D, E, B, A, C. This is the order in which they discussed all the options. Okay. So
accommodation types and prices, and the fact that people like. We've had a lot of positive feedback about the plans. People like the wide variety of accommodation types and prices, and the fact that it's only a short drive to get out into the countryside from.
Okay, people liked prices and all that, but prices, they didn't mention the low cost of all the accommodation. I mean, they didn't mention low cost, right? They said people like the prices. Now, prices don't mean low cost.
The development. We were particularly pleased that so many people liked the designs for the layout of the development.
Okay, so many people like the design. Now, it's not the location, it's the design they are talking about.
With the majority of people saying it generally made a good impression and blended in well with the natural features of the landscape.
Okay, blended in well with the natural features of the landscape. Blended in well, not just the rural location. Okay?
Provision made for protecting trees and wildlife.
Yes. Now, protecting trees and wildlife. What is that? Impact on the environment. When they talk about environment, they talk about trees, they talk about global warming, they talk about wildlife, animals, birds, plants, and all that. So second correct answer, it's actually B. First one.
On the site. Some people have mentioned that they'd like to see more facilities for cyclists.
Some people mentioned they would like to see, future tense. They would like to see. It's not present. They would like to see more things, facilities for cyclists. So when something is not available, it's not positive feedback.
And we'll look at that. But the overall feedback has been that the design and facilities of the development make it seem a place where people of all ages can live together happily.
Okay, where people of all ages can live together happily. Good relations, live together happily. Right? C is the second correct answer. So when you write your answers on your answer sheet, if you're taking paper delivered IELTS, you can write 13B and 14C. Or you can write 13C, 14B, both ways your answer is correct. But try to follow the order. That's going to be better. Alright, the first thing is whenever they give you a map, they use certain vocabulary, certain phrases, and there is a handout in our class WhatsApp group. The title of the handout is Location Guide. There are only 4 pages. And vocabulary, sentence structure, everything that they use in the maps, you can just go through that handout. It's called Location Guide. Okay, in the map, what happens? They give you certain places and you have to see where these places are. And this is also social. Social means like when you go to an English speaking country and you want to find your way, although now we have Google Maps and all that, that is why the frequency of maps is less than before. But in the last exam on 17th February, there was this map. There was a map. Okay. Otherwise, they don't give map in part. If they don't give map, then they give more multiple choice questions. Keep that in mind. So, anyways, when they give you time to read the questions, do not read the questions. Because questions are simple. 15 school, 16 sports center, 17 clinic. You don't need to read anything here. All you need to do, you need to read the map. Okay? And what you need to read in the map, first of all, the main streets or the main roads. Right? Now, on this map, you can see they have given north, south, west and east. So if you're taking paper delivered IELTS, it's a good idea that on left side write W, on right side write E, at the bottom write S, and on top write N. It means west, east, north, and then south. Okay? Alright, now can you see south entrance and west entrance? So if he says south entrance, go from here. If he says west entrance, you need to go from there. After that, can you see a line of trees? Yes. Okay, then can you see the lake? Yes. If he says above the lake, it's option A. If he says below the lake, it's option D. Okay, can you see apartment blocks? Right, and your answer is going to be only A, B, C, D. So wherever you see A, B, C, D, you need to read that carefully. Can you see option B? Yes. There is that housing for the elderly. If they use old people, housing, rooms, apartments for old people, then it is option B. Okay? And now, let's just go on. It looks very confusing map, but it's going to be very simple and straightforward. Now we start with question number 15. School. So let's see where the school is.
Okay. So, I'll put a map of the proposed development up on the screen. You'll see it's bounded on the south side by the main road, which then goes on to Nunston. Another boundary is formed by London Road on the western side of the development. Inside the development, there'll be about 400 houses and 3 apartment blocks. There'll also be a school for children up to 11 years old. If you look at the south entrance at the bottom of the map, there's a road from there that goes right up through the development. The school will be on that road, at the corner of the second turning to the left.
school will be there. Second turning to the left at the corner. South entrance, second corner, and that is option G. Well done. Correct answer for that is option G. Okay, yeah, Alvina, that's good. Well done, Akram. Good job. Correct answer is option G. And see, before that, he elaborated the map. So when there is the first question, there will be more audio. They will elaborate the map. And when they use the word school, then you will listen carefully, because then there is your answer. Question number 16, sports center. So let's see, where is that?
A large sports centre is planned with facilities for indoor and outdoor activities. This will be on the western side of the development, just below the road that branches off from London Road.
Okay, western side, just below the road that branches off from London Road. Try to understand these words. Below the road that branches off from London Road. You see London Road, a road is branching off, and just below that road. Which option is that? C, exactly. So you should know these words. Just below the road branching off from London Road. There is that London Road, and Branch Road is there, and C is the right answer. Okay, question number 17, clinic. Let's see where that is.
There'll be a clinic where residents can go if they have any health problems. Can you see the lake towards the top of the map? The clinic will be just below this, to the right of a street of houses.
Okay, can you see the lake? Straight away you go there, and the clinic is just below this. Below this means option D. So correct answer for that is D. Well done. Very good. Okay. Next we've got community center. Question number 18.
There'll also be a community centre for people of all ages. On the northeast side of the development, there'll be a row of specially designed houses specifically for residents over 65. And the community centre will be adjoining this.
Okay, over 65. That is elderly. And community center is just adjacent to that. That is option B. Exactly. Over 65 means elderly. And when he takes you there, so he's used the word northeast. Option B will be the right answer. All good? Yeah? Question number 19, supermarket.
We haven't forgotten about shopping. There'll be a supermarket between the two entrances to the development. We're planning to leave the 3 large trees near London Road, and it'll be just to the south of these.
Okay, 3 large trees, and it'll be to the south of these. Now, supermarket is to the south side of 3 large trees. And these large trees are on London Road. Okay, so south side is option H. I'll play this again. Focus and please listen.
We haven't forgotten about shopping. There'll be a supermarket between the 2 entrances to the development.
Okay, there will be a supermarket between the 2 entrances. One is west entrance, one is south, and between is this part. Okay, that is already there.
We're planning to leave the 3 large trees near London Road.
Okay, we are planning to leave 3 large trees on London Road. London Road, 3 large trees.
And it'll be just to the south of these.
Now, it'll be just to the south of these. Now, trees and south side of trees, that is at the bottom. So, correct answer is H. Question number 20, playground.
It's planned to have a playground for younger children. If you look at the road that goes up from the south entrance, you'll see it curves round to the left at the top. And the playground will be in that curve with nice views of the lake.
See, in that curve and nice views of the lake. That is option A. There is a curve, right, and nice view of the lake. So that is option A. They use the word curve or they use the word bend. Bend or curve. Okay, so correct answer for that is option A. And for this, you need to make sure that you write your answers in the same order. For example, 15G, 16C. If you change the order here, your every answer will be wrong. Be careful with that, okay? You need to follow the same order. Alright, now let's go on with the real party, part 3, multiple choice questions. Remember in IELTS listening, part 3, two type of questions are very common. Multiple choice, single or double. Double means out of 5, you select 2 options. And second type is matching, where there is a box, you've got to match it. And it's educational. Part 1 and part 2, they are social. Part 3 is educational. And mostly in part 3, there are 2 students who are discussing their education. Some topic which is educational topic, and 2 students are discussing about their presentation, about their dissertation, about their project. So, question number 21. Why do students think lucky eruption of 1783 is so important? Do you know what eruption is? Volcanoes. And volcanoes erupt lava, right? Whenever the fire comes out of volcanoes, that is called eruption. Okay? So why do the students think lucky eruption of 1783 is so important? So you need to underline so important, lucky eruption. And then encircle why. And there are 3 possible reasons. 2 reasons are wrong. 1 reason is right. Option A, most severe eruption. That's it. Just underline most severe eruption. See, I made your life easier. You don't need to follow. It was the most severe eruption in modern times. Most severe eruption. That's it. It led to formal study of volcanoes. So led to study. Led to study means after that, people started studying volcanoes and why do they happen and all that. Option C, it had a profound effect on society. Just underline profound effect on society. Means on people. Profound effect means deep influence on people. So why lucky eruption is important? Out of 3 reasons, 1 is the right reason. Okay, please listen.
Part 3. You will hear 2 geography students, Adam and Michelle, talking about a volcanic eruption which took place in Iceland in 1783.
So, Michelle, shall we make a start on our presentation? We haven't got that much time left.
No, Adam. But at least we've done all the background reading. I found it really interesting. I'd never even heard of the Laki eruption before this.
Me neither. I suppose 1783 is a long time ago.
But it was a huge eruption, and it had such devastating consequences.
I know. It was great there were so many primary sources to look at. It really gives you a sense of how catastrophic the volcano was. People were really trying to make sense of the science for the first time.
That's right. But what I found more significant was how it impacted directly and indirectly on political events, as well as having massive social and economic consequences.
I know. That should be the main focus of our presentation.
That should be the main focus of our presentation. That is option C. Before that, they said okay, but that should be the main focus. Why do the students think lucky eruption is so important? For so important, they use the word. In the end, that should be the main focus. For so important, they use the word main focus. Okay. Now, let's just see why A and B are wrong. In multiple choice questions, unless you know why other options are wrong, you will never find your right answer. Okay. So.
Part 3.
Adam. But at least we've done all the background of the Laki eruption before this.
Me neither. I suppose 1783 is a long time ago.
But it was a huge eruption.
Okay, it was a huge eruption. Remember, huge does not mean most severe eruption. Most severe means in the history of mankind, that was the most severe one. They said huge eruption. Huge does not mean most severe, okay?
And it had such devastating consequences.
I know. It was great there were so many primary sources to look at. It really gives you a sense of how catastrophic the volcano was. People were really trying to make sense of the science for the first time.
Okay, people were trying to make sense of the science for first time. Led to formal study of volcanoes. No. People were making sense of science for the first time.
That's right. But what I found more significant was how it impacted directly and indirectly on political events.
Okay, what I found most important is directly, indirectly political events.
As well as having massive social and economic consequences.
Social and economic consequences. All these things are related to society. So profound effect on society. Okay, that's the right answer. Okay, that's right, Umar. Alright, now let's go on. Question number 22. What surprised Adam about observations made at the time? So, what surprised Adam? Underline what surprised Adam. Right, about observations made at that time. That time means 1783. Observations made at the time. Okay. Number of places producing them. So, underline number of places. That means locations. Different locations. Option B, contradictions. Contradictions means one said something else, other said another thing. So, they were contradictory things. And option C, lack of scientific data. So, what surprised Adam? Out of 3 options, he will say, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't realize that. I was amazed to see that. Anything like that, okay? With one of the options.
The observations made by people at the time were interesting, weren't they? I mean, they all gave a pretty consistent account of what happened, even if they didn't always use the same terminology.
Yeah, I was surprised there were so many weather stations established by that time. So, you know, you can see how the weather changed often by the hour.
Right.
I was surprised at the number of weather stations. Number of weather stations means number of places producing them. And he said, I was surprised. Very simple. When they use the name of a person, then you don't listen to the other person. Whatever lady was speaking, you are not interested. Whatever Adam said, because question says, what surprised Adam? So Adam will tell us what surprised him. And he said, I was surprised. Just focus this sentence, please.
The observations made account of what happened use the same terminology.
Yeah, I was surprised there were so many weather stations.
I was surprised there were so many weather stations. So that is number of places producing them. Question number 23. According to Michelle, that lady is Michelle, what did contemporary sources say about Lucky haze? Now, haze is the sort of ash that we get from there. So, according to Michelle, what did the contemporary source say? Contemporary means the sources of that time. Contemporary, okay? What do they say? People thought it was similar to ordinary fog. Okay, haze is like fog. Like we call it smog now, right? So, similar to ordinary fog. Underline option A, similar to ordinary fog. It was associated with health issues. Underline associated health issues. Like smog is associated with health issues. And option C, completely blocked out the sun for weeks. So, completely blocked out sun means people could not see the sun. Like in winter, when we have clouds, we don't see the sun. So, out of 3, according to Michelle, what did contemporary sources say about Lucky haze? Haze is that smog. Okay, what do they say about it? Similar to ordinary fog. Option B, they had some health issues with this fog. And option C, it blocked the sun. Like people were unable to see sun for many days, like that.
Writers at the time talked about the Lucky haze to describe the volcanic fog that spread across Europe. They all realised that this wasn't the sort of fog they were used to. And, of course, this was in pre-industrial times. So they hadn't experienced sulphur-smelling fog before.
No, that's true.
Reports from the period blamed the haze for an increase in headaches, respiratory issues and asthma attacks. And they all describe how it covered the sun and made it look a strange red colour.
See that? They talked about sun, they talked about asthma, respiratory diseases and all that. So what's the right answer? Right answer is option B. And now I tell you why A and C, they are wrong. Only then you will understand that, okay? Let's see.
Writers at the time talked about the Larky Haze to describe the volcanic fog that spread across Europe. They all realised that this wasn't the sort of fog they were used to.
They all realized that this wasn't the sort of fog that they were used to. So people thought it was similar. No, it was not similar. Right? A is wrong option. Now we move on.
And, of course, this was in pre-industrial times, so they hadn't experienced sulphur-smelling fog before.
No, that's true.
Reports from the period blamed the haze for an increase in headaches, respiratory issues,
Okay, increase in headaches, respiratory issues,
and asthma attacks.
and asthma attack. These are health issues. Okay, B is the right answer. Now let's see why C is wrong. They said completely blocked out the sun. Yeah, no, it didn't happen.
And they all describe how it covered the sun and made it look a strange red colour.
It all covered the sun and made it look strange in red color. Sun was visible, but the color of sun was red. Okay, so completely blocked, no. It changed the color of the sun and sun was visible. This is how they play. Yeah, dil mein gaaliyan nikal lein do char. No problem. Okay. All right. Now we've got 24 and then 25, 26. See, part 3 is for multiple choice questions. Question number 24. Adam corrects Michelle. Now Michelle will say something and Adam will correct. Okay, now Michelle will say, hello John. And he say, excuse me Michelle, my name is not John, I am Adam. This is how. She will say something out of 3 options. One option Michelle will say wrongly and Adam will correct her. That is the right answer. Adam correct Michelle when she claims that Benjamin Franklin. Now subject is Benjamin Franklin. Now Michelle will say something about Benjamin Franklin and Adam will say, no, that's not true. The right one is this. That is your answer. Option A, wrong conclusion about the cause of haze. So underline wrong conclusion, cause of haze. And you know haze is that smog. Option B, first to identify the reason. Underline first to identify. And option C, supported the opinion of other observers about the haze. Supported opinions, other observers. Okay. Now where does Adam correct Michelle? That will be your right answer.
Must have been very weird.
It's interesting that Benjamin Franklin wrote about the haze. Did you read that? He was the American ambassador in Paris at the time.
Yeah. At first, no one realised that the haze was caused by the volcanic eruption in Iceland.
It was Benjamin Franklin who realised that before anyone else.
He's often credited with that, apparently. But a French naturalist beat him to it. I can't remember his name. I'd have to look it up. Then other naturalists had the same idea, all independently of each other.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. She said Benjamin Franklin was the first one. And he said, no, there was another naturalist. Which option is that? Option B was the first to identify the reason for haze. Now, Michelle says Benjamin Franklin was the first one. But then he says, no, it was not Benjamin Franklin. It was another French naturalist. So, correct answer is option B. Now, questions 25 and 26. Which 2 issues, underline 2 issues, following the Laki eruption surprised the students? So 2 issues following eruption. Following means after the eruption, there were 2 issues and again surprised. Now out of 5 issues, 3 issues they were expecting. They were not surprised about that. But 2 issues, they would be surprised. Okay. Widespread effect. Underline option A, widespread effects. Mean the effects were widespread. They were, in different parts of the world. Option B, long-lasting effects, means effects continued for 20 years. Like the effects of Hiroshima, Nagasaki atomic bomb, they were long-lasting. So if the effects of volcanic eruption, they continued for years, that means long-lasting. Option C, number of deaths. If they were surprised about number of deaths, right? Thousands of people were killed. And they'll say, do you know it killed more than 1 million of people? Oh, really? Surprising, right? If they say it killed millions of people, they are not surprised. That's not your answer. Speed at which the volcanic ash cloud spread. So speed, volcanic ash cloud. The speed of the cloud, if that surprised them, that's the D option. Option E, how people ignored the warning signs. People ignored warning signs. They gave warning signs and people said nothing will happen. It's okay. Like that. Okay. Now 2 things out of 5 surprised both of them. Yeah, the students.
We should talk about the immediate impact of the eruption, which was obviously enormous, especially in Iceland where so many people died.
You'd expect that, and the fact that the volcanic ash drifted so swiftly, but not that the effects would go on for so long, or that 2 years after the eruption, strange weather events were being reported as far away as North America and North Africa.
No, I found all that hard to believe too. It must have been terrible, and there was nothing anyone could do about it, even if they knew the ash cloud was coming in their direction.
See that? She showed surprised for 2 options, and those 2 options are exactly, they are A and B. Please listen to it again. Surprised.
We should talk about the immediate impact of the eruption, which was obviously enormous, especially in Iceland where so many people died.
Iceland where so many people died, and she's saying it very comfortably. She doesn't seem to be surprised. She said in Iceland where so many people died, so number of deaths it caused. Surprised? No, it is not surprising for them, right? Now, let's move on.
You'd expect that, and the fact that...
Yeah, you would expect that. When he said you would expect that, it means it is not surprising.
You'd expect that, and the fact that the volcanic ash drifted so swiftly, but not that the...
Okay, volcanic ash drifted so swiftly. They're not talking about cloud. They're talking about ash, right?
Effects would go on for so long, or that 2 years after the eruption...
Okay, effects would go on so long. 2 years after the eruption. Which option is that? B. Long-lasting the effects. For long-lasting, they use the word 2 years after the eruption. So first right answer is B.
Strange weather events were being reported as far away as North America.
As far away as North America. What does it mean? Widespread. For widespread, they use the word as far away as North America. So far away, widespread, and long-lasting 2 years. Correct answers are A and B. Okay? On your answer sheet, you will write these 2 answers like 25A and 26B. Should write them like this. Right? Alright. So what comment do the students make about the impact of lucky eruption on the following countries? Now, countries and impact, you have to match. When they give you half minute to read the questions, do not read questions. Read comments. Okay? And by the way, they will change the wording of comments. So you need to see what's the bottom line. Let's see. Comment A. This country suffered the most severe loss of life. Okay? So most severe loss of life. Underline that. Right? If they say most severe loss of life, say maybe 1 million people were killed, more than any other country in the world. So that means most severe loss of life. Option B, impact on agriculture was predictable. So impact, agriculture, predictable. Predictable means they predicted. Option C, there was a significant increase in deaths of young people. Underline significant increase, Deaths of young people. For young people, they may use children, teenagers, people in their 20s, right? They are young people. Animals suffered from a sickness. So animals suffered sickness. They may talk about any animal disease. If they talk about any animal disease, like if they say livestock suffered from foot and there is a disease like that, okay, so it can be this option. When they talk about animals or any animal disease. Option E, this country saw the highest rise in food prices. Underline highest rise, food prices. So after the eruption, inflation, for highest price in food prices, they may use the word inflation or anything like that. And option F, it caused a particularly harsher winter. Underline particularly harsh winter, means minus 20, right? Or there was more cold and all that. Now, Iceland, question number 27. Iceland is a country, a small European country.
We should run through some of the terrible consequences of the eruption experienced in different countries. There's quite a varied range.
Starting with Iceland, where the impact on farming was devastating.
One of the most dramatic things there was the effect on livestock as they grazed in the fields. They were poisoned because they ate vegetation that had been contaminated with fluorine as a result of the volcanic fallout.
That was horrible.
Okay, they talked about livestock. And livestock is animals suffered from a sickness. For animals, they use the word livestock. So correct answer for question number 27 is option D. And remember, one option will be used once only. Okay, in matching type of questions in listening, one option is used once only. Egypt. So let's see what do they say about Egypt.
In Egypt, the bizarre weather patterns led to a severe drought, and as a result the Nile didn't flood, which meant the crops all failed.
It's so far from where the eruption happened, and yet the famine there led to more people dying than any other country. It was worse than the plague.
Okay.
All right, more people dying than any other part of the world. No, they didn't talk about young people. They said more people dying. Now people, they didn't mention young or old. So correct answer is option A. Please focus again.
In Egypt, the bizarre weather patterns led to a severe drought, and as a result the Nile didn't flood, which meant the crops all failed.
It's so far from where the eruption happened, and yet the famine there led to more people dying than...
Okay, now this thing was not linked with impact on agriculture was predictable. The impact they are talking about, that was unpredictable. Okay, so that's why.
It's so far from where the eruption happened, and yet the famine there led to more people dying than any other country.
Okay. Famine led to more people dying than any other country. So country suffered the most severe loss of life. More people dying is loss of life. A is the right answer. Now let's go on. Question number 29, UK. How many of you want to go to UK? That's good. Well done. Very good. Okay. Listen up.
Then in the UK, the mortality rate went up a lot, presumably from respiratory illnesses. According to one report, it was about double the usual number and included an unusually high percentage of people under the age of 25.
Okay, a high percentage of people under the age of 25. Under the age of 25 means young people. So which option is that? C. There was a significant increase in deaths of young people under the age of 25. Correct answer is C. Alright, question number 30.
I think people will be surprised to hear that the weather in the USA was badly affected too. George Washington even makes a note in his diary that they were snowbound until March in Virginia. That was before he became president.
Yes, and there was ice floating down the Mississippi, which was unprecedented.
Oh, astonishing, really.
Okay, snow until March and ice was floating. What does it mean? Caused a particularly harsh winter. For winter, they used ice, snowbound, and all that. So correct answer is F. And once you start understanding IELTS, then you will enjoy. And if you do not understand, then you don't enjoy. Okay? Yeah, that's important. All right, now we go on to IELTS listening part 4. And don't worry if part 3 is very confusing or very difficult. Part 4 will give you some relaxation, because part 4 is mostly one word only. Just single word. And audio, there is a dialogue going on. And questions are notes completion. So part 1 and part 4, they are similar in question type. But in part 1, there is a dialogue. And part 4, there is a lecture. One person will talk. Many times students complain in part 4 audio speed is very fast. It's not fast. It's fluent. And for part 4, if you focus signpost language. What is signpost language? First of all, secondly, mainly, most importantly, additionally, you can understand the audio. Now I'll just tell you where they are using these signpost words. Okay, complete the notes below, write one word only, and the topic is pockets, not pickpockets. Okay, pockets is the topic, like, we've got pockets. So there is some research on pockets, origin of pockets, how did they start, and why do we have pockets, and all that stuff, right? See, their topics are so unique, right? Reason for choice of subject. What is the subject? Pockets. So what's the reason? Why have they chosen this topic? Maybe somebody picked their pocket and they selected pockets as a subject. They are, what do they mean by they? They are dash but can be overlooked by consumers and designers. What do they mean by they? Pockets. You should know that. Okay? They means pockets. So pockets are dash but can be overlooked by consumers and designers. Okay? So they means pockets. These are called pronouns, and you should know which pronoun goes where. If they're saying they, do they mean people? Do they mean pockets? Or anything like that, right? Now, let's see. Now, keep in mind, pockets are dash. For example, answer is important. Pockets are important, right? So, how they speak about it, let's just check it.
Part 4. You will hear a student on a fashion design course giving a talk about the history of pockets.
Good morning. Now, we've been asked to choose an aspect of European clothing or fashion and to talk about its development over time. I decided to focus on a rather small area of clothing, and that's pockets. I chose pockets for 2 reasons, really. We all have them in jeans, jackets, coats, for example. And even though we often carry bags or briefcases as well, nothing is quite as convenient as being able to pop your phone or credit card into your pocket.
Nothing is as convenient as to put your mobile or credit card in your pocket. What does it mean? Pockets are convenient. And for pockets, they've used the word they are. So right answer is convenient. Okay, just listen to this last part.
It's on a rather small area of clothing, and that's pockets. I chose pockets for 2 reasons, really. We all have them in jeans, jackets, coats, for example. And even though we often carry bags or briefcases as well, nothing is quite as convenient as being able to pop your phone or credit card into your pocket.
Okay, nothing is convenient as pop your mobile into your pocket. So pockets are convenient. Convenient, not convenience. Okay, these are 2 different words. Okay, question number 32. Men started to wear dash in the 18th century. It's going to be a type of clothing. Men started to wear coat. Men started to wear shirts. Men started to wear jacket. Anything like that, okay? And then 18th century. So whatever they started to wear in 18th century will be your answer.
It's certainly very interesting to go back in time and see how pockets developed for men and women. In the 18th century, fashions were quite different from the way they are now, and pockets were too. If we think about male fashion first, that was the time when suits became popular.
Okay, male fashion, that was the time when suits became popular. Means men started to wear. For men they used male. And suits is the right answer. Suits, plural. Singular is also right. S-U-I-T-S. Suits. Okay, question number 33. A dash sewed pockets into the lining of the garment. A dash sewed. Sewed is the second form of sew. S-E-W, sew. We actually mispronounce it as sew. It's not sew, it's sew. S-E-W and S-O-W. Both are pronounced sew. Sew means to stitch. Okay. Now, dash stitched pockets. Person who stitched pockets. Who stitches clothes? That's it. So, when tailor is stitching clothes, you will not take your clothes to the cobbler for pockets. Okay? So, maybe tailor or someone like that stitched or sewed pockets.
Trousers were knee-length only and referred to as breeches. The waistcoats were short and the jackets were long. But all three garments were lined with material and pockets were sewn into this cloth by whichever tailor the customer used.
Okay, by whichever tailor the customer used. Pockets were sewn by whichever tailor the customer used. So answer is tailor, not customer. Okay. How do you spell tailor? T-A-I-L-O-R. Tailor. Correct spelling. Okay. All right. Let's go on. We've got question number 34. Bigger pockets might be made for men who belong to a certain type of. Underline bigger pockets, men, certain type of. Right? So certain type of. For that they can say someone with a certain type of women. Someone with a something like that. So certain type of dash. Now they will talk about men, bigger pockets, certain type of professions, certain type of something.
The wearer could then carry small objects such as pencils or coins on their person and reach them through a gap in the lining. Coat pockets became increasingly decorative on the outside for men who wanted to look stylish. But they were often larger but plainer if the wearer was someone with a profession who needed to carry medical instruments.
Someone with a profession who needed to carry medical instrument and all that. So bigger pockets might be made for men who belong to a certain type of profession. Even today you can see the doctors, they are wearing white coat that has big pockets so that they could put their Mongpalis and Mongpalis, but what do we call stethoscope and other stuff like that. Okay, yeah. All right. One of my friends, he likes Mongpalis peanuts very much. So the other day, his wife was washing the clothes. Otherwise, he washes the clothes himself. And the washing machine was full of Mongpali on top. It came out of his pocket, actually. All right. So, answer is profession. And by chance, his name is Yasin. Pockets in women's clothes. Now we've got... And he was so, he liked peanut very much, he ate that wet peanut as well. He said, now it is fine. It's been washed now. Washed peanuts are better than the other ones. Okay, question number 35. Women's pockets were less dash than men. Comparison of women's pocket with men's pocket. Less something. Less important, less elegant, less beautiful, less something. So women's pocket were less. Comparison, and they were less, maybe less in size or anything like that.
The development of women's pockets was a little different. For one thing, they weren't nearly as visible or as easy to reach as men's.
Okay, they were not as visible or easy to reach as men. So they were not visible, means less visible, right? Correct answer. No, not less visible. It's one word only. Wajiha, just write visible. If you write less visible, you're writing two words. So it's one word. Please listen again if you missed it.
Women's pockets was a little different. For one thing, they weren't nearly as visible or as easy to reach as men's.
Okay? They were not as visible means less visible. When they say they were not as visible means less visible. Okay, now women were very concerned about pickpockets. Even at that time, they were concerned about pickpockets. Question number 36. Pockets were produced in pairs using dash to link them together. Now something joined the pockets together. What is that something which joined the pockets together? Okay, let's see.
In the 18th and 19th centuries, women carried numerous possessions on their person, and some of these could be worth a lot of money. Women were more vulnerable to theft, and wealthy women, in particular, worried constantly about pickpockets. So, what they did was to have a pair of pockets made that were tied together with string.
Okay, that was tied together with string. Answer is string. Tied together means link them together. For tied, they use the word link, and correct answer is string. Okay, let's go on. Question number 37. Pockets hung from the women's dash underskirts and petticoats. Okay, so answer is going to be the part of body. Very simple. They said pockets hung from the women's dash. Let's see.
The pockets were made of fabric, which might be recycled cloth if the wearer had little money, or something more expensive, such as linen, sometimes featuring very delicate embroidery. Women tied the pockets around their waist.
Okay, women tied their pockets around their waist. That's, even the villager women, they're even doing it today. Yeah? Alright. So, answer is, WAIST. Yasin, will you go outside for some time, please? Until I finish the topic, and then you can come back, yeah? Question number 38. Items such as, it'll make me laugh otherwise. Yeah, looking at him, it makes me laugh. So, items such as, now they will talk about some items such as dash could be reached through a gap in the material. Now, items means what they put in the pocket. Right? Whatever they put, coins or any other stuff like that. So items such as dash could be reached through a gap in the material.
They would have an opening in the folds of their skirts, through which they could reach whatever they needed, like their perfume.
Like their perfume. Say they used to put their perfume in their pocket. So correct answer is perfume. Yeah, it's not always Mongpali. They used to put their perfume in the pocket. Good job. Perfume, singular. Even if you write plural, they will accept it. Items such as perfume. Okay, next there is no question, but there is the word many decades. So when they say many decades, it means they are there. Question number 39. When dresses changed shape, hidden pockets had a negative effect on the dash of women. Yeah, okay. Hidden pockets had a negative effect on the dash of women. Maybe on the character of women, on, personality of women, or anything like that. Okay, let's see.
Working women, of course, also needed to carry around items that they might use for whatever job or trade they were involved in. But their pairs of pockets still remained on the inside of their clothing. They just got bigger or longer, sometimes reaching down to their knees. So, the tie-on pockets went well into the 19th century, and only changed when fashion altered towards the end of that period. That's when dresses became tighter and less bulky, and the pairs of pockets became very noticeable. They stood out too much and detracted from the woman's image.
Detracted from the women's image. Very good. Women's image or image of women. Alright, well done. Correct answer is image. Now, let's go on. Last question. Bags called pouches became popular before women carried a dash. Now, what is it that they carried? Okay.
Women who had been used to carrying around a range of personal possessions and still wanted to, needed somewhere to carry these items about their person. That was when small bags, or pouches as they were known, came into fashion. And, of course, they inevitably led onto the handbag of more modern times.
Okay, so pouches led to handbags. It means before handbags, women carried pouches. Correct answer is handbag. And it should be one word. Handbag, singular. Yeah, you will write singular because they've written carried a. A means answer should be singular. So part 4 is not as difficult as the other parts, right? But you need to pay attention to all 4 parts of IELTS. And now at least you know about the origin of pockets and each and everything about them, okay? Reading module, and we are going to solve this reading test together. In total, there will be 40 questions. We'll go through each and every question and you have to focus. I am recording the class. You will get the class recording as well when you go back home. Make sure that you should know all 40 questions and their answers and the location of the answers as well, where the answers are, what the answers are, which line, which sentence. So you need to practice all 40 questions when you go back home. Each question needs special attention. This is the question, this is the sentence in the passage, this is the answer, and why that is the answer. So if you do this debriefing with the reading test, you will understand things better. Whenever you start your reading test, you need to read the title, or if there is any subtitle, you can read that as well. So title is Materials to Take Us Beyond Concrete. Now concrete is a material with which we build buildings. So materials to take us beyond concrete. It means they are going to talk about some materials other than concrete to make buildings and all that. Concrete is everywhere, but it is bad for the planet, generating large amounts of carbon dioxide. Alternatives are being developed. Now we understand they are going to protect the environment. So instead of making cement or concrete, they will talk about some other material to construct the houses. Okay. So after reading the title and the subtitle, we will move on to the questions and we see what the questions are. So first we've got questions 1 to 4. Which paragraph contains the following information? Then we've got questions 5 to 8 and they are summary completion. And finally we have questions 9 to 13 and that is matching. It's pretty unusual that we have matching type of questions in reading part 1. Otherwise in reading part 1 mainly we have 2 type of questions. One is sentence completion and one is true false not given. So we don't have any true false not given, we've got matching instead of that. So let's just go on with it. Now, I think it's a good idea to start from questions 5 to 8, then you can move on to other questions. So, questions 5 to 8, complete the summary below. Question type is summary completion. Complete the summary below. Choose one word only from the passage for each answer. So, now we are going to select one word and that one word is going to be from the passage for each answer. So we are going to go on with summary completion and let's read the question. One word only, making buildings with wood. Now the whole topic is about making buildings with wood. So we need to go back to the passage and look for the word wood. Paragraph D for doctor. A possible alternative to concrete is wood. It means answers will start from here and then you will find all the answers. Now come back to the question. The question says, wood is a traditional building material, but current environmental concerns The first question, we are going to read the first question and let's see what the question is and how to answer that, right? The question is, wood is a traditional building material, but current environmental concerns are encouraging dash to use wood. Now, encouraging dash to use wood, it means it is encouraging someone or something to use wood. So, we go back, encouraging, keep in mind encouraging. Now, please come to paragraph D for doctor and we read it from there. A possible alternative to concrete is wood. Making buildings from wood may seem like a rather medieval idea, but climate change is driving architects, encouraging, and the synonym for encouraging is driving. So the right answer is architects, plural word, architects. So you are going to write architects there. Okay, so correct answer is architects. Okay, that's better. And those who've joined online, please send your answers using this chat option of GoToMeeting. Okay? Yeah. All right. Now, let's go on. After this, we move on to the next question. Question number 6. For example, now we will see the synonym of example. For example, as dash in the atmosphere enters the wood. Now, what is it that is in the atmosphere and it enters the wood? Same paragraph. They talk about Vancouver, but there is no answer. Please come to the next paragraph. Paragraph E. Yeah, please come to paragraph E. Using wood to construct buildings, however, is not straightforward. Wood expands. Okay, so we go on to the next paragraph and they say here, I'm reading paragraph E for elephant from the beginning. Using wood to construct buildings, however, is not straightforward. Wood expands as it absorbs moisture from the air. Now, what is in the air? Moisture. For air, they use the word atmosphere. Okay, wood absorbs moisture. Go back to the question. For example, as moisture in the atmosphere. Now, what is the word for atmosphere? Air. So, right answer is moisture. Well done. Okay, mark it and just do one thing, encircle moisture and write there 2. 2 means answer of question number 2 is moisture. Now, after that you can see there is a gap and after the gap we have question number 7. So they say, I'm reading it from moisture and a line below. In addition, wood is prone to pests and the risk of fire is greater. However, wood can be turned into a better construction material if it is treated and combined with other materials. In one process, dash of solid wood are glued together. Now, what of solid wood are glued together? In one process, dash of solid wood are glued together. Paragraph E, 4th line after full stop. An adhesive is used to stick layers of solid sawn timber. Timber is what? Timber is wood, exactly. So an adhesive is used to stick layers of solid sawn timber. So what do? What is stick together? Layers of solid wood. For wood they use the word solid sawn timber. So correct answer is layers. Layers are glued together. What is the word for glued? Stick. Adhesive is used to stick. Okay. So correct answer is layers. Now we go on, 8th question. I'm reading it from 4th last line after full stop. Please follow me. 8th question, 4th last line after full stop. Experts say that wooden buildings are an improvement on those made of concrete and steel in terms of the dash. Now wooden buildings are an improvement on those made of concrete and steel in terms of dash with which they can be constructed. In terms of something with which they can be constructed. Same paragraph E, second last line. Please come to second last line of paragraph E. Construction experts say that wooden buildings can be constructed at a greater speed than ones of concrete and steel, and the process, it seems, is quieter. So what should be the answer? Speed, absolutely. In terms of the speed, and for that they use the word can be constructed at a greater speed. So correct answer for question number 8 is speed. Alright, now we go on. And this time we will follow the next questions, and the questions are 9 to 13. Look at the following statements, questions 9 to 13 and the list of people. Now let me tell you this question type, questions and answers, they are not in order, but the options which are given, options are list of people. So this list of people is in order. Okay, what is the first name on the list? Chris Chisman. So go back and look for Chris Chisman. Chris Chisman. Paragraph B, and then you can also see Chris Chisman in paragraph C. Come to paragraph C, third last line, according to Chisman. Found it? Okay, so now let's go on. Look for Marcus Manstorm. Marcus Manstorm. Look for Marcus Manstorm. Shariar, there is no slide, just follow the handout which you have printed handout. Okay, paragraph F, and we've got the word Marcus Manstorm. Okay, paragraph F, and we can see Marcus Manstorm in the second line. Paragraph F, second line, and you will see the word Marcus Manstorm. Alright, then after that we have Anna Surganor. Anna Surganor. Well done. G, second paragraph. Section G, second paragraph. And you can see the word Anna. Anna Surganor. Okay. And then we've got Felix Preston and Johanna. Paragraph. Okay. H paragraph, third line, and you will find it. So you might have noticed they are all in order. Now these are the locations which you need to check to find your answer. Let's just start with Chris Cheeseman. Okay, now for this type of question, inverted commas are very important because we have to match the statements of scientists with their names. So inverted commas are important. In paragraph B, you can see they talk about Chris Cheeseman, and then there is inverted comma in third last line. Now please follow me. Paragraph B for boy, third last line, concrete is not a high carbon product. Concrete is high carbon, but concrete is not. Okay, cement is high carbon, but concrete is not. But it is the scale on which it is used that makes it high carbon. Like we use it too much. Okay, the sheer scale of manufacturer is so huge. That is the issue. Now, come back and go through all the options, questions 9 to 13. Go through questions 9 to 13 and then tell me which question is the right one for this statement. It is the scale on which it is used. It means we use it at a large scale. So question number 13. Environment damage caused by concrete is due to it being produced in large quantities. For large quantities, they use the word scale. Right? So question number 13, right answer is A. And you should cross number 13 also because you will not read it again. Alright, now after this, can you guys see we have Cheeseman again. So if they use one scientist 2 times, it means there can be 2 statements about him as well. Or maybe at one location there will be a statement and one location there will not be any statement. Now all of you please come to paragraph C, third last line. According to Cheeseman, found it? Paragraph C, third last line. According to Cheeseman, all these factors together make concrete hard to beat. Concrete is amazing stuff. Keep that in mind. Hard to beat. Concrete is amazing stuff. Making anything with similar properties is going to be very difficult. Now come back. Question number 10. It would be hard to create a construction alternative to concrete that offers so many comparable benefits. It would be hard. And what is the statement there? He said making anything with similar properties is going to be very difficult. Very difficult means hard. Okay. So question number 10, what is the answer? Answer is A, because it is said by Chris Cheeseman, and now you're going to cross number 10 as well. Okay, question number 10 and question number 13 we have answered, right? And now we move on to Marcus Manstorm. Now, let's see what is it that Marcus Manstorm says. Where is Marcus Manstorm? Paragraph F. Alright, let's read from there. Paragraph F, everybody. And I'm reading it from second line. Marcus Manstorm reports that, now reports, they did not use inverted commas and they are using the word reports. So now it is important. Reports that the company is seeing increasing demand globally for building in wood, with climate change concerns the key driver. What is the key driver? Climate change. So Marcus Manstorm reports that company is seeing increasing demand globally for building in wood. Now come back. Question number 11. Worries about the environment have led to increased interest in wood as a construction material. So question number 11, right answer is B. Well done. Now please cross number 11 as well. Because we've done it, we'll not do it second time. So 3 questions have been answered. Next we have Anna Sarganor. Now look for Anna Sarganor. Anna Sarganor is in paragraph G, second paragraph. Section G, second paragraph, and you will find Anna Sarganor there. But Anna Sarganor of the UK's Green Building Council notes, now we are just going to look for something that is what he said. Notes that although these waste products can save carbon in the concrete mix, their use is not always straightforward. It's possible to replace the cement content in concrete with waste products to lower the overall carbon impact. But there are several calculations that need to be considered across the entire life cycle of the building. These means calculations include factoring in where these materials are being shipped from. If they are transported over a long distance using fossil fuels, the use of alternative materials might not make sense from an overall carbon reduction perspective. Now just keep all that in mind. So we are left with questions 9 and 12. Which question is that? 9. The environmental advantage of cement alternative may not be as great as initially assumed. Now let's go back and we see where do they talk about as initially assumed. They say it is possible to replace the cement content in concrete with waste products to lower the overall carbon impact. And later on, she's talking about, but there are several calculations that need to be considered across the entire life cycle of the building. So what's the question? The question is environmental advantage of cement alternative may not be as great as initially assumed. Okay. So they're talking about this transported over a long distance using fossil fuels, use of alternative material might not make sense from an overall carbon reduction perspective. This last line is important here. Okay, question number 9, correct answer is C. Now what are we left with? Question number 12 and one option only, and that option is D. So let's go back. Where do we find Felix Preston? We'll look for Felix Preston. Okay, last paragraph, H. Right? Felix Preston, third line. Please follow me. Paragraph H, third line. Felix Preston and Joanna Lynn of the UK's Royal Institute of International Affairs reached the conclusion that, now this inverted comma, these commas are important, some novel cements have been discussed for more than a decade within the research community without breaking through. At present, these alternatives are rarely as cost effective as conventional cement. So they are not as cost effective as conventional, means the one we are using. Question number 12. Expense has been a factor in the negative response to the development of new cement. Now why expense? They said at present these alternatives are rarely as cost effective as conventional cement. So it's basically the price. So correct answer is expense has been a factor in the negative response to the development of new cements. Question number 12, correct answer is option D. Okay. Now we move on and we've got questions 1 to 4. Questions 1 to 4, reading passage 1 has 8 sections A to H. Now this question type is called which paragraph contains the following information, and we can do it on the basis of scanning. You have to scan, first you read the question, then you have to scan the relevant information in the passage. Let's read question number 1. An explanation of the industrial process, underline industrial process, explanation that create potential raw material for concrete. Now you need to look for industrial process that creates raw material for concrete. So let's look for something like concrete, industrial, raw material and all that. Look for something like that, raw material for concrete. Go through paragraph E, F, G, H. I give you the clue. Go through paragraphs E, F, G, H and see which paragraph is mentioning explanation of industrial process that creates potential raw material for concrete. Correct answer is paragraph G, section G, first paragraph. And what is that? Raw material. Fly ash and slag from iron ore are possible alternatives to cement in a concrete mix. Fly ash, a byproduct of coal burning power plants, can be incorporated into concrete mixes to make up as much as 15 to 30% of the cement, without harming the strength or durability of the resulting mix, iron or slag. Okay, so what is this? This is an explanation of the industrial process that create potential raw material for concrete. Okay, now let's go on. Question number 2. A reference to the various locations where high-rise wooden buildings can be found. Now you will look for the names of cities, places, locations where high-rise wooden buildings can be found. Well done. Okay, you need to just look for some country name where they find high-rise buildings. Look for names, proper nouns, names of places. That's right, Alina, well done. So correct answer is paragraph D. D for doctor. Okay, let's see. What do they say here? Paragraph D for doctor. Second last line. Okay. They say here, second last line, Vancouver, Vienna and Brumunddal in Norway are all home to constructed tall wooden buildings. Tall wooden buildings. What is that? Reference to the various locations where high-rise wooden building. For tall, they use the word high-rise. And for various locations, they use the word Vancouver, Vienna and that one. Right? So, correct answer for question number 2 is D. Now, let's go on to question number 3. An indication of how widely available the raw material of concrete are. Indication how widely available the raw materials of concrete are. Like the raw material for concrete, that is iron, sand, cement, crush, they are widely available. So you need to look for something like that. Go to paragraph A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. Ingredients of concrete. Absolutely. Paragraph C for cat, first line. Amreen, it's C for cat. Okay, C, first line. Not only are the ingredients of concrete relatively cheap and found in abundance in most places around the globe. Got it? Most places around the globe. What's the question? Indication of how widely available. Widely available means most places around the globe. The raw material of concrete are. So question number 3, correct answer is C. Now let's go on. Question number 4, the belief that more high-rise wooden buildings are needed before wood can be regarded as a viable construction material. More high-rise wooden buildings are needed. High-rise wooden buildings. Okay. Everyone, please come to paragraph F for fire. Well done. That's great. F for fire and third last line. But even treated, okay, but even treated wood has its limitations, and only when a wider range of construction projects has been proven in practice will it be possible to see wood as a real alternative to concrete in constructing tall buildings. What's the question? The belief that more high-rise wooden buildings are needed. Now, what is the word for more high-rise wooden buildings are needed? Tall buildings. They say here, a real alternative to concrete in constructing of tall buildings. So, needed before wood can be regarded as a viable construction. So, for that they say, but even treated wood has its limitations, and this part, only when a wider range of construction projects has been proven in practice will it be possible to see wood as a real alternative. So, what does it mean? We need a lot of examples, so many wooden buildings, then we can go for wood instead of cement. So, question number 4, correct answer is F, right? Alright, now we go on and we've got questions like list of headings, which is good. You should learn how to do list of headings. In academic reading, you will see list of headings in part 1, 2 or 3. But in general training reading, list of headings comes in part 3 only, right? Method is same, process is same. So you can see questions 14 to 20, we have list of headings. But first of all, we will read the title of the passage. What's the title? The title is The Steam Car. Now we are talking about battery car, right? They are talking about steam car, success and failure of the Double brothers and their steam car. So it means they are going to talk about a steam car in the past, right? So the whole passage is about steam car and how it was made. Okay, now we go on and we see what are the next questions. Questions 21 to 23, multiple choice questions. They are also type A. Type A means questions and their answers, they are in order. Questions 24 to 26, summary completion. Huh? I'll come to that later. Questions 24 to 26, we've got summary completion. So where should we start from? We should start from summary completion, then you can do multiple choice questions, and finally you can do list of headings. This is the best approach. But if your skimming is good, your skimming speed is good, you can skim the paragraph quickly, you may start with list of headings and then you can come to the next questions. But remember, if you do it raw-mindedly means you are not familiar with the passage and you start with list of headings. So there are 2, 4, 6, 7 questions. What does it mean? You have to read 7 paragraphs to answer that. Okay, so it's a good idea to do other questions and manage your time, and then you know how much time is left and then you can do that quickly. Otherwise, list of headings will eat all your time. Now, let's see. We've got complete the summary below. Choose one word and or a number. So, answer may contain word, number or both. The Model E. Okay, now they're going to talk about a car. The Model E was road tested in 1924. Look for Model E in 1924. Good. Paragraph G, we see Model E in 1924, and the good news is all the answer you will find here. Okay, all the answers will be here. Number 1, number 2, they will be in order, so you can find the answers easily. Now let's read question number 24. I'm reading it from second line. They found it easy to drive despite its weight, and it impressed the spectators. A later version of the Model E raised its dash. Now listen, later version of Model E raised something. Now what is it that it raised? So we'll just find that. Okay, a second please. Alright, so the later version raised something. So we go back. Please follow me. We may see this 1924 in paragraph F as well. So please come back to paragraph F and we are going to see the later version of the car. Okay, I'm reading paragraph F. There they talk about 1924, Doble brothers and all that. Please come to fourth last line of paragraph F. Paragraph F, fourth last line. As they drove the test vehicle further, they found that its evenly distributed weight lent it surprisingly good handling, even though it was so heavy. As the new double steamer was further developed, now this is the next model, right? Further developed and tested, its maximum speed was pushed to over 100 miles. What was improved? Maximum speed was pushed to over 100 miles per hour. What's the question? A later version of Model E raised its speed. And what is the word for raised? Pushed. Speed was raised, speed was pushed to over 100 miles. So correct answer is speed. Question number 25. The steam car was too expensive for many people and its design was constantly being altered. Under dash cars were produced before the company went out of business. Answer is going to be a number. Under, the synonym of under will give you the answer. Under dash cars. Same paragraph. Paragraph G, fourth line. The time. Okay, I'm reading it from third line. Model ES were quite the same because Ebner Doblet twinkled endlessly with the design. By the time the company folded means company finished, in 1931, fewer than 50 of the amazing Model E steam cars had been produced. Fewer than means under. And what is the answer? 50. Now keep it in your mind, fewer than and under, they are synonyms. Correct answer is 50. Good. All right. Now let's go on. We've got question number 26 and we're going to read it from fourth last line. However, even today, there are Model ES on the road in the US. They are straightforward to maintain and they satisfy California's dash emission laws. Now, what are the laws? California's dash emission laws. Emission law is like your cars are not allowed, they are not allowed to emit carbon. So, let's see, California today, found it? Yes. Alright, I'm reading this line from a line above. Astonishingly. Have you found it? Yes. Now I'm reading from there. Okay, paragraph G, sixth last line. Astonishingly, an unmodified double model E runs clean enough to pass the emission laws in California today. And they are pretty strict. What is pretty strict? Laws. Laws are pretty strict. What's the question? Model ES on the road in the US, they are straightforward to maintain as they satisfy California's dash emission laws, strict emission laws. And for that they said they are strict. They are strict means laws are strict. So correct answer for question number 26 is strict. Now, let's go on. Questions 21 to 23, multiple choice questions. Remember, for multiple choice questions, it's a good idea to read the question only, then scan the passage and see where the relevant information is. Once you find that passage, try to find the answer to the question in the passage and then come back to the options and match that sentence with option A, B, C, D and the right answer will click you. Okay, let's do it together. Question number 21. What point does the writer make about the steam car in paragraph B? Now the subject is steam car, writer's point in paragraph B. Everyone, please come to paragraph B. I'm going to read it from the beginning. Okay. But the glory days of steam cars were few. Glory days were few. A new technology called the internal combustion engine soon appeared, which offered the ability to drive. So what happened? Glory days of steam cars were few. Keep this in mind. Glory days of steam car were few. Option A, its success. Success means glory days. Was short-lived. Short-lived means few. So right answer is option A. But we will read other options as well. Option B, not enough cars were made. They didn't mention that. Option C, car companies found them hard to sell. It was not mentioned. Option D, people found them hard to drive. So, glory days of steam cars were few, that is, success was short-lived. Now, these are the synonyms. Glory days were few and success was short-lived. A will be the right answer. Question number 22. When building their first steam car, the Double brothers. Now, clue word is first steam car. What is it that they did? Okay, paragraph C. Paragraph C and 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line. Though it did not run well, the Double brothers went on to build a second and third prototype in the following years. Prototype is a design, the first design of something. So they build second design, third design. Though the Double boys' third prototype, nicknamed the Model B, still lacked the convenience of an internal combustion engine. It drew the attention of automobile trade magazines due to its numerous improvements over previous steam cars. Now let's go back. We just see what the question is. When building their first steam car, the Double brothers, they made this, just focus this line, their second and third prototype in the following years. Now let's come back. Option A, constructed all the parts themselves. Have they talked about spare parts of the car or they constructed all themselves or not? No. Option B, made written notes at each stage of the construction? No, not mentioned. Option C, needed several attempts to achieve a competitive model. Yes, prototypes. Several attempts means they made prototypes. It's mentioned here very clearly. Double brothers went on to build the second and the third prototype. Second and third prototype means several attempts. Exactly. So several attempts to achieve a competitive model. C will be the right answer. Option D, sought the advice of experienced people in the car industry. Not mentioned. Now we've got question number 23. In order to produce the model C, the Double brothers. Now what is it that Double brothers do to produce the model C? Now look for model C. Paragraph D. Okay, so let's start it from, we just read it from the beginning. The following year, Abner Double drove the Model B from Massachusetts to Detroit in order to seek investment in his automobile design, which he used to open. Okay, next line. He and his brothers immediately began working on the Model C, which was intended to expand upon the innovation of the Model B. The brothers added features such as a key-based ignition in the cabin, eliminating the need for the operator to manually ignite the boiler. Okay, so they made some improvements like that. Now please come back. And what's the question? The question is, in order to produce Model C, what is it that they did? They traveled to Detroit, right? And they made some changes in the car. Option A, moved production to a different city. No. They talked about Detroit, but they did not talk about moving production to a different city. Option B, raised financial capital. No. Option C, employed an additional worker. No, they removed that additional worker. Option D, abandoned their earlier designs. No. No. So there is no right answer here. All four are wrong. Correct answer is option B. Raised financial capital. Please come back. Raised financial capital. Paragraph D for doctor. I'm reading it from third line. He and his brothers immediately began working on Model C, which was intended to expand upon the innovations of the Model B. The brothers added features such as, the answer is the second line. The following year, Abner Double drove the Model B from Massachusetts to Detroit in order to seek investment. In order to seek investment in his automobile design, and that design was Model C. So in order to seek investment means capital. Seek investment means raised financial capital. B is the right answer for that. Okay, good. So this time we are going to go through list of headings and we see how to do that. Remember, for list of headings, the type of reading that you need, it is called skimming. You have to skim read the paragraph very quickly. But before you skim read the paragraph, it is very important that you read and interpret the headings. Very important point. Read and interpret. Interpret means when you read the heading, you should know what type of information is required to put that heading. For that, I advise you all to read the headings first and then you can skim read the passage. Now please come to list of headings, right? Passage 2, list of headings. Heading number 1, period in cold conditions before the technology is assessed. Period in cold conditions. Cold condition is snow, winter, minus something and all that. Okay, period in cold conditions before the technology is assessed. Heading number 2, marketing issues lead to failure. Now failure because of marketing issues. They were unable to market it properly and then they were unsuccessful. Heading number 3, good and bad aspects of STEAM technology are passed on. In one paragraph, they will talk about good and bad aspects of STEAM technology which are passed on. Heading number 4, possible solution to issue of today. Now, solution to issue of today. In one paragraph, they will talk about currently, today, these days. Heading number 5, further improvements lead to commercial orders. They did some improvements and then they got commercial orders that people wanted to buy their cars or things like that. Heading number 6, positive publicity at last for this quiet, clean, fast vehicle. Now, in one paragraph, they will talk about positive publicity. People liked it because the car was quiet. Quiet means without noise, clean and fast. Heading number 7, disappointing outcome for customers. Like customers bought the car and then it was very bad. So, disappointing outcome for customers. And heading number 8, better option than steam car arises. Now, there was, like they mentioned, internal combustion engine. So, there was another technology and that was better option than steam car and all that. Okay, now whenever you do list of headings, it's a good idea to start from the shortest paragraph given. Why? Because if you started from the shortest paragraph, it's easier for you to do that. Okay, so don't just follow the order. Now, which paragraph is the shortest one? E. Please come to paragraph E. Later that year, Abner Doble delivered unhappy news to those eagerly waiting. Unhappy news to those who are waiting means customers. And unhappy news means something disappointing. Unhappy news, those eagerly waiting the delivery of their modern new cars. Those buyers who received a handful of completed cars complained. What does it mean? Customers were unhappy, disappointed. Which heading is that? 7. A disappointing outcome for customers. So, question number 18, answer is 7. And now you should cross number 18 also. Got it? Okay. So, which paragraph now? B, exactly. Everyone, please come to paragraph B. They say glory days of steam cars were few. A new technology. Glory days were few and new technology means instead of steam cars, there was a new technology. Heading number 8. Better option than steam car arises. Well done. Better option than steam car arises. So, heading number 8 is the right answer for question number 15. Question number 15 is paragraph B. Okay. So, we are done with 2 paragraphs, that is E and B. Now, where should we go? Okay. We go to paragraph A. We've read it already. So, please come to paragraph A. I'm reading it from the beginning. When primitive automobiles first began to appear in 1800s, their engines were based on steam power. Steam had already enjoyed a long and successful career in the railways, so it was only natural that the technology evolved into miniaturized version of which was separate from the trains. But these early cars inherited steam's weakness along with its strengths. Weakness and strengths. Now see, weakness and strengths, and then they talk about that. Weakness and strength means good and bad aspects of steam technology. Heading number 3 is the right answer for question number 14. Okay, well done. That's good. Question number 14, correct answer is heading number 3. And you should cross question number 14 as well. Okay, now which paragraph? F. Alright, please come to paragraph F. The brothers made one final attempt to produce a viable steam automobile. So they are talking about their final attempt. In early 1924, the Double brothers shipped a Model E to New York City to be road tested by the Automobile Club of America after sitting overnight in freezing temperature. Freezing temperature. So, freezing temperature is a period in cold conditions. Well done. See that? Freezing temperature and period in cold condition. Question number 19. Right answer is heading number 1 and cross 19 as well. Okay. So which paragraph should we do now? Paragraph D for doctor. Okay, please come to paragraph D. Everyone. The following year, Abner Doble drove the Model B from Massachusetts. We read about it. So what we've read already, we can skip that. Okay. He and his brother immediately began working on Model C. All right. So they're talking about Model C, which was intended to expand upon the innovations of the Model B. The brothers added features such as key-based ignition, elimination of the need to operate manually. With these enhancements, the Doble's new cars company promised a steam vehicle which would provide all the convenience of a gasoline car, but with much greater speed, much simpler driving controls, and a virtually silent power plant. Silent power plant, simpler driving controls, and better speed. So, it's heading number 6. Positive publicity positive publicity at last for this quiet, clean, fast vehicle. No, they are, let's just go back and see. Let's just read on there. Ignition, okay, with the enhancements, driving controls. By the following April, the General Engineering Company had received 5,390 deposits for Doble's Detroits, which were scheduled for delivery in early 1918. Heading number 5, if you read this sentence, the last part, they said by the following April, General Engineering Company had received 5,390 deposits, means order of 5,390 cars. Okay, so what is that? Further improvements lead to commercial orders. And what was that commercial order? 5,300 and all that. So heading number 5 is the right answer for question number 17. Now we are left with paragraph C and paragraph G. Please come to paragraph C. Paragraph C, we already read some part to answer question number 22. So please come to 5th last line. Paragraph C, 5th last line. Model B proved to be superior to gasoline automobiles in many ways. Its high pressure steam drove the engine pistons in virtual silence, in contrast to clattering gas engine which emitted the aroma of burned hydrocarbons. Perhaps most impressively, Model B was amazingly swift. Now silence, swift, it could accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 15 seconds, a feat described as remarkably acceleration by Automobile magazine. So it came in the magazine, they improved the speed and all that. Heading number 6, positive publicity. Now what is positive publicity? That is, it came in Automobile magazine. And what was the publicity? Remarkable acceleration. Remarkable acceleration by Automobile magazine. So that is positive publicity at last for this quiet, clean, fast vehicle. What is the word for quiet? Silence, virtual silence. What is the word for clean? Emitted the aroma of burned hydrocarbons. Yes, swift is for fast. So find a word for clean. Its high pressure steam drove the engine and pistons in contrast to clattering gas engine which emitted aroma. Okay, so in contrast means it did not give any aroma, right? Okay. Now what are we left with? Paragraph G. Okay, let's go on and we do paragraph G. Sadly, Doble's brilliant steam car never was a financial success. Priced at around $1,800,000 in 1924, it was popular only among the very wealthy. Plus, it is said that no two Model ES were quite the same because Abner Doble tinkered endlessly with the design. By the time the company folded in 1931, fewer than 50, we read it already. Okay, now please come to the middle of the paragraph, paragraph G. Given the evidence, he may have been right. Many of the Model E Dobles which have survived are still in good working condition, some having been driven over 500,000 miles with only normal maintenance. Astonishingly, an unmodified double model E runs clean enough to pass the emission laws in California today. Now, anything which is related to today. Heading number 4. A possible solution to the issue of today. Now, what is the issue of today? Pollution. And what is the solution? Steam engine, steam cars, because steam cars do not emit anything other than steam, and steam is harmless. Okay, so heading number 4 is the right answer for paragraph G. Well done. Got one more passage, and the title is The Case for Mixed Ability Class. Now, there is the case study for mixed ability class. Mixed ability class means a class where intelligent students and less intelligent students, they were studying together. So we've got all the passage. Now please come to questions. 27 to 30, multiple choice questions. 31 to 35, summary completion with a box. Right? You will find a word in the passage, then you will find the synonym of that word in the box, and you will write your answer. And last questions are yes, no, not given. So in this test, we didn't have true, false, not given, only yes, no, not given as the last question. Where should we start from? Exactly. Complete the summary using the list of phrases. So let's start with summary completion. After that, you can do yes, no, not given, or multiple choice questions. But the good thing is all 3 question types are type A. All the questions are type A. Type A means questions and their answers, they are in order. Okay. So let's make a start. We've got question number 31. Is streaming effective? Now streaming, we know one streaming only on Facebook or YouTube, live streaming and all that. Let's see, is streaming effective? According to Professor John Hattie of the Melbourne Educational Research Institute, look for John Hattie, Melbourne Education Research Institute. John Hattie. Professor John Hattie, second page, first paragraph and first line. Professor John Hattie, Director of the Melbourne Education Research Institute. Found it? Now this is the location and answers are going to start from here, right? And you will find the answers here. And the good news is you will find all the answers in 2 paragraphs. This paragraph and the next paragraph, and you will find all 4 answers. Now let's read the question. There is a very little, I'm reading question number 31. There is very little indication that streaming leads to dash. Little indication, streaming leads to something. Let's go back. Please come to the previous paragraph. Despite all this, there is a limited empirical evidence. Please come to first title page. Title page, last 2 lines, because this paragraph starts from here. Title page, last 2 lines. Despite all this, there is limited empirical evidence. Now, limited empirical evidence, what does that mean? There is very little indication. Okay, so there is very limited empirical evidence to suggest that streaming results in better outcome for student. Results in mean leads to better outcome for students. Now let's see a word for better outcome for students. Leads to, look for a synonym of better outcome for students. It's option H, higher achievements. Okay, streaming leads to higher achievement. For higher achievement, they use the word better outcome. Better outcome and higher achievements, they are synonyms. So that is why correct answer is option H. And one answer will be used once only. So once you use one option, you can just cross that from there. Okay. He points out that, I'm reading question number 32. he points out that in schools which use streaming, the most significant impact is on those students placed in the dash. Now, students placed in the dash. Now, let's go back. Same paragraph. Please follow me. Second page, first paragraph, fourth line after full stop. What is more, streaming appears to significantly and negatively affect those students assigned to the lowest sets. So those students placed in the, for placed in they use the word assigned in. What is the answer? Answer is lowest set. Now please see the synonym of lowest set. Lowest sets. Bottom sets. D is the right answer. For lowest, right word is bottom. Lowest class, bottom class. Right? So D is the right answer for question number 32. By the way, you are doing academic IELTS reading section 3. This is the highest level of English. Okay? This is the English for Queen of England or President of America. Right? Okay. Question number 33. Especially where a large proportion of them, what do they mean by them? Students. Large proportion of them have dash. Now let's go back. So I'm reading after lowest sets. These students, found it? Okay, middle. Second page, first paragraph in the middle after lowest sets. These students tend to have much higher representation of low socio-economic class. Right? Much higher representation of socio-economic class. Okay, just a second. Let me refresh the question in my mind. Especially where a large proportion of them have, okay, so they say here, low socio-economic class, higher representation. Higher representation means, yeah, large proportion of them have a, and they use the word much higher representation of low socio-economic class. Now look for the synonym of low socio-economic class. That is option F. Low socio-economic class means disadvantaged background. Disadvantaged background means low socio-economic class. So F is the right answer for question number 33. I mean, you need to know these synonyms. And you can only learn them by practicing IELTS reading tests, right? Okay. Meanwhile, for the dash, there appears to be only minimal advantage. Now, for home, there is that minimal advantage. Same paragraph. Less significant. I'm reading it from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th last line. Less significant is the small benefit for those lucky, clever students. Now look for something lucky, clever students. Alright, lucky, clever students. For that we've got option E, brightest pupils. Lucky and clever students, they are brightest. Clever means they are very clever in the class. They can do everything properly. So option E, brightest pupil. For students, they use the word pupils. Pupil is the synonym of students. And for brightest, lucky and clever. Okay, there appears to be only minimal advantage. A further issue is that teachers tend to have dash of students. Teachers have something related to students. Next paragraph. Second paragraph, second page, second paragraph, and you see the word teachers in 4th line. I'm reading it from 3rd line. One of the most significant factors is teachers' estimate of achievement. Streaming students by diagnosed achievement automatically limits what the teacher feels the student is capable of. So teachers' estimate of achievement. Okay, and then they say streaming students by diagnosed achievement automatically limits what the teacher feels. Automatically limits what the teachers feel. Which option is that? limits what the teacher feels. That is lower expectation, limits. And that is lower. And expectation, what the teacher feels. Right? B is the right answer for question number 35. So on your answer sheet, you will only write the letters. You will not write the words. Okay? Now, what should we do? Yes, no, not given or multiple choice? Yes, no, not given can be a good idea. I tell you why. You can have tukka stuff also. Right? You can get rid of it earlier. And for yes, no, not given, you have to read one sentence to answer one question. Okay? And questions and answers are in order. Okay? Let's start. Question number 36. Vygotsky, whatever. Okay? If you mispronounce it, don't worry. No one is there to correct you. So, Vygotsky model of education. Now, Vygotsky is your clue word, and his model of education supports the concept of mixed ability class. Now, listen, if his model of education supports mixed ability class, mixed ability means intelligent students, less intelligent students, and dull students, they are studying together in one class. Okay? So, if his model supports, answer is yes. If his model disapproves or does not support, answer is no. And if they don't tell us whether his model supports or not, then answer is not given. Now let's go back. Can you find him? Okay. So it's the second last paragraph, title page, second last paragraph, where we find this answer. Yeah. What we are going to look for is his education model supports mixed ability class. Okay, now the statement about him is given in the beginning, right? Please come to the last line of second last paragraph, and that forcing everyone. Found it? Okay, it's the fourth last line of the whole page. Title page, fourth last line, and that forcing everyone. Found it? And that forcing everyone on the same hike regardless of aptitude would be madness. Okay, now come back. Vygotsky model of education supports the concept of mixed ability. He says it is madness. When he says it is madness, does he support? No, he does not support. So what should be the answer? Answer should be no. Well done. Got it? There he says it's madness, and here they say it supports. Question number 37. Some teachers are certain about allowing students to take on MKO roles in the classroom. Now, MKO roles, and teachers are certain. Certain means they are sure. Sorry, teachers are uncertain, means they are unsure. Okay, teachers are uncertain about allowing students to take an MKO roles in the classroom. All right, MKO. MKO is there. Second page, left column, and last paragraph. A crucial aspect. Found it? Okay, now let's read it from there. A crucial aspect of constructivist theory is the role of MKO, more knowledgeable other. MKO means more knowledgeable other in knowledge construction. While teachers are traditionally the MKOs in the classroom, the value of knowledgeable students' peers must not go unrecognized. Have they mentioned anything that teachers are uncertain or teachers are certain? There is no information about the certainty of teachers. That is why answer is not given. Okay? In the question they say teachers are uncertain. In the passage they do not touch the issue of certainty or uncertainty. Question number 38. It can be rewarding to teach knowledge which you have only recently acquired. Recently acquired means new knowledge. not old knowledge. He says it can be rewarding to teach knowledge which you have only recently acquired. Now we go on. Second last paragraph. In the middle, after full stop, there is also something. Found it? Everyone? Second last paragraph of the passage in the middle, there is also something exciting about passing on skills and knowledge that you yourself have just mastered. You have just mastered. What does it mean? It can be rewarding to teach knowledge which you have only recently acquired. Only recently acquired means just mastered. So answer is yes. Question number 39. Priority should be to ensure that the highest achieving students attain their goals. Priority should be to ensure that highest achieving students, like the position holders, should get their position, right? Highest achieving students attain their goals. Last paragraph. Last paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line, after full stop, you see the word and. Found it? And. And today, more than ever, we need the many to flourish, not suffer at the expense of a few bright stars. What does he say? He says, and today more than ever, we need the many to flourish. Many means all the students should flourish, not suffer at the expense of a few bright stars. Like few bright stars are bright students, he says it's not that we need to pay attention to the bright students only. Now what's the question? The priority should be to ensure that the highest achieving students attain their goals? No. Right? In the passage he says, and today more than ever we need the many to flourish. Many means bright and dull together, they need to flourish, not suffer at the expense of a few bright stars. Okay, question number 40. Taking part in collaborative outdoor activities with teachers and classmates can improve students' outcomes in the classroom. So, fourth last line. The fittest students realize they need to encourage the reluctant. There are lookouts who report back and extra items to carry for others. There is no information here. Once a year, please read from here. Once a year, I go on a hike with my class, a mixed bunch of students. It is challenging. The fittest students realize they need to encourage the reluctant. There are lookouts who report back and extra items to carry for others. We make it together. What's the question? Taking part in collaborative outdoor activities with teachers and classmates can improve students' outcomes in the classroom. Have they mentioned anything about the outcome of this activity? They talked about activity. Now, activity is good or bad or whatever the outcome is, that is not mentioned. That is why the answer is not given for question number 40. I again advise you to repeat the whole test, right? This test is confusing in all parts, although there are type A questions, but still it is confusing. Okay, now we are left with multiple choice questions 27, 28, 29 and 30. If the time is running out and they say 1 minute left, write all A or all B. If you write all A's, one answer will be correct. If you write all B's, one answer will be correct. And if you write all C's, two answers will be correct without effort. Okay, so don't do this 27A, 28B, 29, C, not like this, okay? When you're doing true, false, not given and you want to guess all true or all false, don't write not given because the proportion of not given is less than true or false. When you write all true and there are 6 questions, 3 answers will be right without any, and this is only last minute tip. Don't do it tomorrow in the class, okay? Yeah, that you're doing it from tomorrow. This is just the last minute tip. When the time is running out, 1 minute left, 2 minutes left, then you can just do it all. Don't leave any blank. And don't give up in your IELTS reading test. Like they say, 40 minutes over, 20 minutes left, and you say, Test is very difficult. I can't do. You should do it. However, you need to complete on your answer sheet. There must be 40 answers. Right or wrong, you need to do that. Okay. All right. Now let's go on. We've got questions 27 onwards. Write the correct letter. Question number 27. Writer describes Romeo and Juliet lesson in order to demonstrate. Now Romeo and Juliet is a love story. So what is it that writer describes Romeo and Juliet in order to demonstrate something? Okay, Romeo and Juliet. Where do you find it? First paragraph. Now answers will go on from here. Okay, Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet with a class of 15-year-old. He's given some of the students copies of No Fear, Shakespeare, a kid-friendly translation of the original. For 3 students, even these literacy demands are beyond them. Another girl simply can't focus and gives her pens and paper to draw with. The teacher can ask the No Fear group to identify the key characters and maybe provide a tentative plot summary. He can ask most of the class about character development, and 5 of them might be able to support their statements with textual evidence. Now 2 curious students are wondering whether Shakespeare advocates living a life of moderation or one of passionate engagement. So a lot of information. Now let's go back. Have you noticed one thing? 2 students had this. A girl who was not taking interest, teacher gave her the pen to draw pictures and all that, right? So let's see. The writer describes a Romeo and Juliet lesson in order to demonstrate. Option A. In multiple choice, elimination is the best one. If you eliminate wrong choices, you will come closer to the right answer. Option A. How few students are interested in literature? No. Option B. How a teacher handles a range of learning needs? Maybe. Option C. How unsuitable Shakespeare is for most teenagers? Not at all. Option D. How weaker students can disrupt their classmates' learning? So, correct answer is option B. How a teacher handles a range of learning needs. Come back, please. Okay, so he's given some of the students copies of No Fear, Shakespeare, a kid-friendly translation of the original. For 3 students, even these literacy demands are beyond them. What does it mean? 3 students are unable to understand. Another girl simply cannot focus. Now what is it? Different learning needs. The teacher can ask the No Fear group to identify the key characters and all that. So how a teacher handles a range of learning needs? B is the right answer. Question number 28. What does the writer say about streaming in the 3rd paragraph? Streaming in 3rd paragraph. 1, 2, 3. Okay, what does the writer say about streaming in 3rd paragraph? The practice of streaming, found it? Okay, the practice of streaming or tracking involves separating students into classes depending on their diagnosed levels of attainment. At a macro level, it requires the establishment of academically selective schools. Macro level. One is micro and one is macro. Macro means wide, micro means small. So at macro level, it requires the establishment of academically selective schools for the brightest students and comprehensive schools for the rest. Rest means the remaining students. Okay, now let's go back. So, what does the writer say about streaming in the 3rd paragraph? Option A, it has a very broad appeal. Macro level. Very broad appeal. That links. Okay. Option B. It favors clever students. No. Option C. It is relatively simple to implement. Not at all. See, this is called elimination. You eliminate wrong options. Option D. it works better in some schools than others? No. So it has a very broad appeal, and for broad appeal they use the word macro level. At a macro level, it requires the establishment and all that. Okay, one more thing. Second last line of same paragraph. The practice is intuitively appealing to almost every stakeholder. Appealing to every stakeholder. What does it mean? It is very broad appeal. Appealing to every stakeholder. Every stakeholder means very broad. Okay. Question number 29. What idea is suggested by the reference to Mount Komolangma? Okay, whatever it is. Just try to read it as it is. So what idea is suggested by the reference of Mount in the 5th paragraph? Now we go to 5th paragraph, Mount this. What idea is suggested? 5th paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the second column, second paragraph. Title page, second column, second paragraph. Mixed ability class. Found it? Now read it carefully. Mixed ability class bored students frustrate parents and burn out teachers. The brightest ones will never submit, mount this, and the stragglers won't enjoy the lovely stroll in the park they are perhaps more suited to. Individuals suffer at the demands of collective mediocrity prevails, so is learning like hiking. I mean, just read again. Mixed ability class bore students. He says mixed ability bore students, frustrate parents and burn out teachers. Means teachers have to struggle a lot. Like 5 students understand, 25 students don't understand, right? The brightest ones will never submit, mount this, and the stragglers won't enjoy the lovely stroll in the park and all that. Now, let's go back. What idea is suggested by the reference of Mount Komolangma in the 5th paragraph? Option A, students following unsuitable paths. Not at all. They did not discuss paths that they are following. I mean, this is a mountain. This is a mountain, right? Option B, students attempting interesting tasks. No. Option C, students not achieving their full potential. Yeah, maybe. Option D, students not being aware of their limitations. Okay, let's go back. Let's read it again. Mixed ability class, bore students, frustrate parents and burn out teachers. The brightest ones will never submit, Mount Komolangma, and the stragglers will not enjoy the lovely stroll in the park they are perhaps more suited to. Now those people who are not able to climb the mountain, they can enjoy in the park, so they will not enjoy. Individuals suffer at the demands of the collective, mediocrity prevails, so is learning like hiking. All right. So correct answer for that is option C. Students not achieving their full potential. What idea is suggested by the reference to Mount Komolanga? In the 5th paragraph, students not achieving their full potential. Come back. When they say the brightest ones will never submit, mount this, and the stragglers won't enjoy the lovely stroll in the park they are perhaps more suited to. So they will not reach their full potential. Mixed ability class, bore students, frustrate parents and burn out teachers. And the brightest ones will never submit and the stragglers will not enjoy. So they will not reach their full potential. Yeah. Okay, let's go on. Question number 30. What does the word scaffolding in the 6th paragraph refer to? Scaffolding. So what is the reference of scaffolding in 6th paragraph? Alright, scaffolding. Where is it? Huh? Okay, it's the title page and last paragraph where you found ZPD, right? You will find it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth last line, scaffolding. I am reading it from 2 lines above. The purpose of teaching is, found it? Yes, sir. Now please follow me here. The purpose of teaching is to provide and then gradually remove this scaffolding. Now what is scaffolding? We got to see that. Until they are autonomous. If we accept, okay, we are not clear about scaffolding, let's go on 1 to 2 lines above. Can you see development ZPD? I'm reading it from there. Development ZPD. This is the gap between what they can achieve only with support, teachers, textbooks, worked examples, parents and so on, and what they can achieve independently. The purpose of teaching is to provide and then gradually remove this scaffolding until they are autonomous. Okay. Now scaffolding is something to tell them how to do something until they are autonomous. If we accept this model, it follows that streaming students with similar ZPDs would be an efficient and effective solution. So let's go back. Option A, factors which prevent a student from learning effectively. Option B, environment where most of the students' learning takes place. No. Option C, assistance given to a student in their initial stage of learning. And option D, setting of appropriate learning targets for a student's aptitude. Let's go back. The purpose of teaching is to provide and then gradually remove this scaffolding until they are autonomous. Okay, now yeah, it's actually going to be option C. Assistance given to a student. That is scaffolding, assistance given to a student in their initial stages of learning until they are autonomous. Until they are autonomous means when they know how to do things. So before becoming autonomous, that means initial stage of learning, and scaffolding means assistance given to a student in their initial stage. C will be the right answer for that. All right. Okay, now let me tell you one thing, IELTS reading will be like this. Okay, you cannot say that IELTS reading should become simpler or easier, or you cannot pray the day when I have my exam, passage will be very simple, questions will be very easy, right? All the night you pray for that, and when you go for your exam, then you find it's very difficult. In the last exam, which was held probably a couple of days before, some of the students, they sent me the feedback and they said reading was extremely difficult. Now it depends on the students. For an average student, any reading is very difficult. For someone who has good know-how, it can be moderate. So level of difficulty depends on you, but that's true. Sometimes reading can be very, very stormy. In the actual exam, your ears will be red, okay, and you'll be doing reading and all that stuff. So in order to avoid such type of situation, it's a very good idea to solve at least 1 to 2 reading tests a day with the timer. You should have proper timer, okay, 50 minutes or 55 minutes. If you're planning to appear in computer delivered IELTS, then complete a test in 1 hour. But if you're planning to appear in paper delivered IELTS, then you should do it all in 50 to 55 minutes because you have to transfer the answers to answer sheet as well, right? Now, most important thing is if you do not understand IELTS reading, academic IELTS reading at all, it's a good idea to solve some general training reading tests. And then you can come to academic reading, you will understand things better, okay? And if you are a general training IELTS student and your score is not improving, then it's a good idea to solve some academic reading tests. When you face difficulty,
then general training reading will be quite easier. Like, 1 week we solve academic reading test, 1 week we solve general training reading test. The week when we solve general training reading test, academic IELTS students are very angry. Sir, this is so simple. This is so easy. Why don't we have that? Right? So when we solve academic reading, then general training students are quite uncomfortable, right? But anyways, reading is like this. But the good thing is, if you practice, you can overcome all these things. You can master this and you can be all right. Okay? Thank you so much.
Okay, we are going to solve this IELTS listening test, and there are 40 questions. We will solve them all one by one. I will read every question for you. Now, you're going to learn a couple of things today. First of all, how to read the question. It's very important. I mean, sometimes you just casually read the question. No. Once you read the question, you should understand what to find in the audio. And once you are clear what to find in the audio, you will find your answer. Remember, the language of question booklet and the language of audios, these two languages are entirely different. They are based on synonyms. They use a variety of synonyms on the question booklet, right, and in the audio. But I mean, although they use synonyms, but the meaning is similar. Okay, so you need to find those synonyms and see what the answer is. One thing. Second, follow the instructions very carefully. Sometimes it's one word and or a number. Sometimes it's no more than 2. No more than 2 means maximum 2 words and minimum 1 word. Okay, and otherwise at times it is no more than 3 words, but that is in old Cambridge IELTS books. When I say old books are like books 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And books 9 onwards, they introduced 1 word and or a number. And for part 3, they introduced 1 word only. So you gotta be careful with that stuff, right? Okay, so let's make a start. Today we are going to solve this test from Cambridge IELTS book number 17, test number 4. And I'm going to share this class recording with you as well. So we jump to test number 4. And if you find any part difficult, keep in mind I am recording the class. Okay, you can attend the class recording. When you reach home, you will get the recording. So you can practice from there as well. All right, let's make a start. Okay, use black color. Test 4, part 1, questions 1 to 10. Complete the notes below. So question type is notes completion. In part 1, you mostly get notes completion, sometimes sentence completion. Write 1 word for each answer. That's it. No number, nothing else. 1 word for each answer. Okay. So let's have this thing here. After this, you will read the title of this. The title says Easy Life Cleaning Services. Easy Life is the name and company is cleaning services. Like, in your country as well, they offer carpet cleaning, curtain cleaning, home cleaning, windows cleaning and all that. So there is a cleaning company, and now you can understand someone would like to get the carpets cleaned or windows cleaned, and the other side there will be an agent who will give information. So when you read the title, you need to make up your mind, you need to switch on your imagination that there's going to be a conversation about cleaning service. Now, basic cleaning package offered. So first 3 bullet points are about the package that they offer. So you will listen to the agent carefully because agent will tell them, and you should know where the answer is. Sometimes the answer is with the agent, sometimes with the customer. So you should know where this answer is likely to be. So they say basic cleaning package offered. Cleaning all surfaces. Number 1. Question number 1. Cleaning the dash throughout the apartment. Now, they are going to clean something throughout the apartment. Means every part of apartment. For example, if they're going to clean carpets, so they're going to clean all the carpets in the apartment. If they're going to clean curtains, so let's say we will clean all the curtains in your apartment. So now important word is throughout, right? And for throughout, as they are going to talk about apartment, they may use the word in every room. In every room means throughout. If they say, we will clean the curtains in every room, what does it mean? Cleaning the curtains throughout the apartment. For throughout the apartment, they may use the word in every room. Now please listen and answer question number 1.
Part 1. You will hear a man phoning to inquire about a cleaning service for his apartment.
Hello, Easy Life Cleaning Services, Jacinta speaking.
Oh, hello. I'm looking for a cleaning service for my apartment. Do you do domestic cleaning?
Sure.
Well, it's just a one-bedroom flat. Do you have a basic cleaning package?
Yes, for a one-bedroom flat, we're probably looking at about 2 hours for a clean. So we do a thorough clean of all surfaces in each room and polish them where necessary. Does your apartment have carpets?
No, I don't have any, but the floor would need cleaning.
Of course, we do that in every room. And we do a thorough clean of the kitchen and bathroom.
Okay.
All right. Now, first they talk about thorough cleaning of surfaces. That is first bullet point. Remember, the word which is given already cannot be your answer. And then they talked about cleaning the floor. Exactly, absolutely. Correct answer is floor or floors. Okay? Singular or plural, both ways it's correct. Well done, Alina. That's good. Now, please listen to it again.
Part 1.
Do you have a basic cleaning package?
Yes, for a one-bedroom flat, we're probably looking at about 2 hours for a clean. So we do a thorough clean of all surfaces in each...
Okay, we do thorough cleaning of all surfaces. That is your first bullet point. You cannot write surfaces, which is... always remember, the word which is already given cannot be your answer.
Room and polish them where necessary. Does your apartment have carpets?
No, I don't have any.
That's it. Does your apartment have carpets? No, I don't have any. There is no question about it. Carpets can never be the answer because he says, my apartment does not have any carpet. Okay?
But the floor would need cleaning.
Of course. We do that in every room.
The floor needs cleaning. We will do that in every room. What does it mean? Cleaning the floor throughout the apartment. So answer is floor. 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 Well done. Okay, additional services agreed. Every week. Now these are weekly services. Every week. Cleaning the dash. What is it that they are going to clean every week? For every week, they may use the word every week, after 7 days, weekly, right? Something like that. Let's see.
Then we have some additional services which you can request if you want. So, for example, we can clean your oven for you every week.
Actually, I hardly ever use that. But can you do the fridge?
Sure. Would you like that done every week?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Answer is fridge. And oven was a trap. He said, we can do your oven. She said, but the man said, I hardly ever use that. Can you do the fridge? So answer is fridge. F-R-I-D-G-E. Got the point? With every right answer, there is a trap. And when you are trapped, you are very happy. In real life also. In real life, when you are trapped, someone says, I will get you 8+ band in just $1,000 and you will get 8 and you're very satisfied. My IELTS certificate will come soon and all that. And later on, when you realize you've been robbed or anything like that, then you are worried, okay? So there is always a trap answer with the right answer, and that's what you need to avoid, okay? All right. Question number 3. Ironing clothes dash only. Now try to understand clothes. We've got jackets, coats, trousers, shirts, and all that. Ironing clothes. Dash only. Dash only means one type of cloth. It can be coat, it can be shirt, trouser, what he wants to be ironed.
And would ironing clothes be an additional service you can do?
Yes, of course.
It wouldn't be much, just my shirts for work that week.
That's fine.
Okay, it wouldn't be much, only my shirts. So answer is shirts. Okay, you can write singular or plural, they don't mind over here, unless you violate any grammar rule. Okay, so correct answer is shirts. Now, every month, you understand, systematically audio is going on. First they talked about weekly and now they're talking about monthly. Every month, cleaning all the dash from the inside. Now imagine they are going to clean something from the inside. This is an apartment, cleaning all the dash. It means there is something which can be cleaned from outside or inside, but they only need service from inside. Okay, so let's see. Cleaning all the dash from the inside, and remember it's monthly.
And we could also clean your microwave if you want.
No, I wipe that out pretty regularly, so there's no need for that.
We also offer additional services that you might want a bit less often, say every month. So, for example, if the inside of your windows need cleaning, we could do that.
Yes, that'd be good. I'm on the 15th floor, so the outside gets done regularly by specialists, but the inside does get a bit grubby.
Okay. Inside windows. Exactly. Outside is done regularly, but inside. So, answer is windows. Cleaning all the. Now, when they say all the, will we use singular or plural? Plural. All the. All means plural. All the people. Right? All the, and then they should be plural, all the windows. Correct answer is windows. Question number 5, washing down the dash. Now they're going to wash something. Okay, so see that good cleaning services, you call and Masi will come, like whatever you say, Kamwali will come and clean everything. Okay?
And we could arrange for your curtains to get cleaned if necessary.
No, they're okay. But would you be able to do something about the balcony? It's quite small and I don't use it much, but it could do with a wash every month or so.
Yes, we can get the pressure washer onto that.
Okay, pressure washer onto that. That means balcony. Correct answer is balcony. B-A-L-C-O-N-Y. If your spelling is wrong, your answer is wrong. Okay, so correct answer is balcony. Now, let's go on. Other possibilities. What are other possibilities? They can organize a plumber or an dash. Very simple. It's going to be another professional. One is plumber, one is carpenter, one is electrician. These are the people that you need in your house. So, other possibilities, they can organize a plumber or an dash if necessary. So, answer is another professional like plumber. Okay, plumber, carpenter, and people like that.
Now, if you're interested, we do offer some other possibilities to do with general maintenance. For example, if you have a problem with water and you need a plumber in a hurry, we can put you in touch with a reliable one who can come out straight away. And the same thing if you need an electrician.
Right, that's good to know.
Okay, and the same thing if you need an electrician. So N is already there and answer is electrician. T-R-I-C-I-A-N. That is important. Not S-H-U-N. Shun. Electrician. Okay? Don't try to be logical with English. Your answers will be wrong. Your spelling will be wrong if you are logical with English. Okay? Yeah. Okay, let's go on. Now, we've got a special cleaning service is available for customers who are allergic to. That's it. They offer a special cleaning service. Now, imagine cleaning. Whenever we talk about cleaning, people are allergic to what? Dust. Mostly, people are allergic to dust. So, if you think logically, you can guess your answers as well, right? Let's see. Allergic to. Now, you will just see people who are allergic to dash.
And I don't know if this is of interest to you, but we also offer a special vacuum cleaning system which can improve the indoor air quality of your home by capturing up to 99% of all the dust in the air. So if you're troubled by allergies, this can make a big difference.
Right. In fact, I don't have that sort of problem, but I'll bear it in mind.
So, who are allergic to dust? They are going to do vacuum service that will improve the air quality, and people who are allergic to dust, dust is the right answer. D-U-S-T, dust. Okay. All right. Let's go on. Now we'll do questions until 10 here. Information on the cleaners. Now they will talk about cleaners. Cleaners are the people, means their staff. They will tell us whether they are qualified or they are not qualified. Information on the cleaners. Before being hired, all cleaners have a background check carried out by the. Now who carries out the background check? The person, the department. Maybe there is a department that carries out the background check. So whoever carries out the background check will be your answer. Okay, let's see.
Now, can you tell me a bit about your cleaning staff?
Of course. So all our cleaners are very carefully selected. When they apply to us, they have to undergo a security check with the police to make sure they don't have any sort of criminal background.
Okay, so security check by police. So cleaners have a background check. For background check, they use the word security check by the police. Correct answer is police. For IELTS listening and IELTS reading, never write article with your answer. Article is a, an, the, some. Okay, don't write that. Usually it is written, and even if you don't write the article, your answer will be right. There is no problem. Okay. Now, next we've got references are required. Question number 9. All cleaners are given dash for 2 weeks. Now, what is it that they give the cleaners for 2 weeks? Maybe 2 weeks something, maybe training or anything like that.
And of course they have to provide references as well. Then if we think they might be suitable for the job, we give them training for it. That lasts for 2 weeks, so it's very thorough.
Okay, we give them training that lasts for 2 weeks. Now they're very clever. Second time when the answer came, they did not choose the word training. They said that. That means training. We give them training that lasts for 2 weeks. What does it mean? All cleaners are given training for 2 weeks. That lasts for 2 weeks and that is given for 2 weeks. So correct answer is training. Exactly. Training is the right answer. Okay, now let's go on. Next we've got question number 10. Customers send a dash after each visit. Now, a plumber came to your house and then you're going to send something. What could it be? Guess. Feedback. Okay, so if you're logical, you will find the answers. But feedback is not the right answer. It is something like that. Okay, yeah, it can be feedback or complaint. Yeah, why not? Customers send a complaint after each visit. Not our country, okay? Yeah? All right.
But we monitor them very carefully. We ask all our clients to complete a review of their performance after every visit and to email it to us.
Okay. Review of their performance after every visit. So correct answer is review. Got this? So this is how you need to go on with IELTS listening part 1. And if your target band is 7, 8, 9, then you must get 10 by 10 in part 1. And even if your target band is 4, 5, don't miss any answer. This is the easiest part. So you should get 10 by 10 here. Alright, now the real party is going to start. Okay, there are 4 multiple choice questions. Before that it was, part 1 is what I say honeymoon. Okay, and then the real life starts after part 1. So part 2 is multiple choice questions. There are 4 multiple choice questions. If you go through these questions carefully, you will understand the core technique to solve multiple choice questions. Very simple. In multiple choice questions, they only check your ability to identify one right option and to eliminate 2 wrong choices. They give you A, B, C. They talk about all 3 options. They discuss 2 options negatively and 1 option positively. And they check your ability. Can you eliminate? Eliminate means cross the wrong option, right? So treat multiple choice questions in IELTS listening like true, false. If they're talking about option A, according to the audio, is it true or false? If it is false, cross it. Little small cross. If it is true, tick it. And if you are confused whether it is true or false, put a question mark. in multiple choice questions, elimination is the best technique. And what is elimination? You may eliminate one or two wrong choices. If you eliminate one wrong choice, you can guess 50-50 chances. And if you eliminate the right answer at first, then there is no chance for success. Okay? All right. Question number 11. Many hotel managers are unaware that their staff often leave because. Underline hotel managers, unaware, staff leave. And because means reason. Now, something hotel managers don't know. Now, what's a trap? Trap is what they know. I mean, out of 3 options, maybe 2 options say all hotel managers know. All hotel managers are aware of that. But what they do not know, that is your answer. Okay? Now, what are the options? Lack of training. Option B, long hours. Option C, low pay. So let's see what is it that they don't know. Please listen and answer. Okay, so let's go on. One thing I would like to tell you, they have used the word leave. Leave means to quit job. For leave, they commonly use the word turnover. High staff turnover. Turnover means they quit their job. Okay, so now please listen and answer question number 11.
As many of you here today have worked in the hotel industry for some time, I'm sure you have experienced the problem of high staff turnover in your hotels. Every hotel relies on having loyal and experienced members of staff who make sure that everything runs smoothly. If staff are constantly changing, it can make life difficult for everyone. But why do staff leave frequently in many hotels? Of course, many hotel jobs, such as cleaning, are low-skilled and are not well paid. A lot of managers think it's this and the long hours that are the main causes of high staff turnover. But what they don't realize is that it's the lack of training in many hotel jobs.
Okay, what they don't realize, it's the lack of training. Exactly. So the question is, hotel managers are unaware. And for unaware, they use the word what they do not realize, and it's the lack of training. So correct answer is option A. Now, if you do not understand, in the audio, you say low pay, you say low pay. Then they say long hours, you say both are right. Okay, so if you write 2 options, your answer is absolutely wrong. Question number 12. What is the impact of high staff turnover on managers? Underline impact. High staff turnover is the topic on managers. So what happens with the managers when the staff leave their job? Increased workload, low morale, inability to meet targets. When you read the questions in IELTS listening and IELTS reading, especially multiple choice questions, do not read article. They deliberately use articles to make the option long. For example, option A, an increased workload, an is article. And don't even read A. Just look at increased workload, low morale, inability to meet targets. That's it. And very quickly you have to do it. Otherwise you say A, an increased workload. B, don't do that. Quickly. Okay. And in reading also, even in the passage, reading passage, don't use or don't read and the. Now let's see what is the impact. Impact means influence on managers when staff leave their job. Option A, increased workload. Managers have more work to do. Low morale means they become disappointed. And option C, inability to meet targets. They cannot meet their targets. Alright, I'm playing this one again. Question number 12. Please listen and follow.
So what kind of problems does a high turnover of staff cause? Well, having to recruit new staff all the time can be very time-consuming. And managers may have to cover some duties while waiting for new staff to arrive. This means they don't have time to think about less immediate problems, such as how to improve their service. When staff leave, it can also severely affect the colleagues they leave behind. It has a negative effect on remaining staff, who may start to feel that they too should be thinking about leaving.
Okay, so impact of high staff turnover on managers, not other staff. That other staff is a trap. Okay, they talked about other staff in terms of low morale and all that, but that is a trap. You just need to see the impact of staff turnover on managers. So what is the answer? Right answer is option A, and that is increased workload. Well done, Alina. That's right. Increased workload is the right answer. Please follow me once again.
So what kind of problems does a high turnover of staff cause? Well, having to recruit new staff all the time can be very time-consuming.
Okay, having to recruit new staff can be very time-consuming. When something is time-consuming, it increases your workload.
And managers may have to cover some duties while waiting for new staff to arrive.
Okay, managers may have to cover some duties. When you cover some duties, it will increase the workload, okay?
This means they don't have time to think about less immediate problems, such as how to improve their service. When staff leave, it can also severely affect the colleagues they leave behind. It has a negative effect on remaining staff, who may start to feel that they too should be thinking about leaving.
Okay, so that is other staff members, not manager. Question number 13, please. What mistake should managers always avoid? Option A, failing to treat staff equally. Option B, reorganizing shifts without warning. And option C, neglecting to have enough staff during busy period. So what mistake should managers always avoid? Now, a mistake which managers avoid, that is the right answer. Remember, mistake, and managers avoid that mistake.
So what can be done to change this situation? Firstly, managers should stop making basic errors which leave their staff feeling upset and resentful. When organizing shifts, for example, make sure you never give certain staff preferential treatment. All staff should be given some choice about when they work, and everyone should have to work some evening and weekend shifts. If you treat staff fairly, they'll be more likely to step in and help when extra staff are needed.
Okay, so what mistake should managers always avoid? That is option A, failing to treat staff equally. Well done. Please listen to this one again.
So what can be done to change this situation? Firstly, managers should stop making basic errors which leave their staff feeling upset and resentful. When organizing shifts, for example, make sure you never give certain staff preferential treatment.
Okay, make sure you never give certain staff preferential treatment. So, what mistake they need to avoid? Failing to treat staff equally. For that, they use the word preferential treatment. Okay? That's good.
All staff should be given some choice about when they work, and everyone should have to work some evening and weekend shifts.
Okay. Now, let's go on to question number 14. What unexpected benefits did Dunwich Hotel? Now, the subject is Dunwich Hotel. They will talk about it. An unexpected benefit. Now, listen. There are three options. Two benefits are expected. That is not your answer. These two options which they were expecting, that is not your answer. One benefit that they got and they were not expecting. They didn't even think about it. They were not thinking about that. That will be your answer. Now, what are the benefits after improving staff retention? Fall in customer complaints. Unexpected benefit. Fall means decrease in customer complaints. Simple. Option B, increase in loyalty club membership. They offered loyalty club membership, right? And the unexpected thing was the membership increased to thousands. And they didn't focus on that. They didn't expect that. Then it can be B. And rise in spending per customer. Rise spending per customer. If Previously, customers were spending 1,000, they've spent 1,500 or 1,800. So out of three things, one thing will be unexpected, and that is your answer.
So what keeping staff happy has other tangible benefits for the business. Take the Dunwich Hotel as an example. It had been experiencing a problem with staff complaints, and in order to deal with this, invested in staff training and improved staff conditions. Not only did the level of complaints fall, but they also noticed a significant increase in the amount each customer spent during their stay. They have now introduced a customer loyalty scheme, which is going really well.
Okay, now what they were not expecting, for that they use the word not only but also. Not only, fall in customer complaints, but also rise in spending per customer. C is the right answer. Please listen to it again. Alright, question number 14, let's go on with it.
Keeping staff happy has other tangible benefits for the business. Take the Dunwich Hotel as an example. It had been experiencing a problem with staff complaints, and in order to deal with this, invested in staff training and improved staff conditions. Not only did the level of complaints fall.
Okay, not only did the level of complaints fall, that is something they were expecting.
But they also noticed a significant increase in the amount each customer spent during.
But they also noticed significant increase in the amount each customer spent. So that is rise in spending per customer. C will be the right answer. Alright, now let's go on. We've got questions 15 to 20, and this is basically matching type of questions. So when they give you half a minute to read the questions, it's a good idea to read the options, because questions are the names of hotels. Like question number 15, Sun Club, 16, Portland, and there is no information. In the audio, they will speak about these hotels one by one. Okay? So, let's see. Questions 15 to 20, ways of reducing staff turnover. Now, they have mentioned three ways. The first way is improving relationships and teamwork. Second way, now relationships and teamwork. And they will use the synonyms of relationship. For relationship, they may say get to know and all that. And for teamwork, work as a team, working together, work with partners and all that. Option B, offering incentives and financial benefits. Incentives, financial benefits. For financial benefits, they may use the word like they offer $10,000, $1,000. For incentives, they may talk about free meals, free transport, okay, holidays or anything like that. And providing career opportunities. Career opportunities are promotion or anything related to that. Okay. Now, question number 15 is Sun Club. Now, what is it that they did at Sun Club? Okay. Please listen.
Now, I'd like to look at some ways you can reduce staff turnover in your hotels. And I'll do this by giving some examples of hotels where I've done some training recently. The Sun Club received feedback which showed that staff thought managers didn't value their opinions. They weren't made to feel they were partners who were contributing to the success of the business as a whole. This situation has changed. Junior staff at all levels are regularly invited to meetings where their ideas are welcomed.
Junior staff is invited to meetings where their ideas are welcomed. That means relationships, okay? And then, for partners, they use the word teamwork. Listen again.
Now, I'd like to look at some ways you do this by giving some examples of hotels where I've done some training recently. The Sun Club received feedback which showed that staff thought managers didn't value their opinions. They weren't made to feel they were partners who are contributing to the...
Okay, so they were partners. Partners means teamwork. And they were invited, that is their relationships. So A will be the right answer. And as you know, there are 6 questions and 3 options. That means one option can be used twice or thrice. And that means one option cannot be used as well, right? Question number 16, Portland. Now, what do they say about Portland Hotel?
A year ago, the Portland recognized the need to invest in staff retention. Their first step was to introduce a scheme for recognizing talent amongst their employees. The hope is that organizing training for individuals with management potential will encourage them to stay with the business.
Okay, training and all that is related to career opportunities. They offer them trainings. So when you give the training to the staff, they actually get better, and that is their career opportunity. Once upon a time, there was an English medium school, and during the summer holidays, they arranged spoken English classes. They hired me there. I taught all the teachers very well, and the teachers participated in the course very well. Okay, and after the summer holidays, half of the teachers left their job. You know why? They improved their spoken English, they applied for a better job, and they got the job and they left the school. Then the school owner called me and he said, "Sir, your training destroyed my staff. Half of them left the job right after." I gave them the certificate as well. They received spoken English certificate, they applied for a new job, and after summer holidays, they joined the new school. So, training is related to career opportunities, okay? Question number 17, Blue Water Hotels. Now, let's see what do they say about it.
At Blue Water, managers decided to recognize 50 high achievers from across the company's huge hotel chain. As a reward, they're sent on an all-expenses-paid trip abroad every year.
Okay, as a reward, all expenses paid trip every year, like the pharmaceutical companies, they offer all expenses paid tour to Thailand and Umrah and all that. Yeah, they offer Umrah package too. So, correct answer is incentives and financial benefits. B is the right answer. For incentives, they use the word rewards. Reward and incentive. Okay, next, Pentlow Hotels.
Pentlow Hotels identified that retention of junior reception staff was an issue. In order to encourage them to see that working in a hotel could be worthwhile and rewarding with good prospects, they introduced a management program. These staff were given additional responsibilities and the chance to work in various roles in the hotel.
Okay, management program. They were given opportunities to work in different roles, so that is related to career opportunities. C will be the right answer. Question number 19, Green Planet.
Green Planet wanted to be seen as a caring employer. To make life easier for staff, many of whom had childcare responsibilities, the hotel began issuing vouchers to help cover the cost of childcare.
Okay, vouchers to help cover the cost. What is that? Financial benefits. Voucher is actually financial benefit. So correct answer is B. Question number 20. Amesbury Hotel.
Louise Marsh at the Amesbury has one of the best staff retention rates in the business. Since she joined the company, she's made a huge effort to achieve this by creating a cooperative and supportive environment. For her, the staff are part of a large family where everyone is valued.
Okay, cooperative and supportive. Staff are a part of large family. Family is teamwork, and cooperative and supportive is relationship. So A is the right answer. And when you write your answers on the answer sheet, you must follow the same order. 15A, 16C. If you change the order, your answer will be wrong. Okay, be careful with that. All right, now we've got the elephant of IELTS listening, and that is part 3. Okay, so in part 3, there is an academic tutorial. Sometimes among 2 people, otherwise there are 3 people. 1 tutor, 2 students. And the nature of the audio is academic. Now we've got questions 21 and 22. And they say choose 2 letters A to E. Which 2 points? Underline 2 points. Does Thomas and Jean make about Thomas's sporting activities at school? So Thomas and Jean, they are 2 characters, and 2 points they are going to make about sporting activities. So subject is sporting activities and 2 points they make. They will make 5 points. Out of 5 points, 3 points are going to be discussed negatively, and I tell you how. For example, option A, he should have felt more positive about them. Right? If he says he felt positive already, or he was very positive already, then A is not the right answer. A will be the right answer if he was negative and he should have felt. Now, just listen. There are 2 students, Thomas and Jean, and they are talking about their sporting activities at school. Like Thomas is telling, when I was at school and once we had a race and all that stuff, okay? So option A is he should have. He means Thomas. Now it means you will listen to Jean carefully that she's going to give a piece of advice. Option B, training was too challenging for him. Now training and challenging. And if he says, I did well during the training, or if he says, training was not difficult for me, B is not the right answer. And if he says, training was quite a big thing for me and it was very hard, then B is the right answer. C, he could have worked harder at them. So could have worked harder. Now if he says I worked extremely hard, then it is not the right answer. But if he says, well, I didn't work very hard, now I think I should have worked harder on that, then it can be the right answer. Parents and disappointed. Now, if he says in the audio, my parents were happy, this is not the right answer. And if he says, my parents were also let down means disappointed, then this can be the right answer. Fellow students admired him. Now, fellow students admired. And if he says in the audio, my fellow students were jealous of me, then it is not the right answer. But if he says, my class fellows always appreciated me, then E is the right answer. So again, you need to check true or false, right? Now I play the audio and you will have to select 2 letters from 5 letters.
You will hear 2 students called Jean and Thomas discussing their sports science course.
Hi, Thomas. How are you enjoying the course so far?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Remind me, why did you decide to study sports science? Didn't you want to be a professional athlete when you were at school?
Yeah, that was my goal, and all my classmates assumed I would achieve it. They thought I was brilliant.
That must have been a nice feeling.
I thought I could win anything. There was no one who could run faster than me.
Exactly. So what happened? Did your mum and dad want you to be more academic?
Not at all. Perhaps they should have pushed me harder, though.
What do you mean?
I think I should have practiced more.
I think I should have practiced more. Should have practiced means worked harder. So one right answer is C. And other right answer is E. That is, fellow students admired him. Now out of 2, if you select 1 right answer, 1 wrong answer, you will get 1 mark for the right answer. And you can write your answers in any order, like 21, C, 22, E. Or you can write 21E, 22C. Both ways answer is correct. Please focus again.
You will hear 2 students called Jean and Thomas discussing their sports science course.
Hi, Thomas. How are you enjoying the course so far?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Remind me, why did you decide to study sports science? Didn't you want to be a professional athlete when you were at school?
Yeah, that was my goal, and all my classmates assumed I would achieve it. They thought
all my class fellows assumed I would achieve it. They assumed I would achieve it. Yeah.
Athlete when you were at school?
Yeah, that was my goal, and all my classmates assumed I would achieve it. They thought I was brilliant.
They thought I was brilliant. So they thought I was brilliant means his fellow students admired him. E is the first right answer.
That must have been a nice feeling.
I thought I could win anything.
I thought I could win anything. So he should have felt more positive about it. He was already positive. When you think you can win anything, you are very positive. So it's not option A, right? Now please come to option D. D for doctor.
There was no one who could run faster than me.
Exactly. So what happened? Did your mum and dad want you to be more academic?
Not at all.
Did your mom and dad wanted you to be more academic? Not at all. Now when parents want their children to be more academic, it means they are disappointed. Like they say all the time you are playing cricket. Okay, so mom and dad, he said not at all. So D is not the right answer. Now come to option C.
Perhaps they should have pushed me harder though.
What do you mean?
I think I should have practiced more.
Okay, they should have pushed me harder. I think I should have practiced more. That is, could have worked harder at them. Okay, so C and E are the right answers. Alright, questions 23 and 24. Choose two letters. Which two feelings, underline two feelings, did Thomas experience, underline Thomas experience in Kenya? Right? Now you will listen to Thomas carefully and his two feelings. One is disbelief. Now for disbelief, he would say, I couldn't believe myself. I couldn't believe this was happening. I couldn't believe. I couldn't trust my eyes. Means disbelief. Second, relief. For that he can say, I took a sigh of relief. Or I was relaxed after that. Something like that. Stress. For stress, they may use the word anxiety. Or I had stress or I had anxiety. I was under pressure and all that. Gratitude. Gratitude means thankfulness. Okay, I was thankful. I was something like that. And homesickness. For homesickness, he may say, I missed my family. I missed my parents and all that. So two feelings Thomas experienced in Kenya. Right? Three feelings he did not experience. Okay?
What makes you say that?
Well, I went out to Kenya for a couple of weeks to train.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
I was chosen to go there out of
Look at the excitement of the girl. Huh? She is overly excited. Really? Like she's saying, I didn't know that.
What makes you say that? Okay. What makes you say that?
Well, I went out to Kenya for a couple of weeks to train.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
I was chosen to go there out of loads of kids and run with some of the top teenage athletes in the world. And I was so calm about it. I just kept thinking how fortunate I was. What a great chance this was. Everyone back home was so proud of me. But once we started competing, I very quickly realised I wasn't good enough.
That must have been a huge shock.
I thought, this can't be happening. I was used to winning.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. I'm over it now. And I think it's much better to...
Okay, now, what are the right answers? Okay, gratitude. And what is the wording that they used for gratitude? So happy. I'll play it again, don't worry, okay? And second is A, disbelief, okay? Please listen to it again.
What makes you say that?
Well, I went out to Kenya for a couple of weeks to train.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, yeah. Now.
I was chosen to go there out of loads of kids and run with some of the top teenage athletes in the world. And I was so calm about it. I just kept thinking how fortunate I was.
I just kept thinking how fortunate I was. Right? Khushkismat. How fortunate I was. That is gratitude.
What a great chance this was.
Okay, what a great chance this was.
Everyone back home was so proud of me. But once we started competing, I very quickly realised I wasn't good enough.
Okay, once we started competing, I realised I wasn't good enough. And at home, everyone was fine. He wasn't having this homesickness.
That must have been a huge shock.
I thought, this can't be happening.
I thought, this can't be happening. Ye nahi ho sakta. Rano is gone somewhere, okay? So that is disbelief. A is the right answer. Alright, now we go on and we've got questions 25 to 30. And the question type that we have once again is matching. Remember, for listening part 3, multiple choice questions, single or double. And matching type of questions, and in matching we've got options which you have to match with questions. Okay, so let's do this together. All right. Now, the question is, what comment do the students make about the development of each of the following items of sporting equipment? What are you going to match? Items of sporting equipment with comments about the development of the equipment. Okay, now I just make the screen bigger. 1 second. Yeah. Okay, if you take a look at the questions are table tennis bat, cricket helmet, cycle helmet, golf club, and all that. Do you get any real information? No. So when they give you half minute to read the questions, it's a good idea to read options. Okay? So, option A, it could cause excessive sweating. Underline excessive sweating. And for sweating, they may use the word wet. When you are sweating, you understand sweating? Pasina, right? So when you are sweating, you are wet. For example, to say their hair was wet, or they had wet hair, wet body, right? Sweat all over, anything like that. So answer is A. Option B, material was being mass produced. Underline material and mass produced. I mean, for example, some material for making any sports equipment, and the material was mass produced. Mass produced means it was made in bulk. That is what we call mass produced. Option C, people often needed to make their own. Like if you want to play hockey, you had to make your own hockey. If you wanted to play cricket, you had to make your own cricket bat. So make their own. Underline make their own. Right? You had to make it and all that. I remember in my childhood when I used to play hockey, we had to make our hockeys. There used to be a tree. We cut off some branches of the tree and then we make a nice hockey. We made it and then we played with that. So maybe something like that, right? Like my friend Yasin, he used to play gulli danda in his childhood. So first he had to make it and then he had to play with it, right? He still remembers that. Okay, it often had to be replaced. So often and replaced. Imagine you are playing with a tennis bat. And after 1 hour, you are replacing it with another tennis bat. So it often had to be replaced means you had to use another one. Option E, material was expensive. Underline expensive material. For example, it was made out of steel and steel was very expensive. Made out of wood, wood was very expensive. So for that, they will use the word cost a fortune, cost a lot of money and all that. Option F, it was unpopular among spectators. Underline unpopular spectators. Spectators are tamashai. People are watching the cricket or any sports achievement, sports match. So it was unpopular, means they didn't like it or they made fun. Right? So it's just like that. When they talk about audience, spectators, people watching the sporting event, then it's going to be that. It caused injury. Now, they used anything like tennis bat, cricket helmet, cycle helmet, golf club. It caused injury. For injury, they can use the word hurt, injure, or anything like that. And option H, no one using it liked it at first. No one using it liked it at first. So, no one liked it at first. Means when you used it first time, you didn't like it. Anything out of these. Now, question number 25. Table tennis. When they say table tennis, your pen will move from options A to H and you got to see which option is that. When they move to question number 26, you're going to move your finger to question number 26, but this hand will follow through the options. Okay? Yeah. Let's start.
So, Jian, have you thought of any ideas for the discussion session next week on technology and sport?
We have to cover more than one sport, don't we?
Yeah.
You know, we always think technology is about the future, but we could gather some ideas about past developments in sport.
Look at early types of equipment, perhaps. I remember reading something about table tennis bats once, how they ended up being covered with pimpled rubber.
'Cause they were just wooden at first, I'd imagine.
Yeah. In about the 1920s, a factory was making rolls of the rubber in bulk for something like horse harnesses.
Really?
Okay. A factory was making rolls of rubber in bulk. And then they had the, table tennis, that racket, it's got the threads on that. So correct answer is option B. Material was being mass produced. Rolls of rubber. Question number 26. Cricket helmet.
So, what about cricket? That's had a few innovative changes. Maybe the pads they wear on their legs?
I don't think they've changed much, but I'm just looking on the internet. And it says that when the first cricket helmet came in 1978, the Australian batsman who first wore it was booed and jeered by people watching because it was so ugly.
Wow.
Okay, booed and jeered by people watching. People watching is spectators. And booed and jeered means unpopular. Right? So, F is the right answer. Booed and jeered. Jeer means like to make fun of someone. Right? Question number 27. And booed, like you say, boo, boo. Look at him. Something is funny. Right? So, they made fun of him. Cycle helmet. Question number 27.
Unlike the cycle helmet.
Well, unless you're a professional. But you're right, many ordinary bikers don't wear a helmet.
Hey, look at these pictures of original helmet designs. This one looks like an upside-down bowl.
Yet the woman's laughing. She's so proud to be wearing it.
It says serious cyclists ended up with wet hair from all the hard exercise.
I guess that's why they have large air vents in them now, so that the skin can breathe more easily.
Okay, so we've done helmets.
Right, wet hair. Now in cycle helmet, there are holes in it so that the skin can breathe. So what is for wet hair? Excessive sweating. A will be the right answer for that. Okay, question number 28, golf club.
What about golf balls? Or better still, golf clubs. They've changed a lot.
Yeah. I remember my great-grandfather telling me that because a club was made entirely of wood, it would easily break and players had to get another.
There's no wood at all in them now, is there?
No, they're much more powerful.
Okay, it would break and then the players had to get another. So, D. It often had to be replaced. Well done. Question number 29, hockey stick.
The same must be true of hockey sticks.
I don't think so, because players still use wooden sticks today. What it does say here, though, is that when the game started, you had to produce a stick yourself.
I guess they just weren't being manufactured.
Okay, you had to produce a stick yourself. Exactly, make their own. For own, they use the word yourself. You had to produce a stick yourself. C is the right answer for that. Question number 30, football.
So, one more perhaps? What about football?
Well, I know the first balls were made of animal skin.
Yeah, they covered them with pieces of leather that were stitched together. But the balls let in water when it rained.
Oh, that would have made them much heavier.
That's right. You can imagine the damage to players' necks when the ball was headed.
Oh, how painful that must have been.
Okay,
Yeah.
damage to players' neck and how painful. So that is option G, caused injuries. Got it now? If you understand these things, you will laugh. During your listening test, you will laugh and write down your answers. And if you don't understand again, you will laugh and write down wrong answers. Okay? Yeah. All right. Okay, now we've got IELTS listening part 4 and we are going to solve this test. In part 4, mostly you get one word only. In part 4, there is always a lecture or a presentation delivered by one person. So that is why part 4 is a bit faster. Well, there is a handout in our class WhatsApp group and the title of the handout is Signpost Language. You should go through that. In part 4, you can catch the audio properly if you use signpost language. What is signpost language? First of all, let's start the lecture with, I would like to discuss, so you can understand how they are going on, right? So you should go through that handout, only 3 to 4 pages, and you can learn all these phrases, and those phrases will help you in your IELTS writing as well as IELTS speaking module, especially when you speak on cue card for 1 to 2 minutes. So that is going to help you there. Okay, now the title, it's one word only, no number, nothing else, and the title is maple syrup. If you don't understand maple, you understand maple leaf. Maple leaf, I think on Canadian flag, they have maple leaf. So maple syrup is syrup that comes out from maple tree, right? It's just like a syrup like you have karshi, jameshiri and all that stuff, okay? Yeah. Now, what is maple syrup? And there are some bullet points, and these bullet points are confusing in this test. Let me tell you one thing, you don't know whether the bullet points are going to move from top to bottom or from left to right. So you gotta be very careful. In the first bullet point, they use the word sap. So when they talk about sap, it means they are there. In the second bullet point, they use the word cooking. So if they talk about cooking, it means they are discussing. And you should know that. This is what I call signposting. When they give you 1 minute to read the questions, underline some important words and then you will never miss the audio. Otherwise, in part 4, missing the audio is very common. Then you will look around what others are doing. And if you look around, your test will be cancelled. Okay, question number 31 is about color. When they talk about color described as, now color described as means answer is going to be a color. Color described as yellow, as green, as orange. So answer is the color. Okay, whose color? Maple leaf, maple syrup. The color of maple syrup.
You will hear a presentation by a food science student about the production of maple syrup.
Hello, everyone. Today, we're going to look at another natural food product, and that's maple syrup. What is this exactly? Well, maple syrup looks rather like clear honey, but it's not made by bees. It's produced from the plant fluid, or sap, inside the maple tree, and that makes maple syrup a very natural product. Maple syrup is a thick, golden, sweet-tasting liquid that can be bought in bottles or jars and poured onto food such as waffles and ice cream.
Okay, so color described as golden. Now remember, gold is metal and golden is color. Okay, so correct answer is golden, like Jolden. In Arabic, they say Jolden. When I was in Dubai, we stayed in an apartment block. The name was Golden Gulf. And in Arabic, it was written Jolden Gulf. And I used to read every time, Jolden Gulf, Jolden Gulf. So, correct answer is golden. You understand now, gold is metal and golden is color. Exactly. Okay, question number 32. Very dash compared to refined sugar. Now, when we are comparing it with refined sugar, how is sugar? Sugar is sweet. So, maybe very sweet compared to refined sugar. Okay, or any other thing. It can be sweet or any other thing. And one more thing. You need to see the synonym of very. For that, they can say it's extremely sweet when it is compared to refined sugar. Extremely, very, too much, like that.
It contains no preservatives or added ingredients, and it provides a healthy alternative to refined sugar.
It provides a healthy alternative to refined sugar. So very healthy compared to refined sugar. For compared, they use the word alternative, right? So correct answer is healthy. I will share this test with you. You should repeat it, especially the parts which you find difficult, you can repeat them. Then there is question number 33, and you see there is a long detail. So it means you need to have patience also. In part 3, you need to have patience. You will see you are not writing anything, and an intelligent guy sitting there or there in actual exam is writing something. And then you will say, why is he writing? It means I'm missing any answer. Don't worry. Okay, there are many dummies in actual IELTS test. So don't follow anybody. Okay, just follow your own thing. Now, can you see 1964? Encircle that. Can you see species? Encircle species. Can you see sunny days? So when they talk about sunny days, they are there. Can you see moist soil? Okay, so I mean just one word. And this word will tell you where the audio is. And when they say best growing conditions and dash are in Canada and North America. Now listen, this question comes with an and. Whenever there is a question with an and, it means answer will come with the synonym of growing conditions. For conditions, for growing condition, best growing conditions, they can use the word right circumstances. And for and, they may use the word as well as. Or they can use the word and. Now right answer will come with best growing conditions, and they are in Canada and North America.
Let's just talk a bit about the maple tree itself, which is where maple syrup comes from. So, there are many species of maple tree, and they'll grow without fertilizer in areas where there's plenty of moisture in the soil. However, they'll only do this if another important criterion is fulfilled, which is that they must have full or partial sun exposure during the day and very cool nights. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. There are only certain parts of the world that provide all these conditions. One is Canada, and by that I mean all parts of Canada. And the other is the northeastern states of North America. In these areas, the climate suits the trees perfectly.
Okay, the climate suits the tree perfectly. So best growing conditions and climate are in Canada and all that. And have you noticed they actually went on in any way? Like for example, first they talked about species, then they talked about moist soil, then they talked about sunny days, and after 33 they will talk about 1964. So if you do not signpost means encircle one word which they will not change. And usually where there is no question, they don't change the word. Where there is a question, there maut padti hai and they change the words. Okay? Yeah. Question number 34. Early maple sugar procedures. First underline holes. And then used hot dash to heat the sap. Now hot dash, right? It can be hot water to heat the sap. So whatever they use the word hot, or instead of hot they can use the word warm. Hot, warm, right? Something to heat the sap. And then underline the word bark. Can you see the word bark? And then you can underline the word food and drink, so that you know where answer is. So sap and heat. Keep that in mind. Sap and heat. Okay, so please listen to it again. Question number 34.
So, how did maple syrup production begin? Well, long before Europeans settled in these parts of the world, the indigenous communities had started producing maple sugar. They bored holes in the trunks of maple trees and used containers made of tree bark to collect the liquid sap as it poured out. As they were unable to keep the liquid for any length of time, they didn't have storage facilities in those days. They boiled the liquid by placing pieces of rock that had become scorching hot from the sun into the sap.
Okay, they boiled the liquid. How? By using the scorching hot rocks. Now answer is not liquid. Liquid was boiled as a result of scorching hot rocks. Please listen to this part again.
Bark to collect the liquid sap as it poured out. As they were unable to keep the liquid for any length of time, they didn't have storage facilities in those days. They boiled the liquid by placing pieces of rock that had become scorching hot from...
They boiled the liquid by the pieces of rock that have been scorching hot. So used hot rock to heat the sap. For sap they use the word liquid. Okay, correct answer is rocks or rock. Okay. Okay, question number 35. Today's maple syrup. The tree trunks may not have the correct dash. Underline the word correct dash until they have been growing for 40 years. So they do not have correct. Correct what? For correct, they may use the word right. Okay, for example, if answer is size, they can say correct size, right size, until they reach the size of 3 feet. Now 3 feet size is the correct size. So they may use anything for that, right? So tree trunks may not have the correct dash until they have been growing for 40 years. It means the tree grows for 40 years, then it has something correct, and then they get it.
So, let's look at the production of maple syrup today. Clearly, the maple forests are a valuable resource in many Canadian and North American communities. The trees have to be well looked after, and they cannot be used to make syrup until the trunks reach a diameter of around 25 centimeters.
Diameter of 25 centimeters. So answer is diameter, and 25 centimeters means correct. Correct diameter, 25 centimeter. How do you spell diameter? D-I-A-M-E-T-E-R. Diameter or diameter. Okay, now there is a question about production. And the clue word is tap. A tap is drilled. Tap, you know, it's tutti, yeah? A tap is drilled into the trunk, and a dash carries the sap into the bucket. Now imagine there is a tap. Okay, they drill the tap and something carries the sap into a bucket. Imagine a tap and then something carries the sap and then they have a bucket. Okay, so let's see what carries the sap into the bucket.
When the tree is ready, it can be tapped, and this involves drilling a small hole into the trunk and inserting a tube into it that ends in a bucket.
Okay, inserting a tube into it that ends in a bucket. And this tube is like water pipe. Okay, so correct answer is tube. Okay, don't write YouTube, only write tube. Yeah. Question number 37. Large pans of sap called evaporators are heated by means of a dash. Now, heated by means of means how do they heat them? By means of means what is the source that they use to heat? Okay.
The trees can often take several taps, though the workers take care not to cause any damage to the healthy growth of the tree itself. The sap that comes out of the trees consists of 98% water and 2% sugar and other nutrients. It has to be boiled so that much of that water evaporates, and this process has to take place immediately using what are called evaporators.
Okay.
These are basically extremely large pans. The sap is poured into these. A fire is built, and the pans are then heated until the sap boils.
Okay, evaporators is already written there. So evaporators are heated by means of fire. Evaporators are heated by means of fire. Please listen to it again from here.
That much of that water evaporates, and this process has to take place immediately using what are called evaporators.
Okay, using what it called evaporators, large pans of sap called evaporators. Now, what do they use with evaporators?
These are basically extremely large pans. The sap is poured into these. A fire is built, and the pans are then heated until...
Okay, a fire is built and the pans are heated. So pans are heated by means of fire. Fire is the right answer. A lot of dash is produced during the evaporation process. Lot of, underline the word lot of. For that they may use the word large quantity, huge quantity of something is produced during the evaporation process.
As it does this, the water evaporates and the syrup begins to form. The evaporation process creates large quantities of steam, and the sap becomes thicker and denser and...
Okay, large quantities of steam. S-T-E-A-M, steam. Large quantities of steam. So correct answer is steam. Okay, let's go on. Question number 39. Sugar sand is removed because it makes the syrup look. Now, makes the syrup look. It means the look of syrup and affects the taste. So, sugar sand is removed because it makes the syrup look something. It's all about the look of the syrup.
After this process, something called sugar sand has to be filtered out, as this builds up during the boiling and gives the syrup a cloudy appearance and a slightly gritty taste.
Okay, gives the syrup a cloudy appearance. For look, they commonly use the word appearance. Okay, cloudy appearance. So, syrup look cloudy. Alright, then we've got last question. A huge quantity of sap is needed to make a means answer is countable. To make a dash of maple syrup. Right? To make a means it is countable. For example, to make a gallon. To make a gallon of maple syrup. Huge quantity of sap is needed.
Once this has been done, the syrup is ready to be packaged so that it can be used for a whole variety of products. It takes 40 liters of sap to produce 1 liter of maple syrup, so you can get an idea of how much is needed.
Okay, 40 liters of sap. What does it mean? Huge quantity. For huge quantity, they use the word 40 liters to make 1 liter. Now, what is the answer? Liter. Because A is already written. And how do you spell liter? L-I-T. R-E or E-R, both are correct. Because one is British spelling, one is American spelling. So they accept both spelling in IELTS. Liter can be written as L-I-T-E-R or L-I-T-R-E. Okay, and there is another liter, L-I-T-T-E-R. That is garbage, litter, trash, litter and all that. Okay, that's it. Okay guys, let's make a start with IELTS reading module and we are going to solve this reading test together. This is academic reading test and those who are academic IELTS candidates, this is exactly for you. And those who are general training IELTS candidates, this is very good test for you because in general training reading part 3, that is exactly the same like academic reading. So if you prepare this reading test, it will prepare you for general training as well. Okay. And by the way, 1 week we solve academic reading test and another week we solve general training reading test. Okay. So let's make a start. Whenever you start your reading, it's a good idea to read the title of the passage. So over here, the title is Importance of Children's Play. It means there is a passage about children's play and the importance of children's play, why children's play is important, how much important is that and all that. Okay, I'm recording this class, so you will get the class recording and you can repeat this class along with the handout. It's going to make it more convenient for you. After this, we will come to questions. You see questions 1 to 8, complete the notes below. So we've got notes completion type of questions 1 to 8. And then we have questions 9 to 13. 9 to 13, they are true, false, not given. So both questions are type A. Type A means questions and their answers, they are in order. So when questions and answers are in order, there is no problem. You find the answer of one question and then you read the next question, next part of the passage, next question, next part of the passage, and you will find all the answers. Okay. So let's make a start with questions 1 to 8. We solve 1 to 8 first, right? Questions 1 to 8, complete the notes below, choose one word only from the passage. Now keep in mind it's one word only and that word will come from the passage. Children's play is the title. Uses of children's play, and then question number 1. Now, when you read the question, you have to find a clue word from the question. And then you will see where that clue word is in the passage, and then accordingly you will find it. So, clue word in question number 1. Building a magical kingdom. Magical kingdom is in inverted commas. So, this is our clue word. Magical kingdom. Building a magical kingdom may help develop. Now, if you build magical kingdom, it will help you develop something, a type of skill or a quality or ability or anything like that. So we go back. You see the word magical kingdom in the first paragraph, first line. Now we are going to see building magical kingdom, develop certain type of ability or quality. First paragraph, third line, I'm going to read from there. Please follow me. First paragraph, third line. Although she isn't aware of it, this fantasy is helping her to take her first steps towards her capacity for creativity. Capacity for creativity means it is going to help develop creativity. Well done. Correct answer for question number 1 is creativity. Got it? So when you find one answer, you know the next answer will come after that. So now questions and their answers, they are sequential. Question number 2, board games. What's the clue word? Board games is the clue word. Board games involve dash and turn taking. Now see two things. Board games involve, one thing is turn taking. With turn taking, second thing will be your answer. We go back, second paragraph, third line after full stop. Please follow me. Second paragraph, third line after full stop. Later on, when they tire of this and settle down with a board game, she is learning about the need to follow rules and take turns. Follow rules and take turns. Now, you cannot write follow rules because it's one word only. So, which word is important? Rules is important word. Involve rules and turn taking. So, correct answer is rules for question number 2. Alright, let's go. Yasin, will you please come and guide them? Question number 3. Recent changes affecting children's play. Now, populations of dash have grown. Very simple, population. For population, they may use the word people or anything like that. Population of dash have grown. And over here, we are just going to see the word people. So, please come to third last paragraph. Third last paragraph. But we live in changing times, and White Bread is mindful of a worldwide decline in play, pointing out that over half of the people in the world now live in cities. So, over half of the people in the world now live in cities. What does it mean? Population of cities have grown. More than 500,000 people now live in the cities. What does it mean? Third last paragraph from the first line. And in the second line they mention pointing out that over half people in the world now live in city. Now when over half people live in the city, it means the population of cities that has grown. So correct answer for question number 3 is population, cities. Next, opportunities for free play are limited. Okay, now there are limited opportunities for free play and there are 3 reasons. Question number 4, 5, 6. So, due to means reasons. Now, question number 4, fear of dash, fear of something. We go back, same paragraph where we found the answer of question number 3 and we will look for scare, fear, afraid and all that. I'm reading third last paragraph, third line. I experienced. Third last paragraph and third line. I experienced almost every day of my childhood are becoming increasingly scarce. He says, outdoor play is curtailed by perceptions of risk. Risk means fear. Now fear of what? Risk to do with traffic. What does it mean? Fear of traffic. You don't have any pen, pencil? You have come to the class without weapons? The first day is very important. It's second day already. And you are 30 minutes late also. Okay? Try to be on time and bring pen, pencil, anything like that. Okay? Yes. So, correct answer for that is traffic. Fear of traffic and risk to do with traffic. Correct answer, traffic. Let's go on. Question number 5, fear of, another fear after traffic. Let's read on. As well as parents increased. Okay, let's go on. Then they say, fear with traffic as well as parents increased. Wish to protect their children from being the victims of crime. So second thing is crime. One is fear of traffic. Second is fear of crime. Correct answer is crime. Okay, now question number 6, increased dash in schools. Now something has increased in schools. Let's see what is it that has increased. Same paragraph. Second last line, after crime. I'm reading this third last paragraph after crime. And by the emphasis on earlier is better, which is leading to greater competition in academic learning and schools. So greater competition in schools. What will be the answer? Competition. Okay, because it's one word only, you cannot write greater competition. So correct answer is competition. Now, international policies, well done. That's good. Fahim and Neelam, keep it up. Good job. Yeah, Rifat, well done. International policies on children's play. What are international policies? It is difficult to find dash to support new policies. Now we will see where do they talk about policies. Second last paragraph, title page. Second line. Second last paragraph, title page, second line, there is the word policies. So, policies concerned with children's right to play and to consider implications for leisure facilities and educational programs. But what they often lack is the evidence to base policies on. What they lack means it is difficult to find. What they lack is the synonym of it is difficult to find. And what will be the answer? Answer is evidence. Exactly. Well done. It is difficult to find and what they lack, these are synonyms, and correct answer is evidence for question number 7. Now, let's go on. Question number 8. Research needs to study the impact of play on the rest of child's dash. Rest of means remaining. Rest of or remaining. Okay. So rest of child's dash. Please come back and we are going to see where do they talk about research needs to study the impact of play. Please come to second page, first paragraph. Second page, first paragraph. Dr. Jenny Gibson agrees, pointing out that although some of the steps in the puzzle of how and why play is important have been looked at, there is very little data on the impact it has on child's later life. Later. For that they use the word rest of. Exactly. Rest of and later. Child's later life means rest of child's, and answer is life. Okay, that's right. So in IELTS reading, especially in academic reading, section 1, you will find sentence completion first. So try to do it all. Like if there are 8 questions, try to finish them all within 8 minutes or even less than 8 minutes. Part 1 is not very complicated. Part 2 and part 3, they are more because level of difficulty will increase. Okay, so try to finish part 1 within the first 10 to 15 minutes of your reading. Okay. now we go on and we've got questions 9 to 13 and the question type is true, false, not given. Now, in true, false, not given, when you read the question, in the question there is a word or there is a phrase, you just need to check that. If they give you exactly the same information, answer is true. If they give you opposite information, answer is false. And if they give you no information, then answer is not given. And by the way, true, false, not given is also type A. Type A means questions and their answers, they are in the same sequence. Okay. Now we read question. Question number 9. Children with good self-control are known to be likely to do well at school later on. Now children with good self-control, they are likely to do well later on, well at school later on. Now we go back and we look for the word self-control, later on and all that. Fourth paragraph, second page, fourth paragraph. Yeah, second page, fourth paragraph, second last line. Please follow me. This sort of evidence, found it? Yes. This sort of evidence make us think that giving children the chance to play will make them more successful problem solvers in the long run. And before that they talked about greater self-control. If you see the second line, they have talked about greater self-control. So this sort of evidence makes us think that giving children the chance to play will make them more successful problem solvers in the long run. In the long run means in the future. Now question number 9. Children with good self-control are known to be likely to do well. Now what is to do well? For that they use the word problem solvers. Problem solvers, when you are a problem solver, it means you are doing well. And then they use the word later on. What is the word for later on? In the long run. In the long run means later on. Later on or in the long run, they are synonyms. So the answer is true. Well done. You need to write full word true. If you are taking paper delivered IELTS, you need to write full word true. Don't write capital T for true, capital F for false, capital NG for not given. That will be wrong. Okay. If you are taking computer based, then there are 3 options: true, false, not given. You will click. It's simple. Life is easier in computer based if you are good at typing and all that. Okay, question number 10. Way a child plays may provide information about possible medical problems. Now for possible medical problem, they may talk about the name of a disease. So the way child play, sometimes children are playing and one child is not running properly. And they say maybe he might have or he may have polio in the future or anything like that. Okay. If a child is not performing well at class, they say this child has got some mental issues. So way a child plays may provide information about possible medical problems. Please come to the middle of the passage where Gibson adds is written. Second page, middle paragraph, Gibson adds. Found it? Okay, now we are going to read it from here. Gibson adds, playful behavior is also an important indicator of healthy social and emotional development. In my previous research, I investigated how observing children at play can give us important clues about their well-being and can even be useful in the diagnosis of neurodevelopmental disorders like autism. Okay, so he says gives us important clues about their well-being and all that. What is the question? The way a child plays may provide information about possible medical problems, and that medical problem is autism and all that. So what is the answer? The answer is true. Well done. Very good. And don't worry if 2 answers are true, right? Sometimes even 3 answers. I was solving a test, first 3 answers were not given. And students get upset. Why every answer is not given? They feel that maybe my answer is wrong. Why am I writing not given? It is possible. First 3 answers all true. First 3 answers all false. Or maybe first true, second false, third not given. Like this. Okay. Question number 11. Playing with dolls. Now children play with dolls. Playing with dolls
was found to benefit girls writing more than boys writing. Now this is comparative statement. Playing with dolls improve girls writing than boys writing. Now if children play with dolls, girls will improve their writing more than boys improve their writing. Now you will check if comparison is given and same comparison is given, benefits girls writing more than boys writing, answer is true. If it benefits boys writing more than girls writing, answer is false. And if they don't give this comparison, then it is not given. Okay, now let's go back. Third last paragraph, and there you will see the word dolls. So please follow me. Third last paragraph, third line after full stop. I repeat, third last paragraph, third line after full stop. Children wrote longer and better structured stories when they first played with dolls representing characters in the story. Have they mentioned boys and girls and they do more than girls, girls do more than boys? They use the word children. Children means boys and girls. So comparison is not given. So the answer is not given. Well done. Very good. Question number 12. Children had problems thinking up ideas. Now children problems thinking up ideas when they first created the story with Lego. Now if children had problems thinking up ideas when they created first story with Lego. Lego are toys like blocks and all that. So answer is true. If they didn't have any problem, answer is false, otherwise not given. Now look for the word Lego. Yes, same paragraph, and we are going to read it from third last line. Okay, third paragraph, third last line. Many teachers commented that they had always previously had children saying they didn't know what to write about. This is the background. Children didn't know what they write about. With the Lego building, however, not a single child said this. This means what to write about. It means with Lego they had a lot of ideas. Read it again if you're not clear. Many teachers commented that they had always previously had children saying they didn't know what to write about. With the Lego building, however, not a single child said this through the whole year of the project. It means with Lego, children didn't have problem thinking up ideas, they had ideas. And what is the question? Children had problems thinking up ideas when they first created the story with Lego. No, they didn't have a problem. Well done. Answer is false. Very good. Excellent. Question number 13. People nowadays regard children's play are less significant than they did in the past. Means in the past, children's play was very important and now it is unimportant. Right? So let's go back. Last paragraph. Last paragraph, second page. Somehow the importance of play has been lost in recent decades. What does it mean? Importance of play has been lost in recent decades. It is regarded as something trivial. It means children's play regarded as something trivial. Trivial is something which is of no importance or less importance. It is regarded as something trivial or even as something negative that contrasts with work. Right? So, what is the question? People nowadays regard children's play as less significant. For less significant, they use the word trivial. Right? Trivial, and then they used another word, something negative that contrasts with work. So, the answer is true. Why false? Okay? Answer should be true. And you should be clear in your head. Alright, so question number 13, correct answer is actually true. Alright, now the things are going to be a little more difficult. Part 1 is level 1. Now this is level 2 and then there is level 3. Growth of bike sharing schemes around the world. Bike sharing. Like bike sharing means you can rent a bike. Okay, if you want to go somewhere, you can rent a bike and this is called bike sharing scheme. Then there is the subtitle. If they give us the subtitle, read that also. How Dutch engineer Lud Schimmelpenninck helped to devise urban bike sharing schemes. So how he devised urban bike sharing scheme, it means in the passage they will tell us how the bike sharing scheme was developed in one city. Okay, now you can see the passage is labeled A, B, C, D. It means bad news. Whenever the passage is labeled, they will be type B questions. Type B means where questions and their answers are not in order. Okay, so we go on. Questions 14 to 18. Which paragraph contains the following information? And by the way, there are 5 questions, and for these 5 questions, you need to go through all the passage 5 times. So, it's not advisable to start from here. Questions 19 and 20, multiple choice. Yes, they are in order. Questions 21 and 22, also multiple choice. And questions 23 to 26, sentence completion. So, where should we start from? Sentence completion, because they are type A. Questions and answers are in order. So, you should start from 23 to 26. After that, you can go back to multiple choice, and in the end, you can do 14 to 18. And by the way, you need to decide how to start. I mean, don't follow the question order they give you. You need to create your own order as per your convenience. So, let's do questions 23 to 26. Choose one word only from the passage for each answer. The first urban bike sharing scheme. The first bike sharing scheme was the idea of Dutch group Provo. Now look for Dutch group Provo. First bike sharing scheme. Dutch group Provo. Paragraph A. Found it? Okay. So this is the location, and as it is summary completion, chances are that you will find all the answers in 1 or 2 paragraphs. Okay. Now we read the question carefully. We have found the location of the answer. Now we read the question. Question number 23. People who belonged to this group were. Now, who were the people who belonged to this group? Which group? Provo. Dutch group Provo. Let's go back. I'm reading paragraph A from the beginning. Okay, I'm reading it from the second line. After Amsterdam in 1965. Okay, please follow me. Amsterdam in 1965. Provo, the organization that came up with the idea, was a group of Dutch activists. Now it's one word only. Will you write Dutch or will you write activists? Okay, so these people were activists. Exactly. Correct answer is activist. And one important point. Have you noticed before question number 23, they have written were. Were means answer should be plural. So if you write group were activists singular, your answer will be wrong because grammatically it's wrong. So correct answer, that's why I say you need to copy paste your answers from the passage. In the passage they've written plural, you also write plural. So correct answer is activists. Okay, let's go on. They were connected, they were concerned, they means the people who were activists, okay? They were concerned about damage to the environment and about dash. Now they were concerned about 2 things. One was damage to the environment and second we will find. Please come back. I'm reading after Dutch activists. So please follow me. Third line after full stop. They believed the scheme which was known as Witte-Fitze plan was an answer to the perceived threats of air pollution. Air pollution, one thing, it is already mentioned. And consumerism. Exactly. Correct answer is consumerism. That is the second thing. So, the right answer for question number 24 is consumerism. and believed that the bike sharing schemes would draw attention to all these issues. Now please come to question number 25. As well as painting some bikes white, they handed out. Hand out means distribute. Okay, number one, what did they do? They painted some bikes white. And second, they handed out dash that commended the use of cars. Sorry, that condemned the use of cars. Same paragraph. Look for the word distribute. Third last line. Paragraph A, third last line after full stop. They also distributed leaflets. Now, distributed and handed over, they are synonyms. Handed out and distributed, and answer is leaflets. Correct answer is leaflets. Alright, let's go on from here. Next, there is a separate summary and there is one question. However, the scheme was not a great success. Almost as quickly as Provo left the bikes around the city, the dash took them away. Them, what do they mean by them? Bikes. Dash took them away. Some people took the bikes away, like Sekna leke nasge. Something like that, okay? So took them away. Come back. We go to next paragraph. Okay? And paragraph B, please come to paragraph B, fourth line after full stop. Paragraph B for boy, fourth line after full stop. The police were opposed to Provo's initiatives, and almost as soon as the white bikes were distributed around the city, they removed them. What do they mean by they? Police. Okay, just look at the passage, don't look at me. Focus what we are doing. They removed them, and them means bikes. You need to understand this. This is very important. They means police and them means bike. They removed them. They police removed, them means bikes. They removed the bikes. So for removed, they use the word here. Yeah, police took them away. Took them away means they removed the bike. So correct answer is, yeah, police or not pulse. Pulse is Punjabi. Correct is police. Alright, yeah, Tafiqur Rahman, that's great. All of you should send your answers, okay? That's good. Now, we are going to see how to deal with double multiple choice questions in IELTS reading part 2. Very important. Where out of 5 options, you have to select 2 options. Okay? Yeah. If you don't understand at all and time is running out, then you can write A, B, at least one will be right, or you can choose the last 2 options. First 2 or last 2. Don't select randomly. Okay, if true false not given, time is running out, no time left, all true. Okay, no problem. Out of 5, 1 or 2 will be right. Okay, all false, out of 5 or 6, 1 or 2 will be right. This is emergency tip. Don't use it, okay? In case of emergency, last 10 minutes left and you have a lot of questions to do, especially true, false, not given, multiple choice and all that, then you can use this tip, okay? But anyways, you need to read, understand and then do it. Now, come to questions 19 and 20. Questions 19 and 20. Which 2 of the following statements are made in the text about Amsterdam bike sharing scheme of 1999? Now, we will find a paragraph where they talk about Amsterdam bike sharing scheme of 1999, and there we will find 2 statements which are true. So, Amsterdam bike sharing scheme 1999. Look for that. Amsterdam bike sharing scheme 1999. Okay. Yes, first you find it in a second page, first paragraph, and you see the word 1999. Okay, now we need to see two statements, and when the statements are given, sometimes they are in inverted commas, otherwise they are like someone said and all that. So please follow me. I'm reading this paragraph from the beginning. Second page, first paragraph. In the Netherlands, and this time he succeeded in arousing the interest of the Dutch Ministry of Transport. Times had changed. He recalls, inverted commas are important, I told you. Number one, times had changed. People had become more environmentally conscious, and the Danish experiment had proven that bike sharing was a real possibility. And then they talk about 1999. Now let's go back and find one option for times had changed, people had become more environmentally conscious. From A to E, times had changed and people had become more environmentally conscious. Absolutely correct answer for this is option D. And what is that? It was made possible by a change in people's attitude. And what was the change in people's attitude? They mentioned times had changed. People had become more environmentally conscious. So people becoming more environmentally conscious, that was the change in people's attitude. So one correct answer for question number 19 is option D. Okay. Now let's go on. If you see paragraph E, they further talk about this bike sharing scheme of 1999. So please come to this paragraph. Paragraph E, everyone. E for elephant. Theo Molinar, who was a system designer, okay, please come to second line. I remember when we were testing the bike racks, he announced that he had already designed better ones. Now they are talking about bike racks and all that. Okay, please come to this fifth line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th line. Paragraph E for elephant, 6th line. I really have no idea what people did with them because they could instantly be recognized as white bikes. But the biggest blow came. Now another statement they are giving, and they are talking about 1999 bike sharing scheme of Amsterdam. But the biggest blow came when Postbank decided to abolish the chip card because it wasn't profitable. That chip card was pivotal to the system, Molinar says, to continue, again inverted commas, read this carefully. To continue the project, we would have needed to set up another system, but the business partner had lost interest. What happened? Business partner lost interest. That was their another statement. Now come back and look for something for business partner had lost interest. Exactly. Option B. It failed when a partner in the scheme withdrew support. For withdrew support, they use the word lost interest. When someone loses interest, he withdraws the support. So correct answer is option B and option D. Yeah. And beta later. Exactly. It is possible that they can be before and after. They will not be in order.
I'm asking what if I'll be writing the answers in my answer sheet.
Your answer, I tell you, I got your point. If you write 19D, 20B, or you write 19B, 20D, both ways your answer is correct. Okay? Only in double multiple choice, not everywhere. That's why I don't tell it to the student. Then they do it everywhere. Okay, yeah, only in double multiple choice. For example, when there are two questions, we call them group questions. So in case of group questions like 19 and 20, you can write your answer in any order. B, C or, B, D or DB. Both ways it's right. Now, let's do questions 21 and 22. Choose two letters A to E. Write the correct letter in boxes 21 and 22 on your answer sheet. Which two of the following statements are made in the text about Amsterdam today? Now, I want you to go through the passage and look for Amsterdam today. And by the way, whenever they say anything about present or future, that usually comes in the first or the last paragraph. Amsterdam today. Look for Amsterdam today. In Amsterdam today, it's the last paragraph, paragraph G.
In Amsterdam today. So it means this paragraph will give us two statements. And what is the question? The question is, which two of the following statements are made in the text about Amsterdam today? So let's see. I'm reading it from the beginning. In Amsterdam today, 38% of all trips are made by bike, and along with Copenhagen, it is regarded as one of the two most cycle-friendly capitals in the world. Two most cycle-friendly capitals in the world. 38% trips are made by bike. Let's come back. From A to E, tell me which option. A to E, 38% trips are made by bike, and it's most cycle friendly capital. Most cycle friendly capital. Option E. Yeah, Fahim, well done. Option E. City has a reputation as a place that welcomes cyclists. Welcome cyclist means cycle friendly. Welcomes cyclists, that means bicycle or bike friendly. So first correct answer is option E. Alright, let's go on. I'm reading it from third line onwards. Paragraph G, third line after full stop. Molinar believes this may be because everybody in Amsterdam already has a bike, and Schimmelpenninck, however, cannot see that this changes Amsterdam's need for bike sharing scheme. Again inverted commas, read carefully. People who travel on the underground don't carry their bikes around. Now people who travel on the underground don't carry their bikes around, but often they need additional transport to reach their final destination. What does it mean? The people who use public transport, they don't carry their bicycles, they need bicycles on rent to reach their final destination. Now let's go back and see which option matches with that. Option D for doctor. Well done, excellent guys, very good. A bike sharing scheme would benefit residents who use public transport, because who are using underground. Now they cannot have their bicycle on their shoulder, okay, and they are in the underground. So in order to reach their final destination, they need bike. Correct answer is D and E. Now how will you write your answers? 21D, 22E, or 21E, 22D, they will accept it, right? No problem. Let's go on. Question number 14. Now, which paragraph contains the following information? And we are fully aware of the passage. We understand the passage. Now we can locate this information. And by the way, this question type, which paragraph contains the following information, is very common question type in academic reading part 2 and in general training reading part 1. Okay. Now, what you have to do, you have to scan. You read the question and you keep the clue words in mind and you scan the whole passage. And when you scan, you do not read. Scanning is not reading. Scanning is more like a search. For example, if you go to the passage and I say, look for the word 1999. Look for the number 1965 and you can easily locate that, right? This is what we call scanning. And when you scan, you do not read. If you are using computer delivered IELTS, then cursor will move. If you are doing paper delivered IELTS, then pencil should move. Whenever you scan, scan with a pencil. Your scanning speed will be doubled. Okay. So, question number 14. A description of how people misused a bike sharing scheme. If you remember, people took away the bikes. Yeah. Paragraph. Go back and see. Description of how people misused bike sharing scheme. Everyone, please come to paragraph E. And we have the word people. People is given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th line. 6th line and there is the word people. Found it? Now please read it with me. I really have no idea what people did with them
What do they mean by them? Bicycles. What people did with them? Because they could instantly be recognized as white bikes. So what happened? People took them away. Right? So people did with them. So question number 14, correct answer is E. Because we have to tell them the paragraph which contains the following information. So question number 14, correct answer is E. E for elephant. Well done. Now let's go on. Question number 15, explanation of why proposed bike sharing scheme was turned down. Turned down means rejected. Now look for a paragraph where they say the bike sharing scheme was rejected. Go back. Rejected. Look for the word rejected. For scheme they use the word plan. Just scan rejected the plan. Rejected the plan. Rejected the plan. Rejected the plan. Now go back. Go back. It's there. Just go through A, B, C. Rejected the plan. Rejected the plan. Paragraph C. Third last line. After full stop. Nevertheless, the council unanimously rejected the plan. Rejected the plan means scheme was turned down. So question number 15, correct answer is C. Got it? This is what we call scanning. You're not reading. You're only scanning and all that. Now, question number 16, reference to a person. It means they will use the name of a person. Being unable to profit from their work. A person who started a scheme and he was unable to profit from his own work. He did not make any profit from his own work. Look for a paragraph. Person who did not profit from his own work. Look for the words like financially, benefit, financially, benefit. Excellent. It's paragraph F. Second last line. It's wonderful that this happened. He says, but financially I didn't really benefit from it. He says means person who did not get benefit. So that is paragraph F. Question number 16, F will be the right answer. Next, question number 17. Explanation of potential savings a bike sharing scheme would bring. Now just see, reduced fuel cost, health benefits, anything like that. Go back to paragraph A, B, C, D. I give you a hint. A, B, C, D, explanation of potential savings. Just look for some percentage or anything like that. Potential savings a bike sharing scheme would bring. Saving 10%, anything like that. Okay, that is well done, Neelam. That's good. That is paragraph C. Exactly. In paragraph C, okay, I'm reading paragraph C from third line. I made serious calculations. It turned out that a white bicycle per person per kilometer would cost the municipality only 10% of what it contributed to public transport per person per kilometer. What does it mean? It means explanation of the potential saving. What is that saving? 10% per person per kilometer. Okay, so question number 17, correct answer is C. Question number 18. A reference to the problems a bike sharing scheme was intended to solve. Problems, and bike sharing scheme had to solve these problems. And usually they talk about problems in the first paragraph. They start with the problems and how bike sharing schemes solve those problems and all that. Just go back and see where do they talk about it. Paragraph A, third line after full stop. They believed. Yes, they believed the scheme which was known as White-Fitson plan was an answer. Answer means solution. Was an answer to the perceived threats of air pollution and consumerism. So bike sharing scheme solved two problems. One is air pollution and second is consumerism. Question number 18, right answer is A.
Alright, now we move on to the next passage, third passage, reading passage 3, and the title is Motivational Factors and the Hospitality Industry. Hospitality industry is restaurants, hotels, right? That is what we call hospitality industry. And motivational factors, like what motivates hospitality industry. So it means they will tell us whether the salary is motivation or other motivational factors for hotels and restaurants. After that, we go to questions. Questions 27 to 31, matching. You have to match the questions with the list of researchers, and this is a very common question type in academic reading part 3 and general training reading part 3. I told you general training reading part 3 is same like academic reading. So this matching question type, it checks your advanced level of English where you match statements with scientists. Who said what? Okay. So questions are not in order, bad news, but good news, options are in order. You see list of researchers, A, Pfeffer. Now first in the passage they will talk about Pfeffer, then Lucas, then Marudas, then NG and Sorensen and all that. But can you see one thing? There are 5 questions and 6 options. What does it mean? One option is extra, and it is also possible that you can use one researcher for 2 questions. That is also possible. I'll tell you how to do that, okay? Then we've got questions 32 to 35, yes, no, not given. And then questions 36 to 40, one word only. So where should we start from? One word only first, okay? Then go to yes, no, not given, and finally come back to matching, right? Because you know, see that 36 to 40, 5 questions and you can find 5 answers easily. So, fun at work, Tews, Michel and Stafford. Go back and look for Tews, Michel and Stafford. Tews, Michel and Stafford. Tews, Michel and Stafford. Second last paragraph. So good news. All the answers are going to be in this paragraph. See that? This is easy. So always start with sentence completion. Okay. Now I read the question. Tews, Michel and Stafford. I'm reading question number 36. Please follow me. Question number 36. Tews, Michel and Stafford carried out research on staff in an American chain of, as we are doing hospitality industry, chain of, very good, nice guess, correct answer, okay, but we will have to find it. Chain of American, please come back. Second last paragraph of the passage, I'm reading it from second line. Michel and Stafford conducted a study focusing on staff from a chain of themed restaurants in the United States. So, themed restaurants in the United States. And they mentioned American chain of restaurants. Now, if you write themed, wrong answer. And if you write themed restaurants, you are writing 2 words. I mean, restaurants are themed. Only themed will not tell you anything unless there is the word restaurants. So, correct answer is restaurants. Yeah. They discovered that activities designed for staff to have fun improve their means staff. Activities designed for staff to have fun improve their. Please come back to the same paragraph. Okay, I'm reading it from third line. It was found. Everyone found it? It was found that fun activities had favorable impact on performance and manager support for fun had a favorable impact in reducing turnover. So one is impact on performance, right? Correct answer is performance. And that management, I'm reading question number 38, and that management involvement led to lower staff. Now find lower staff means reduced. Lower staff dash. Same line. After performance and manager support for fun had a favorable impact in reducing turnover. Now what is the synonym of reducing? Lower. Lower and reducing, they are synonyms, and correct answer is turnover. See that?
all the answers in a couple of minutes, and then you have more time for other things. Alright, question number 39. They also found that the activities needed to fit both the company's dash and the dash. Now both means two things. Company's dash and dash. Can you see the word both? And for company they use the word organizational. So second last paragraph, third last line, organizational goals and employees characteristics. Goals and employees characteristics. So organizational means companies. One answer is goals. 39 is goals and characteristics of the staff. What is the word for staff? Employees. Well done. So second answer is characteristics. Goals, and then second answer is characteristics. So 5 correct answers will improve your band score by 2. Okay? Not by 1, by 2. Alright, now we do yes, no, not given. A very common mistake that the students do: for yes, no, they write true, false, and for true, false, they write yes, no. So if you do it like this, your answer will be absolutely wrong. Keep that in mind. And for yes, they write Y, for no, they write N, and for not given, they write NG. That is also wrong. You need to write full words: yes, no, not given, true, false, not given, and don't mix. How to do it? When they give you paper delivered IELTS, you can underline yes, no, not given, so that you know you have to write yes, no, not given. Now, questions and answers are in order. And by the way, you need to read one sentence only to find the answer. Not many sentences. Only one sentence will give you the answer. Question number 32. One reason for high staff turnover. Now listen, when they say one reason, it means they define a couple of reasons. So when they define a couple of reasons, they use comma. I mean, one reason, then comma, then another reason, then comma, and all that. One reason for high staff turnover in the hospitality industry is poor morale. Now what is staff turnover? Staff turnover is when people leave their job and go to another hotel. Like I once made friendship with a guy who was working in one of the hotels here, Park Lane Hotel, and he gave me 15% discount on high tea. Second time I called him and said, I'm in Ramada now, and I'll give you 20% discount. Then I called him after a year, he said, now I am in salt and pepper. So this is what we call staff turnover. Staff turnover means they change their jobs. Okay, from one hotel to another, another to another, and all that. So they say one reason for high staff turnover in hospitality industry is poor morale. If one reason is poor morale, answer is yes. If poor morale is not the reason, there is another reason, answer is no. And if they don't tell us the reason, answer is not given. Now let's go back. Started from the beginning somewhere. Look for the word morale, one reason, comma, and all that. Okay, turnover. Please come to 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph. Title page of the passage, 4th paragraph, and you see the word Lucas 2002. Can you see? Yes, I'm reading from there. Please follow me. Lucas 2002. In addition, or maybe as a result, high employee turnover has been recurring problem throughout the hospitality industry. Among the many cited reasons, now read carefully, they will tell us the reason. Among the many cited reasons are low compensation. Low compensation means less salary, inadequate benefits, poor working conditions, and compromised employee morale. Compromised morale means poor morale. Compromised employee morale. So one reason is compromised morale, and there they say poor morale. Answer is yes. Not true. Answer is yes. Okay? Yeah. Question number 33. Well done. That's good. Question number 33. Research has shown. Now, if research has shown, I mean, this is important. Research has shown that staff have a tendency to dislike their workplace. Now, if research has shown means research has proved. that staff has a tendency to dislike their workplace? Answer is yes. If research has not shown any clear result, or if the research is still unable to reach a conclusion, then it is no, and otherwise not given. Now let's see, staff have a tendency to dislike their workplace. As I said, questions and answers are in order. Please come to the last paragraph of title page. Well done. Last paragraph, title page. While it seems likely that employees' reactions to their job characteristics could be affected by a predisposition to view their work environment negatively, no evidence exists to support this hypothesis. And what is the evidence? Like, their job characteristics could be affected by a disposition to view their work environment negatively. Work environment is workplace, and they say this very clearly, no evidence exists. In the question they say research has shown, and over here they say no evidence exists. No evidence exists means research has not shown anything. There is no research, there is no evidence like that. So answer should be no. Because in the question they say research has shown, in the passage they say no evidence exists. Alright, let's go on. Question number 34. An improvement in working conditions and job security. Two things important. Improvement in working conditions and job security make staff satisfied with their job. Now, if these two things make staff satisfied with their job, answer is yes. If they are still dissatisfied, answer is no, otherwise not given. So let's go back. Please come to second page. Second page of the passage, middle paragraph. Herzberg 1966. Found it? Herzberg 1966. Proposes that people have two major type of needs. The first being extrinsic motivation factors relating to context in which work is performed rather than the work itself. These include working conditions. Now be careful. Working conditions and job security. These include working conditions and job security. When these factors are unfavorable, job dissatisfaction may result. What does it mean? If these factors are favorable, then there will be job satisfaction. If these factors are unfavorable, then there will be job dissatisfaction. Try to understand. You are doing reading part 3. Okay. Now please come back to the question. Improvement in working conditions and job security make staff satisfied with their job. Okay, now until this point you think the answer is yes. Let's read on. Let's read on. Okay. Now, if you read until this point, you will say yes, my answer is absolutely right and all that. The next line is going to clarify something else. Please follow me. I'm reading this middle paragraph, second last line. Job dissatisfaction may result significantly though just fulfilling these needs. Now what do they mean by these needs? Job security and working conditions. These needs does not result in satisfaction. Now this will change your mind and the answer is no. Because of this. If you read until there, answer is yes and you are happy. But when you read this, then answer is no. Well done, guys. That's great. Okay, so that's why you need to read one sentence extra. It's good. Question number 35. Staff should be allowed to choose when they take breaks during the working day. Now listen, for example, you have 9 to 5 job and you say, I will take a break at 11 o'clock. You say, I will take a break at 1 o'clock. So staff should be allowed to choose when they take break during working days. One, they say fixed break 1 to 2 p.m. for everybody. And one is you say, okay, when do you want to take break? From 9 to 5. You say, I don't want to take break. I will work from 9 to 4. Or I don't want to take break. I will work from 10 to 5. Something like that. Okay. Now let's go back and look for the word breaks. Okay. Second page, last paragraph. And I'm reading it from second last line. Well done, Tafiqur Rahman. Good. Second line, last paragraph. Those particularly appropriate to the hospitality industry include allowing adequate breaks
during the working day, staff functions and involve families and all that. Now, have they mentioned anything that staff should be allowed to take breaks? They only mentioned adequate breaks. That's it. So, what is the answer? Not given. Well done. Okay, now we've got last question, and that is, you need to see the statements and the scientists or researchers, you have to match them. Anyways, let me just tell you how this question type is in order. Can you guys look for option A, Pfeffer? We are doing questions 27 to 31. Option A, Pfeffer. Tell me the paragraph where they have mentioned option A, Pfeffer. Well done. You can encircle that. Pfeffer, and you can write there A. Encircle it and write A. Second, Lucas. Lucas. Next paragraph, and we have the word Lucas. So encircle Lucas and write there B. Okay. Then Marudas. Marudas. Same paragraph, and you will find Marudas et al. 2008, and the statement is before the name. So over there you need to write C. Okay, these are the locations. Then option D, NG and Sorensen. Next paragraph, NG and Sorensen. Underline that and write there D. Got my point? Okay, next E, Inns and Sigua. Inns and Sigua. Look for Inns and Sigua. Inns and Sigua. Found it? Okay. So write there, encircle it and write there E. Inns and Sigua. And finally option F, Deary. Last paragraph, Deary or Deary. Okay. Now over there you need to write F. Now these are the locations where you need to scan your answer. Question number 27. Hotel managers need to know what would encourage good staff to remain. Now scan these locations, look for the word hotel managers, and for remain they use the word retention, staff retention. Hotel managers and staff retention. Go back and see. Okay, second page, third paragraph, where they've mentioned Inns and Sigua. Everyone there? Yes. Second page, third paragraph, and it's the third last line. Inns and Sigua 2000. This implies that it is beneficial for hotel managers to understand what practices are most favorable to increase employee satisfaction and retention. Now what is retention? Good staff to remain. Retention and remain. So question number 27, that is cited by Inns and Sigua. Inns and Sigua is option E. So 27, right answer is E. Got it? Okay. Question number 28. Actions of managers may make staff feel they shouldn't move to a different employer. Different employer means change the company. Actions of managers may make staff feel they shouldn't move to a different employer. Now go back to same locations and see where they talk about that. They shouldn't move to different employer. Moving to different employer means to do another job and all that stuff. Okay, title page and fifth paragraph. Right? Title page, fifth paragraph. NG and Sorensen 2008 demonstrated that when managers provide recognition to employees, motivate employees to work together, and remove obstacles preventing effective performances, employees feel more obligated to stay with the company. So what is that? Actions of managers. What are those actions? Actions provide recognition to employees, motivate employees to work together. These are actions.
right? To make feel that they shouldn't move to a different employer. Now for shouldn't move to a different employer, they use the word to stay with the same company. When you stay with the same company, you don't move to a different employer. So question number 28, correct answer is D. Question number 29. Little is done in the hospitality industry to help workers improve their skills. So little is done means training, no workshops. Okay, look for trainings, workshops, the same locations. Little is done. Little is done. Okay. All right, now please come to third paragraph, title page, third paragraph, and they've mentioned, I'm reading it third last line. Title page, third paragraph, third last line. Despite this recognition of the importance of employee development, hospitality industry has historically been dominated by underdeveloped HR practices. What is underdeveloped HR practices? Little is done. When HR practices are underdeveloped, it means little is done, and this is said by Lucas, and that is option B. So correct answer is B. Little is done and underdeveloped HR practices. Question number 30. Staff are less likely to change jobs if cooperation is encouraged. If they encourage cooperation, staff will not change job, right? Now let's see who said that. Staff are less likely to change jobs if cooperation is encouraged. Cooperation. Look for cooperation, working together. Cooperation means to work together. Yes, exactly. Title page, second last paragraph. Title page, second last paragraph. NG and Sorensen 2008 demonstrated that when managers provide recognition to employees, motivate employees to work together. So to work together means cooperation is encouraged. And who said that? That is NG and Sorensen, option D. So D will be the right answer for question number 30. Well done. Question number 31. Dissatisfaction with pay. Pay means remuneration or salary or compensation. They use the word compensation. Dissatisfaction with pay is not the only reason why hospitality workers change jobs. It means there are other reasons. Now you know somewhere they talked about some reasons why hospitality workers change their jobs. You read it already. Among many cited reasons. Title page, fourth paragraph, third last line after full stop. I repeat, title page, fourth paragraph, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, third last line after full stop. Among the many cited reasons are low compensation. Now what is low compensation? Dissatisfaction with pay. Low compensation, dissatisfaction with pay is not the only reason. Now why not the only reason? Because they have mentioned some other reasons. Read again. Many cited reasons are low compensation, inadequate benefits, poor working conditions. It means reason is not one. There are many other reasons as well, and this is said by Marudas et al. And Marudas et al. Is option C. Dissatisfaction with pay is not the only reason. When they say not the only reason, there are other reasons as well. So this is what we call academic IELTS reading. You guys did nothing and now you are stretching. Ooh, I did everything. You just followed me, okay? And now you are pretending like the whole aeroplane was flown by you, huh? Okay. Yeah, and I tell you one thing, listen very carefully. I have recorded this class second by second, minute by minute. You have the handout. All you need to do, I mean, when you go back home, relax after lunch or tea or whatever, play this video. Once again, have the handout and pause me. Do one question and then pause me. Then do it on your own. When you complete, you say, acha, it means you understand. Then play me again. Then do second question and find your answer. Then play me again. So you can play me, pause me. When I send you the recording, I am in your control. Now I am not in anyone's control. But when I send you the video, you can stop me. You can even rewind me. You can fast forward me. For example, section 1 was all clear. Don't watch section 1. Drag it to section 2. Attend section 2. Okay? Repetition and practice will improve your reading. Repetition means do it again. You did one test with me. Do it again second time, same test. And then revision means one reading test a day you need to solve and you'll be fine. Okay? That's good. Thank you. Okay. Now, what is a graph with a trend? Right? Trend. Trend is something which can be seen over time. And over time means there will be a timeline. Whenever you see timeline on x-axis, what is timeline? Years. 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or you can even see the months, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. So whenever you see timeline, that means it's a graph with a trend. And whenever data is moving, now doesn't mean paper is moving, data is going up, it's coming down, upward trends, downward trends. So whenever you find upward trends, downward trends, data is moving, and in the timeline years are given, that is a graph with a trend. Identifying your writing task is very important. Sometimes, students, what do? For opinion essay, they write discussion essay. Right? They give topic, do you think advantages outweigh? Oh yeah, advantages, disadvantages, essay. They write that one. Identifying the task is very, very important. If you identify the wrong task, imagine you write the wrong essay. You are supposed to write opinion essay and you write discussion essay. So your band score will go down substantially. So a graph with a trend is a graph where there are the years. And according to the years, you will use the tense. Past tense, if the years are past, present tense if the years are present, and future tense. On the other hand, we have a comparative graph. In comparative graph, data does not move and they give you the comparison. They will say, for example, comparison of 3 bakeries, comparison of 3 countries, comparison of 3 cities and their coffee drinking habits. Okay, so when they give you comparison, like in city A, city B, city C, like that, so that is what we call comparative graph. And when you write on comparative graph, mostly we use present tense because you are going to make, and they don't give timeline, so you can use present tense, right? The third one is process diagram and the fourth one is map. We will discuss them all in detail, right? Okay, thank you. All right, please, now you can follow me. There are 4 types of essays. One is opinion essay, second discussion essay, third problem solution essay, and fourth advantages, disadvantages essay. So each week I will teach you one essay type, and the essay type which we discuss in the class, on your mock test day you will get the same type of essay. Clear? So thank you. We've got opinion essay, discussion essay, problem solution essay, and advantages, disadvantages essay. Today we are going to learn about opinion essay. Now please do one thing. This book you are carrying, IELTS Advantage Writing Skills, this is the best book so far on IELTS writing, especially essay writing and academic writing task 1. Okay, this essay writing is same for general training candidates as well, right? So as far as this essay writing is concerned, opinion essay, for that you will read unit number 3 and unit number 6 from this book. Note it down somewhere. Unit number 3 and unit number 6. Got it? Okay. Now, the first thing is how to identify it's an opinion essay. Whenever you read the topic and the last sentence of the topic says, how far do you agree or disagree with this statement? To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? Do you think this is a positive or a negative development? Or
Do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? Whenever they say anything like this and you have a feeling that they're asking me for my opinion, that is going to be opinion essay. And again, I repeat, unit number 3 and unit number 6 of this book will teach you all essential grammar, vocabulary, sentence structure, the whole structure of your essay, coherence, cohesion, each and everything you will learn. And if you come to your mock test without reading unit 3 and unit 6, you are wasting your mock test. You should read, learn, and then you have to present that there. Now, we are going to take a start. First, we come to this unit number 3. Page number 36, please. Page number 36. Model essay opinion. Got it? Page number 36. Okay. The topic is prison is the best punishment for criminals. And then they have written discuss. Now please cross discuss. He's going to bring, don't worry. We're just reading the topic. So, prison is the best punishment for criminals. Then they have written discuss, cross discuss, and write there, what is your opinion? What is your opinion? Now, in this topic, you will find 3 words. The first word is prison. The second word is punishment. And the third word is criminals. What you have to do, at least come up with 4 to 5 synonyms related to these words. Because throughout your essay, you are going to play with these words or with this topic. For prison, you can use the word jail, bars, cell. Behind the consignment is not the right word for prison, huh? Consignment? No. Confinement. Yeah. All right. Confinement. Okay. So all these words define prison, and you need that variety to get good band score. If you tend to repeat the same words, you will get low band for that. For punishment, you might use the word punishment, punish, penalty, sentence, and all that. For criminals, you can use the word criminals, offenders, prisoners, gamblers is one type. You can use the word like criminals, violent criminals, murderers, rapists, and all that. Lawbreakers, exactly. So you need to come up with a variety of words for that. Is that clear? Now listen carefully. In opinion essay, there will be 5 paragraphs. Introduction. In a minute, I'll tell you how to write that. Introduction. 2 separate paragraphs to support your opinion. If your opinion is I agree, you will write 2 paragraphs to support why you agree. Reason number 1, reason number 2. And then 1 paragraph which is called contrast, where you will write the opposite thing. If you agree, in contrast paragraph, you will write what you disagree with or what people disagree or what they say about it. I mean, contrast paragraph in opinion essay is always against your opinion. It's always opposite to your opinion. If I agree, contrast is what I disagree with or what other people disagree with. Okay? If I disagree, contrast is what I agree with or what other people agree with. In a minute, I'll show you all these things. Don't worry. So, introduction, 3 body paragraphs, 2 paragraphs to support your opinion, 1 contrast paragraph, and 1 conclusion. In total, you will write 5 paragraphs for your opinion essay. Is this clear? Now, we are going to go through 1 opinion essay and we see how these paragraphs are given. Okay, introduction. You can write introduction in 3 sentences or 2 sentences or 4 sentences. But I would advise you to write 3 sentences because you have the word count, 250 words. Usko bhi pura karna hai. So that's why 3 sentences are going to be ideal, but you can write 4. Now, what are those 3 sentences? Listen. Number 1, a general sentence about the topic. Now, this is for every essay type. Number 1, a general sentence about the topic. In a minute, I'll show you. And by the way, all these things are written in a handout I have provided you already. So you don't need to write everything. Okay, ये golden words नहीं है जो मैं बता रहा हूँ. ये आपको handout दिया हुआ है, उसमें लिखे हुए एक अलग से handout है. Okay, so The first sentence is a general sentence about the topic. Second sentence is what we call paraphrase the topic in your own words. Whatever the topic is, उसको अपने words में आपने elaborate करना है. Paraphrase the topic in your own words. And finally, third sentence is what we call your thesis sentence. THESIS, और आप इसको कह सकते हैं plan. What is your plan? And by the way, this third sentence will tell the examiner the type of essay you are writing. So you should write that third sentence very, very clearly. This sentence will show the type of essay you are writing. I tell you how. Please follow the book. Now, sentence number 1. General sentence about the topic. And you write it with these days, nowadays, at present, currently, and all that. These days, every time you turn on the television or flick through the pages of a newspaper, you learn about the victims of crime. Now, what is it? A general sentence about the topic. For the time being, please cross second sentence. But what is the most effective method of dealing with the rising crime rate in our society? Cross it. After this, what we are going to do? We are going to paraphrase the topic. So, some people believe the best way to punish criminal is to sentence them to time in prison. Now read the topic sentence. Prison is the best punishment for criminal. And how have we reworded it? We've written some people believe the best way to punish criminals is to sentence them to time in prison. The second sentence is called paraphrasing the topic. In order to paraphrase the topic, either you can change the wording or you can change the order. Change the word order, change the words, and you can paraphrase. Now, final sentence, third one is what we call your thesis sentence. And as I told you, your thesis sentence will tell the examiner the type of essay you are writing. I completely disagree with this idea. When you say I completely disagree, you are giving a message to the examiner, I am writing opinion essay. See that? In other essay type, you will never write I completely disagree. You will never write. If it is a discussion essay, then you write in this essay, I will discuss. If it is advantages, disadvantages essay, then you write in this essay, I will highlight the benefits and drawbacks of. If it is problem solution essay, the sentences are different. So your thesis sentence is so important, right? So they say, I completely disagree with this idea, and in this essay, I will support my opinion with examples. All done, 3 sentences, first paragraph, and we are writing opinion essay, which is the most important ones. Now, let's go on. As I said, one strong idea to support your opinion. Over here, you said, I completely disagree. Okay, you disagree. What is reason number 1? What is reason number 2? Or you say, I agree. Okay, you agree. What is reason number 1? That reason is called argument. In your body paragraphs, you will write those 2 reasons in 2 separate paragraphs. Now let's see. Firstly is what we call, one more thing, I'll share a link with you. There you can learn more about opinion essay, number 1. And second point is unit number 3 and unit number 6. These 2 units will teach you everything about opinion essay, and then you are ready for it. Okay. So, first of all, life in jail is far too comfortable for prisoners. Reason number 1, life in jail is far too comfortable for prisoners. Now, throughout this paragraph, you will only talk about the comforts in the life in jail, right? Nothing else. Don't stuff your paragraphs with so many ideas. One body paragraph should contain one main idea. Then you need to elaborate on that main idea, give example, and conclude. 4 sentences. In body paragraphs, we write only 4 sentences. The first sentence contains main idea. Second sentence elaborates that main idea. Third sentence gives an example if you have. Otherwise, further elaborate that idea. And last sentence will conclude. So you just need to write 4 sentences, and if you do one thing, you can get very good band score. Out of these 4 sentences, make sure 3 sentences you write, they must be compound and 1 complex. 3 compound and 1 complex. Now you can just watch a 10-minute video on YouTube on how to make compound sentences, how to make complex sentences. Very simple and easy. Just watch a short video. So 3 compound, 1 complex, or otherwise 2 compound, 2 complex, and you will get good bench score. And if you want to get 5.5 to 6, then write all simple sentences. I have a cow, it has 4 legs, it gives milk, it has 2 eyes. All this is simple sentence. Simple sentence contains one idea. Compound sentence compounds 2 ideas together. And complex sentence has got the subordinate clause and the main clause and all that. Just watch short videos. They are not rocket science. They are simple. Okay? Okay, don't write anything fake in your essay. So, no survey report, no statistical data, no percentage, never do anything like that. That's all wrong. Alright, firstly, life in jail is far too comfortable for prisoners. For example, they have immediately given an example. For example, many inmates have access to luxuries such as television, computers and sports facilities and so on. So see that life is comfortable and they elaborated that comfortable life with luxuries, sports facilities, television and so on. In other words, this is for coherence and cohesion, connectivity of ideas. We call it coherence and cohesion, which is one of the 4 marking criteria. Coherence and cohesion, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy. Okay, and then we have task achievement. Task achievement means 250 words on the topic. Grammatical range, as I said, compound complex sentences. Vocabulary, lexical resource, as I said, synonyms related to the topic. And coherence and cohesion, connectivity of your ideas. For coherence and cohesion, the key word is signpost language. You can Google it. Signpost language. What is signpost language? First of all. Secondly, finally, moreover, these words. So you need to use these words almost with every sentence. When you start the sentence, first you say first of all. Then you say for example. Then you say moreover. In other words. So these phrases must be used with almost every sentence. So anyways, in other words, spending time behind bar is more like being in a holiday camp. And now we have concluding sentence, 4th sentence of the paragraph. If prison is going to act as a deterrent, deterrent means something that stops some activity from happening. If prison is going to work as a deterrent, then I believe it needs to be considerably tougher. So 1 point is life in jail is comfortable. Okay, don't stuff your paragraph like a pillow. जितना मर्जी उसमें ठोस दे ideas. One idea, only one idea. One well-developed idea is far better than 5 undeveloped ideas. And development of idea means main idea, explanation of main idea, example of main idea, conclusion of that idea. Let's go on to the next paragraph. Another reason why I disagree, another reason is for coherence and cohesion. As I said, signpost language. Another reason means one reason I expressed before and now this is the second one. Another reason why I disagree with prison as a punishment is that, now what is the reason? A large number of prisoners are not actually a danger to society. Large number of prisoners are not danger to society. तुमने क्या चोरी किया था? मैंने चॉकलेट चोरी किया था. मुझे यहाँ बंद कर दिया. तुमने क्या चोरी किया था? मैंने बैंक लूटा था. Both are there. चॉकलेट वाला भी, बैंक वाला भी. Okay, so large number of people are not, they are not danger to society. Take shoplifters as an example. Now shoplifters are those who go to superstore, hide the things in their pocket and come out without paying the bill. We call them shoplifters, which is a very good vocabulary word. Few people know shoplifters. If you've seen Home Alone Part 1, 2 or somewhere, he goes to the superstore, he purchases a brush and then he runs away without paying the bill, and then the policeman, the hotel manager says, shoplifter, catch him, shoplifter, right? So shoplifter. Watch the movies and learn language from there. You can understand, अच्छा इसको shoplifter कहते हैं, right? Take shoplifters as an example. They are often locked up. See now, for prison the word is locked up. Just observe the language. They are often locked up in the same cells as murderers, rapists and violent criminals. Now murderers, rapists, violent criminals, these are the words for criminals. Okay, you just have to show the examiner the extension of your language skills related to the topic. Now if you know 10 words to get 8 band, fit aaye na aaye aapne laga diya. Like once, there was a student, he only knew one essay topic, and that was football match. In actual exam, the topic was journey by plane. First he was confused. Then he started. All right, a journey by plane. The aeroplane took off, and from the window I saw the football stadium. And there was the match going on, and then he put football match there. Okay? So, if you know any words like that, and you try to fit them here, because somebody told you you would get 8 band with these words, you are mistaken. Those words will be the reason of low band score. I often quote this thing. One of my students, without preparation, got 6.5 band in IELTS. And he was like, okay, without preparation, 6.5. With preparation, I can nail it. He did a lot of preparation. He watched so many videos after. Okay, now, they are often locked up in the same cells as murderers, rapists, and violent criminals. Now, concluding statement, I strongly believe. What does that mean? In my opinion. So you can write, I strongly believe that this is a serious waste of taxpayers' money. Because the money spent on jail or prison is the taxpayers' money. Then they have written, what's more, please cross it. In IELTS writing, never use contractions. What are contractions? What's up? Don't, doesn't, shouldn't. So they've written here, what's more, cross it and write there, furthermore, or you can write moreover, or you can write additionally. All these words are fine. And these words are to achieve coherence and cohesion. That is equal to 9 band out of 4 criteria. Coherence and cohesion is for 9 band, one of the criteria. और ये क्या है? Disorganization of your paragraphs and using the signpost language. Okay, so they say here, I strongly believe that furthermore, petty criminals are small criminals, may even learn how to commit more serious crimes when they are inside here. Okay, now 2 paragraphs in favor of your opinion. Next paragraph is what we call contrast. On the other hand, you start it like this. On the other hand, there is an, or you can write however. On the contrary, if you write like this, you know, this is how examiner or the reader will understand this paragraph is contrast. If you write thirdly, how do we know it's a contrast paragraph? But if you write on the other hand, on the contrary, however, right? On the other hand, there is an argument that prison can help to rehabilitate offenders. Now, what is the argument? Prison can help to rehabilitate offenders. When prisoners go to the prison, they become good human being. इंसान बन के आते हैं फिर सही, yeah, like that. Many inmates, the word inmates is for prisoners. Many inmates have the opportunity to study while they are doing time. They are doing time means they are spending their time in the jail. Have you noticed one thing? This essay contains very simple vocabulary, but very appropriate wording and sentences. Hence, it is meant for 8 band or above. Yeah, absolutely. It will get 8 band, right? Okay. As a result, many never reoffend when they are released. See the word reoffend, when they are released. Then we have conclusion. In conclusion, when you write conclusion, once again paraphrase the topic. In conclusion, although it is a common belief that prison is the best way to punish criminals. So, for conclusion, sentence number 1, paraphrase the topic. Sentence number 2, paraphrase your opinion. Paraphrase the topic. Paraphrase means to write your opinion using different words. So, in conclusion, although it is a common belief that prison is the best way to punish criminals, I believe it is too soft. Now go back to second paragraph of your essay. Too soft. Too soft means life in jail is far too comfortable. Too soft and far too comfortable. And it is not necessary in the majority of cases. Come to paragraph 3 of your essay. Large number of prisoners are not actually a danger to society. So you are giving a summary of your 2 logical arguments. And finally, once again, you will give your overall view. Personally, I think prison should be the last option when all else has failed. Okay? Now please do one more thing. I just tell you. Same book. And you have to come to page number 72. Page number 72. Found it? Okay. Over here we've got another opinion essay. I'm reading the topic for you. Let's read the topic. It is a common aspiration among many young people to run their own business rather than work for an employer. Now try to understand the topic. In order to understand the topic, you should translate the topic into your native language. It is a common aspiration. Common aspiration means everyone wants, everyone desires. Among many young people means teenagers, university graduates, fresh graduates, they are young people. To run their own business. Run their own business means to become entrepreneurs. Okay? Rather than work for an employer. So instead of doing a job, many young people prefer to have their own business. Now, what is the question? Do you think advantages of working yourself outweigh the drawbacks? Now, listen. Do you think advantages outweigh drawbacks? This is also opinion essay. Do you think this is a positive or a negative development? That is also opinion essay. Clear? So this is another type. So unit 3 and unit 6 you got to read. Now tomorrow inshallah we will discuss writing task 1 academic and writing task 1 gender training. Okay, that's great. Thank you. All right, now we are going to go through a comparative graph and we'll see how to write it. Report writing is for academic IELTS candidates and they've got to write it. Now let's read the topic first. Okay, the table below gives information on the proportion of carbohydrates, protein and fat. It's not a table, it's basically pie chart. Okay, that's wrong here. So the pie charts below give information on the proportion of carbohydrates, protein and fat in 3 different diets. So 3 pie charts, 3 different diets, and by the way, it's going to be colored in actual IELTS exam. You've got this black and white book, but in actual exam, it's going to be colored one, right? So, write a report for a university lecturer describing the information shown below. Make comparisons where relevant. You should write at least 150 words. So, the proportion of carbohydrates, protein and fat in 3 different diets. Average diet. Okay, so black one is carbohydrates. Then we've got the gray one, lighter than that, that is protein. And then finally we have fat. Okay, again I'm telling you, in actual exam you will get it all colored. Everything is crystal clear. You'll be able to see that easily. Okay, now let's see the first paragraph, how to write it. The pie charts compare. Whenever there is a comparative graph, you will say the table compares, pie charts compare, line graph compares. Alright, if it is singular, then compares. If it is plural, then compare. Pie charts compare proportion of carbohydrates, protein and fat in 3 different diets, namely an average diet, a healthy diet and a healthy diet for sport. So this is first paragraph. And have you noticed one thing? The first paragraph is similar to what is already written here. Okay, you just rearrange, change the order of that and you can easily make your first paragraph. And it's always like that. Now you're going to discuss all these diets one by one. So it is noticeable that sports people, can you see that? Sports diet, healthy diet for sport. Now they are discussing that. It is noticeable that sports people require a diet comprising a significantly higher proportion of carbohydrates. You can see that, and that is I think 50%, 60%. Then an average diet or a healthy diet. You're comparing it. The average diet contains the lowest percentage of carbohydrates. Now we are talking about average diet. Average diet contains the lowest percentage of carbohydrates but the highest proportion of protein. Protein is like 40% there and all that. Now let's go on. Carbohydrates make up to 60% of the healthy diet. Take a look at healthy diet. Can you see 60%? Is it 60 or 50? It's wrong here. It's wrong. So carbohydrates. Oh yeah, we've just okay, that's for sport. Exactly, you're right. Yeah, that is for sport. So carbohydrates make up 60% of healthy diet for sport. Yeah, that is the last one, bottom one. This is 10% higher than the proportion of carbohydrates in a normal healthy diet. Now take a look at normal healthy diet. What is the proportion there? 50. And over here, 60, 10% higher. And 20% more than the proportion in the average diet. In average diet, it's 40. So 10% more, 20% more, like that. On the other hand, people who eat an average diet consume a greater relative amount of protein, that is 40%. Now take a look, people who eat an average diet and 40%. And what is that? Protein. Then those who eat a healthy diet, that is 30%, and sports people 25%. What are you comparing? You are comparing carbohydrates, protein and fat, and there are three groups. One is average diet, one is healthy diet, and one is healthy diet for sport. Okay. Now let's go on. Last paragraph. The third compound shown in the charts is fat. Now you're talking about them one by one. Fat constitutes exactly 1/5 of both the average diet and the healthy diet. Now look at average diet, healthy diet, and fat is 20%. 20% means 1/5. If out of 100, it's 20%, so 20% means 1/5. But the figures drop to only 15% for the healthy sports diet. If you take a look at healthy sports diet, there it is 15%, otherwise it is 20%. In total, there are 164 words. So like this, you can write a report. Okay. Now the book that you are carrying, this book has got around 100 sample answers. And in actual exam, there are basically 4 types of reports. One is graph with a trend. Second is comparative graph. This is what we are doing, is comparative graph. Third is process diagram. And fourth is map. In this book, you will find all of them. Right? So you can practice from there. Thank you. Okay guys, today we are going to learn how to write a discussion essay. So remember, discussion essay and opinion essay. These two essay types are most important, and 70% chances are that you are going to get either opinion essay or discussion essay. Now, how to identify that the topic is for a discussion essay? Whenever they give you a discussion essay, they write clearly, discuss both views and give your own opinion. Number 1. Number 2, they always give you 2 views. As they say, discuss both views. So they always give you 2 views and you have to discuss both views, right? And then give your opinion. Your opinion means which view you support. That is your opinion. Many students misunderstand discussion essay and they take it for opinion essay. They just think, okay, discuss both views and give your own opinion. It's an opinion essay. No, your opinion means which side of the view you support. Okay. So now we are going to go through one sample answer which has been written by IELTS examiner. So this is the standard answer. Let's just focus that. The topic. Now the first thing is you need to understand the topic. Leadership is the topic. Some are of the opinion. Some means people. Some are of the opinion means some people think that people are naturally born as good leaders. So good leadership is natural. One side is good leadership is natural. While others feel that leadership skills can be learned, means you can acquire all these skills to become a leader. One opinion is leadership is natural. Second is leadership can be learned. Leadership can be acquired. Now these are 2 sides. And then the topic, discuss both views and give your own opinion. Okay. Whenever you write a discussion essay, mostly you write 4 paragraphs. Introduction, then you discuss one side, then you discuss second side, and then you write your conclusion. And in conclusion, you give your opinion, which side you support. Okay. Now let's go through this essay. The first sentence of your introduction is a general sentence about the topic. It is often said that important people are born with certain characteristics that enable them to become great leaders. This is a general sentence about the topic. You can write it like it is often said, people believe, some people think, like that. Second sentence, the alternative view is that leadership is a learnable quality. Now, what have you done? In two sentences, you have paraphrased both views. One view in one sentence, second view in second, and now third sentence is your opinion. Personally, I agree with the latter viewpoint. Now, what is latter viewpoint? Alternative view is that leadership is a learnable quality. Latter means which is discussed at the second place, right? So I agree with the latter viewpoint because training and experience are more important than innate ability in this situation. So for a discussion essay, you can write a 3-sentence introduction. All clear? One sentence, one side of discussion, paraphrase it. Second sentence, second side, and third sentence, your opinion. Now we start with the body paragraph. It is somewhat true that many individuals are born with distinctive personal traits that allow them the opportunity to become talented leaders. So we are discussing this point. Some people are naturally born as good leaders. So we are discussing that. Leaders tend to be those who are charming and persuasive. In contrast, those who lack of these characteristics may have a difficulty inspiring the belief and loyalty that all leaders require and end up as followers rather than leaders. Now see, language is very simple, but sentence structure is very impressive. Try to copy, try to focus each sentence. When you write your essay, layout should be the same. For instance, now we are giving example. And one more thing, they have not used connecting words too much. Like, however, additionally, every line has a connecting word. That is also negative. If you use a lot of linking words, even that is negative. So, for instance, a salesman who often fails to convince his clients to sign a deal may be dissuaded from becoming the sales team leader since he does not believe that he has what it takes to be one. One means leader, right? And this is present simple tense. The more convincing salesmen are more likely to rise to that role. So one side has been discussed here with proper example. Now we come to the other side. And by the way, these two sides are going to be contrary, opposite. However, you start it like however. There are also people who assert that. Now you can copy such type of sentences for your discussion essay, right? However, there are also people who assert that leadership skills can actually be achieved through proper training and effort. Now you're discussing the other side. This is why there is a larger number of institutes offering leadership training programs, helping those who want to learn the skills required to be a leader, right? Public speaking is one of many skills these schools can teach. Individuals who are shy and lack confidence can find their feet in the leadership battle by learning the essence of good body language, pronunciation, and other elements of good public speaking. This will in turn make them better leaders. What have you done? You have described both points you've been unbiased here. You did not take any side. You described both points. Now we come to conclusion. In conclusion, although some traits related to leadership are likely inherited, there is tremendous room for people to grow into positions of responsibility if they apply themselves fully to learning the skills and personal characteristics of great leaders. What is the conclusion? Conclusion is leadership can be learned. You can learn to become a leader. That is the conclusion. And in total, there are 4 body paragraphs. You have discussed both sides without taking any side. And in conclusion, you have just given the final conclusion. So this is a very standard essay. And there is hardly any word in this essay that you say, I don't know the meaning of this word. So try to learn to play with words, to convert the vocabulary you know already into sentences. And then proper paragraphs. So you're going to follow this thing, right? Thank you. Let's make a start with the process diagram, which is academic writing task 1. You're going to learn how to write a report if they give you a process diagram. Now, the diagram shows the life cycle of the honey bee. We are clear. What is the diagram about? Life cycle of honey bee. And then you can see we've got eggs hatched after 9 to 10 days. Then after 5 days, 7 days, 9 days, young adult emerges. Okay, then we've got 4 days to maturity. Then females lay 1 or 2 eggs every 3 days. So it should start from laying the eggs and then you go on and you'll discuss everything. Life cycle takes 34 to 36 days. So life cycle contains 34 to 36 days, and down there they mention nymph molts 3 times as it grows. And then they say nymph is immature form of an insect. And then they say molt. Molt is shed or lose old feathers, hair or skin to allow for new growth. Okay, so now let's see. The first paragraph can be copied, but you need to change the wording. I mean, as they've written, the diagram shows the life cycle of the honeybee. Change this wording, rearrange it, and you can write your first paragraph. So, the diagram illustrates. So, you can use this sentence. Diagram illustrates. And if they give you 2 diagrams, then you can write diagrams illustrate without S. If singular, diagram illustrates the various stages. Now, can you see various stages? In the life of a honey bee, we can see that the complete life cycle lasts between 34 and 36 days. Can you see that? Yes. Okay. It is also noticeable that there are 5 main stages in the development of the honey bee. Can you see those 5 stages? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Exactly, main stages. From egg to mature adult insect. So this is your introduction. You can talk about number of stages and all that. This specimen is for very good bench score. So you can copy such type of words from there. The life cycle of the honeybee. Whenever we talk about a process diagram, we start it from the initial stage. So the life cycle of the honeybee begins when the female adult lays an egg. Can you see that there? Females lay 1 or 2 eggs every 3 days. The female typically lays 1 or 2 eggs every 3 days, right? Between 9 and 10 days later, each egg hatches. Now, can you see 9 and 10 days? Yes. Hatch after. So, you change the wording of that. And the immature insect or nymph appears. Can you see that? Yes. Right? We've got nymph or immature. They mentioned it already. Okay. Now, there is the next paragraph. During the 3rd stage of the life cycle, the nymph grows in size and sheds its skin 3 times. So can you see that? During the 3rd stage of the life cycle, nymph grows in size from smaller to bigger, sheds its skin 3 times. Shed the skin means it removes the skin. This molting, and for that they use the word molt. It's written there already and it will be given. Molt is shed or lose old feathers. This molding first takes place 5 days after the egg hatches, then 7 days later, and again another 9 days. Can you see that? 5 days, 7 days, and 9 days later. After a total of 30 to 31 days from the start of the cycle, the young adult honey bee emerges from its final molting stage, and in the space of only 4 days, it reaches full maturity. So 4 days to maturity. This is the whole report. And which tense did we use, by the way? Present simple tense. Active voice, passive voice, connecting words, and all that. Okay, so like this, you can find more reports and you can just write on them. Okay, today we are going to learn how to write advantages, disadvantages essay. This is the book all of you must have, and we are on page number 39 of this book. This book, page number 39. Go on, hurry up, be quick, go on, 39. Yes, page number 39, and you will find this essay. This is the book and page number 39. Okay, so we are going to learn how to write advantages, disadvantages essay. Yasin, make sure they are on page number 39. Now, whenever we get advantages, disadvantages essay in IELTS, there is only one possibility. And that possibility is, do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? Okay, so this essay type is actually opinion essay. Right? Yeah, it is opinion essay. When they say, do you think advantages outweigh drawbacks or advantages outweigh disadvantages, this is an opinion essay. Very seldom they will give you only advantages, disadvantages essay, and that goes like, what are the advantages and disadvantages of? But as I have seen in many IELTS exams, they don't give that essay type, what are the advantages and disadvantages of? They only give this type, do you think advantages outweigh drawbacks or disadvantages? Okay, now let's take a look at this essay type. The topic is credit cards. Nowadays, it is easy to apply for and be given a credit card. Okay, now see, whenever you go to the bank, this is, sir, please get your credit card made. Whenever I go to my branch, they call me, sir, why don't you get a credit card? And I said, nakad. Okay, not on credit. So nowadays it is easy to apply for and be given a credit card. However, some people experience problems when they are not, please cross B here. B is wrong here. When they are not able to pay their debts back. You use credit card, your limit is 300,000, and next month when you have to pay, you are unable to pay, and then the banks, they will become a crocodile and they are going to snatch all that, right? Now, in your opinion, do the advantages of credit cards outweigh disadvantages? Now, after reading the topic, think about a credit card. If advantages are more, you can tell the examiner advantages of credit card are more. If disadvantages are more, you're going to tell the examiner disadvantages are more. So your opinion is advantages are more, and then you will support that. And your opinion is disadvantages are more, and then you're going to support that. Okay, in this type of essay, you may write 4 paragraphs. In one paragraph, you can discuss advantages. In another body paragraph, you can discuss disadvantages, and then you can write a concluding paragraph where you can give your own opinion. Okay, now let's see how it starts. It is all too easy to obtain a credit card and then to run up debts which are difficult to repay. This is called a general sentence about the topic. And the topic is credit card, advantages or disadvantages. So this is a general sentence. Second, in my opinion, the disadvantages of credit cards far outweigh advantages. Very simple. 2 sentences in introduction. One general sentence, and second sentence will give your opinion, and then you are going to prove it. Okay, so let's start. Many people consider only the benefits of owning a credit card. Now you're talking about the benefits. Many people consider, because this is not your opinion. Your opinion is disadvantages are more. So many people consider only the benefits of owning a credit card. It is true that a credit card gives you access to money and the facility to pay it back later like a loan. This could be useful for emergencies or something expensive like a holiday. In addition, see connecting word, comma, having a credit card is more secure than carrying money around with you. If you lose your wallet or purse, or if you are mugged in the street, mugged means robbed. If you are robbed in the street. If you are mugged in the street, a quick phone call to the bank means that the credit card will be instantly refused if anyone tries to use it. So in this paragraph, you have mentioned 2 to 3 advantages of credit card, and you said many people consider, because this is not your view, right? That's why you've written many people consider. Now you will come to the next paragraph. On the other hand, Credit cards encourage people to spend money they do not have. Now these are the drawbacks. Okay. On the other hand means now I'm discussing disadvantages. On the other hand, credit cards encourage people to spend money they do not have. I would never have a credit card for this reason. Debts can build and leave people in real financial difficulties. Okay. When people cannot pay their debts back, everyone suffers. Those in debt may lose their homes, the banks lose money, and the whole economy suffers. The enticing message of spend today and pay tomorrow. That's what the banks do. Okay, they say spend today and pay tomorrow. Should not seduce us into embracing this philosophy. As my mother used to say, it will end in tears. She's given some personal example. As my mother used to say, it will end in tears. What will end in tears? A credit card. Then finally you say, take your credit card back and please cut it, and I don't need it. Okay. In conclusion, listen to the advice of the older generation. That means mother. Okay, do not be tempted by the ease of using a credit card, because it may result in mounting debts which cannot be paid back. Very simple, straightforward essay. One paragraph contained advantages, but because your standpoint was disadvantages are more, that's why you said many people consider. And if you think advantages are more, then you will write here, on the other hand, in my opinion, and then you can write your opinion. So, these words are more than 250 and you can easily write that. Now remember, bottom line is, whenever they give you advantages, disadvantages essay, most common type is, do you think advantages outweigh disadvantages? Most common type. And for that you will write 4 paragraphs. In introduction, you will write general sentence and your opinion. And then you will discuss advantages or disadvantages. For example, if you think advantages are more, you can discuss advantages later, or you can discuss them first. There is no problem. And in the end, you will give a clear conclusion. And conclusion means advantages are more or disadvantages are more. In total, you have to write 4 paragraphs. And the second type is, what are the advantages and disadvantages of? So in that essay also you will follow the same layout. What are the advantages and disadvantages of using a credit card? So you will write introduction with your opinion, then advantages, then disadvantages, and then conclusion. And what is conclusion? Advantages are more or disadvantages are more. So this is one of the important essay types. Okay, that's good. Okay, in academic IELTS writing task 1, there are 4 types of reports that we have. Number 1, graph with trend. Number 2, comparative graph. Number 3, process diagram. And number 4, maps. For maps, they will give you 2 maps. One is past map and one is present map. And then you have to spot the differences. It can be the map of a town. Like for example, a small town in 2020 and 2024. Or it can be the map of a city 2010 and 2024 or 2020. So both years can be one past, one present, or both can be past, like 2010 and 2020. So whatever you want to write about 2010, for that you will use past perfect tense. And when you write about 2020, for that you will use past simple tense. If they give you the maps of past and present, one map is of 2010 and one map is now. They write the word now. Okay, for now you will use present perfect tense because it's done, it's completed. So for now, present perfect tense, and for the previous map you will use past simple tense, right? Now let's see. Please come to this page. The 2 maps below show an island before and after the construction of some tourist facilities. Now imagine an island before tourist facilities and after tourist facilities. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. Now if you see before, there is no facility there. There is only sea, one beach,
some palm trees, right? And if you take a look at after, you can see they have footpath, vehicle track, restaurant, reception, accommodation, and all that stuff, right? Now this is what we are going to write about. Okay, let's see. We go through the map. The first paragraph is very short. For that you write, the diagrams illustrate some changes to a small island which has been developed for tourism. You just need to reword this paragraph. This paragraph which is given already, you have to reword it, paraphrase it, rearrange it, and that will become your first paragraph. Now, it is clear that the island has changed considerably. See that? Before, no facility, and after, a lot of facility. So it is clear that the island has been changed considerably with the introduction of tourism, and 6 new features can be seen in the second diagram. Can you see 6 new features? Restaurant, reception, accommodation, swimming, pier, and what's the 6th one? Swimming, yeah. Beach was already there. Okay, accommodation is there. Footpath, vehicle track is already there. Yeah, so it's that. Okay, 6 new features can be seen in the second diagram. The main development, and by the way, you don't need to count the feature. Instead of 6 features, you can write various features, several features. That's better. The main developments are that the island is accessible and visitors have somewhere to stay. Somewhere to stay means accommodation, and accessible means the roads and footpath and all that. Now, looking at the maps in more detail, you can copy this sentence. Looking at the maps in more detail, comma. We can see that small huts have been built. Which tense is it? Present perfect, passive voice. Okay, small huts have been built to accommodate visitors to the island. The other physical structures that have been added are a reception building in the middle of the island and a restaurant to the north of the reception. Can you see that? Yes. Okay, before these developments, the island was completely bare apart from a few trees. So there were only palm trees, otherwise bare apart means there was nothing else. As well as the buildings mentioned above, the new facilities on the island include a pier. We'll check the meaning of that. Where, boats can be docked. So pier is a place where boats can be docked. There is also a short road linking the pier with the reception and restaurant. Can you see the small roads? Yeah. Footpath, vehicle track, and all that. And in actual exam, maps will be given in color. So they are going to be all colored, okay? You can easily spot all these things. Okay, so, yeah. All right. There is also a short road linking the pier with the reception and restaurant, and footpaths connect the huts. Finally, there is a designated swimming area for tourists off a beach on the western tip of the island. Can you see that? Beach and swimming area and all that. So it's very simple. Whenever they give you maps, over here they mention before and after. It can be 2010 and now, or it can be 2010 and 2020. So you will use tenses appropriately, but this is the structure which you have to follow, right? Now in this book, you will find several maps and you should go through them. Okay, so we are going to start with problem solution essay. It's very simple. You can easily identify when they say what are the reasons, what are the causes, or what are the problems. They use 3 words: reasons, causes, or problems. Now there are 2 types of problem solution essay. One type is where they ask you directly about the problems. For example, what are the problems which are faced by people who live in big cities, and provide their solution. This is a direct problem solution essay. Second type is cause and solution. For cause and solution, they will give you a problem and you have to give the reasons for the problem and solution. For example, they say Today, pollution has become a major problem in many cities of the world. What are the major causes of pollution in the cities and how to overcome this problem? Now, this is causes and solution. So, if it is problem and solution, they will write straight away what are the problems and solutions. And if they say what are the causes and solutions, then they will give you the problem. Both ways, it's problem and solution essay. Now, whenever there is problem and solution essay, you can make the layout of your essay in two different ways. The first one is you can write 4 paragraphs. The second one is you can write 5 paragraphs. Now, how to write 4 and 5 paragraphs? The first paragraph is how to make first paragraph. You are going to write 3 sentences. Sentence number 1 is a general sentence about that problem. If the problem is pollution, you can write a general sentence about pollution. This is the first sentence. In the second sentence, whatever the topic is or whatever the problem is, you will paraphrase the problem in your own words or you will reword it. Using different words, you're going to write that problem. This is your second sentence. And the third sentence in introduction, we call it your thesis sentence. You will say, in this essay, I will highlight some of the causes behind pollution and how to overcome this problem. That's it. This is your third sentence. So you will write an introduction of 3 sentences. Once your introduction is complete, now you will come to body paragraph. This is introduction, this is first body paragraph. Now, in order to write body paragraph, there are 2 approaches. One is what I call 1 plus 1. And I appreciate if you write 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 is what? 1 problem, 1 solution. Or 1 cause, 1 solution. So you can write cause and solution in 1 paragraph. Then second body paragraph, second cause, second solution. Or second problem, second solution. Right? And if you think you have written a lot in 2 paragraphs, then you don't need to write third paragraph. But if you think your other 2 body paragraphs are short and you want to complete 250 words, word count minimum, then you can write the third paragraph, third problem with third solution. And in the end, you will write conclusion. When you write conclusion, once again, you will write a general sentence. 1 sentence in conclusion is a general sentence about the topic. Second sentence will give the summary of causes or problems. Third sentence will give the solution, summary of solution, which you have already written in your essay. Summary of solution, and then you are going to actually close your essay like this. Okay? Remember, word count is 250 words minimum, but if you write more, you will have to manage your time. So it's a good idea to write 300, 350 words maximum. But if you complete something decent in 250 words, that's okay. And how to count the words? Very simple. When you get IELTS writing answer sheet, just see how many words you are writing in one line as an average. So if you write average 9 words per line and you write 30 lines, that is equal to 270 words. So like this you can count your words. But don't count them one by one. Okay? Now what we do, this is the book, right? And in this book, in the beginning, page number 3, we have a template for problem solution essay. This is the book. Page number 3, we have a template of problem solution essay. For this week's mock test, you are going to follow this template. Okay? Now we will go through one problem solution essay, same book. And in this book, you will find... okay, will you please come to page number 41 of this book? Will you please help them? Page number 41. Page 41. On page number 41, we've got a problem solution essay and we are going to go through that. Found it? Yeah? Good. Alright, let's make a start. Now the first and most important thing is you need to read the topic 2 to 3 times. There are 4 marking criteria for IELTS writing. Number 1, task response. Task response means your task is according to the topic. If it is off the topic, you may get as low as 1 band. 1 band means non-user of English, okay? So if your task is not related to the topic. So you need to understand. The topic is about life expectancy. In the developed world, average life expectancy is increasing. Now people are living longer. Average age is 70, 80, it's normal, right? So in the developed world, average life expectancy is increasing. What problems will this cause for individuals and society? Means now people are living longer. If someone is living for 85 to 90 years, so you need to actually take care of that person. You need resources and all that. What problems will this cause for individuals? Now, what are the problems for individuals? Who are individuals? Maybe children. They have to take care of their old parents, right? And society. Society means government, authorities. So you need to cover both individuals and society. What problems will this cause for individuals and society? Suggest some measures that could be taken to reduce the impact of aging population. Now you will give some suggestions. The suggestion is not that kill old people, no. The suggestion is what measures could be taken to reduce the impact of aging population. Like people are getting old, so how can we reduce the impact of people who are getting old? Now this is the whole topic, and let me tell you one thing, the topics that we have in IELTS, they are not straightforward topics. Many students will read this topic and they will not understand what the topic is. The topic is people are living longer. Now they are living up to 80, 90 years. So this thing is creating problem for individuals and societies. So what can be the suggestions to reduce the impact? Because for old people, you need more room, you need other stuff, and old people cannot take care of themselves. You need some attendant with them. So how can we reduce this impact? That's the whole thing. Now let's make a start. It is true that people, now this is a general sentence about the topic. It is true that people in industrialized nations, for developed world, they have used the word industrialized nations. This is called, what do we call this? Rewording, paraphrasing or rewording. Always remember, do not use the words which are given in the topic. Do not copy any sentence from the topic, you will get very low bench score. So it is true that people in industrialized nations can expect to live longer. There the word was life expectancy, and we have reworded life expectancy to expect to live longer than ever before. Now the second sentence, although there will undoubtedly be some negative consequences of this trend, societies can take steps to mitigate these potential problems. Now this is what you've written, that in this essay I'm going to write about all these things. Undoubtedly negative consequences, these are problems. For problems he used the word negative consequences, and then societies can take steps to mitigate these potential problems. For take steps he actually used the word suggest some measures. For suggest some measures they use the word take steps to mitigate these potential problems. All clear? This is the first paragraph. Now, as people live longer, now we are going to answer the first part of the question. What problems will this cause for individuals and society? As people live longer and the populations of developed countries grow older, several related problems can be anticipated. Now this whole paragraph is about problems. The main issue is that, you can copy some such type of words. The main issue is that. Another fundamental problem is that, something like this. There will obviously be more people of retirement age who will be eligible to receive a pension. So first problem is pension. Because there are more retired people, they live longer, and who pays pension? Government. That's what they say, individuals and society. So pension goes to society. The proportion of people of retirement age who will be eligible to receive a pension, the proportion of younger working adults will be smaller, and governments will therefore receive less money in taxes in relation to the size of the population. Old people will not pay taxes, young people will pay taxes, but old people will receive pension. So this is how it will create problem. In other words, an aging population. Aging population is another word for old people, people who are getting old. Aging population will mean a greater tax burden for working adults, because adults will pay the tax and that tax will go to old people. Further pressure will include a rise in the demand for healthcare. As people are old, they have more healthcare issues. So further demand for healthcare, and the fact young adults will increasingly have to look after their elderly relatives or parents or anything like that. Now this is what they've mentioned, and they've covered this topic. What problems will this cause for individuals and society? For individuals, they have to take care of them. For individuals, they have to pay taxes, and for society, pension. Got it? One question answered. Now the next question is, suggest some measures that could be taken to reduce the impact of aging population. Now you will give suggestions. There are several actions that governments could take to solve the problem. Now for suggestions, you can copy this phrase. There are several actions that government could take to solve the problem described above. Firstly, a simple solution would be to increase the retirement age for working adults, perhaps from 65 to 70. So if they are in a good working condition, so retirement age is 60. So government should change it and make it 70 so that they work, earn money, and they are the part of society as well. Nowadays, people of this age tend to be healthy enough to continue a productive working life. A second measure would be for government to encourage immigration in order to increase the number of working adults who pay taxes. Now, for example, Canadian immigration, they are offering that so that more people come, they work, they pay taxes and all that. Finally, money from national budgets will need to be taken from other areas and spent on vital healthcare, accommodation and transport facilities for the rising number of older citizens. Now these are suggestions, and I think he's given 3 suggestions. You may give 1, 2, 3 suggestions, and we've got full paragraph. Now in conclusion, various measures can be taken to tackle the problems that are certain to arise as the populations of countries grow older. That's it. Simple, one sentence conclusion, and this type of essay may get 8, 8.5 band without any problem. There's no grammatical mistake. And one more thing, this essay has been written by ex-IELTS examiner. So examiners, they know better what to write and all that. So you can follow this type of pattern whenever you are writing a problem solution essay, and you can follow that one, right? Thank you.
Now, first of all, I would like to tell you few essential things about your IELTS speaking test. The first thing is IELTS speaking test is a face-to-face interview with the examiner who is either physical or online. Okay, be ready for online IELTS speaking test. You go there, you're saying where is the examiner, and there is one computer screen and one examiner is there. Okay, so it can be online. They call it remote speaking, or there can be physical examiner, but both ways it's fine. Don't worry about that. Okay. For your IELTS speaking test, in part, there are 3 parts to it. Part 1 is basic. They will ask you some general questions on familiar topics that you are familiar with. In part 1, after your name and ID and everything, they will ask you this question: do you work or study? Examiner wants to see who you are. So you can answer as you want. If you are a student, tell the examiner, I am a student. If you are a stay-at-home lady, you can say, I'm a homemaker. I take care of my family, right? And if you are doing a job, you can just say, well, I am doing a job in a bank, or whatever you want to say, student, homemaker, or a professional. And answer this question briefly. Do not give details, right? Just briefly answer the question. After that, examiner will pick up a topic and examiner will ask you 4 to 5 questions, okay? For IELTS speaking module and writing module, do not memorize answers. Those memorized answers will be the reason for very low band score, okay? Don't learn the answers from this book or from any other book and all that, right? Now, when they ask you a question, the first thing is you need to see what is the WH question. If I say who, when,
Why? How often? So you should know the meaning of these words so that you immediately understand the question. If they say, how often do you brush your teeth? Say, once a year. Okay, on 1st January I brush my teeth. Something like that. How often means frequency, right? If they say, how long have you been living in this city? How long? Duration. Present perfect continuous. Okay, for your IELTS speaking, they will use only 5 tenses. Present simple or present indefinite, past indefinite, future indefinite, present perfect and present perfect continuous. That's it. They will not use any 6th tense, only 5 tenses, and your speaking is done with these 5 tenses. Now, when they ask you a question, the first thing is you need to answer the question directly. Whatever the question is, do not give indirect answer, do not give irrelevant answer, do not start with the background of your answer. For example, they ask you, what type of food do you like? Food is very important for everybody. Some people like healthy food and some people like unhealthy food. Wrong. Question is, what's your favorite food? I love to eat traditional food. I love to eat fast food. I like to eat whatever you like. So you can just say, answer should be direct. Okay, no indirect answers. Otherwise, if your answer is indirect or if your answer is irrelevant, examiner will immediately ask you the next question. And then you'll say, oh, hi, what happened? They are not allowing me to speak and all that. I've noticed some students, when they started answer, examiner asked the next question. Then they started answer, examiner asked the next question. This happens only when your answer is indirect or when your answer is irrelevant. So give direct answer. In part 1, 4 to 5 sentences are enough. If your answer will be short, examiner will say why. Why not? And if your answer is long, examiner will cross-talk and ask you the next question, which is perfectly normal. There is nothing negative about that and you can answer the question. So in part 1, it depends on your luck. If your answers are reasonably well, then they will ask you 5 to 8 questions. And if your answers are short, what do you do in your free time? Sleep. Do you listen to music? Yes. And then you're waiting for the next question. Come on, ask me more, ask me more. Okay, so be careful, okay? If your answers are like this, oh God, you'll get very low band score, right? Never give yes, no answer, never give one word answer. You need to elaborate further. What's your favorite fruit? Orange. And now you're looking at the examiner. So you need to give full answer. And full answer contains 3 parts. Number 1, direct answer. Number 2, elaborate your answer. And number 3, conclude your answer. Okay, so you need to follow this thing. If your answer will be long, examiner will cross you and ask you the next question. That's okay. And after answering 3 to 4 questions, you will understand what does examiner want, and then next you can answer according to the mood and mind of the examiner. So this is how you're going to deal with IELTS speaking part 1. Okay. Well guys, let's take a start with IELTS speaking part 2 and speaking part 3. So you should understand what is speaking part 2, what does examiner expect from you in speaking part 2, and how to perform. After speaking part 1, examiner will say we now move on to IELTS speaking part 2. At the same time, examiner will give you a topic and pen and paper. And then examiner will say, you have 1 minute to read the topic and write down some notes. After 1 minute, you will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. So by saying this, topic is there in front of you, paper is there, pen is there, and examiner will be quiet for 1 minute. Now, in 1 minute time, you have to read the topic, write down the notes, and do it all. I mean, don't just finish it all in 10 seconds and then you look at the examiner, Baji, finished. Not like this, okay? You just have to do it all. When examiner says, you will now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes, then you start speaking. Now, the point is how to spend this 1 minute. What should you do during this 1 minute time? First of all, let me tell you, topic will be given in description. In the topic, it will be written, describe something, right? For example, describe a TV program you often watch.
Describe a book you like to read. Describe a place you often visit. Describe a person you admire the most. So it's always going to be a description. The first thing is you have to decide immediately. I mean, as you read the first line, you have to decide immediately whatever you are going to talk about. For example, topic is describe a person you admire the most. You write over there, my mother. That's it. Okay, and don't read all the topic. I mean, just read the first sentence of the topic, decide and write on piece of paper that for example, describe a shopping mall you often visit. And you write over there Hyperstar, or you write Emporium Mall or Mall of Lahore or any other mall like that. Okay, so first you need to decide and write, then you should read the next points. Now, remember, in 1 minute time, you cannot write sentences, you cannot write paragraphs, so don't try to write sentences and paragraphs. Just write the outline. Now, what is the outline? Outline is very simple. For example, we assume that the topic, okay, I select a topic from here, and then I tell you how to make the outline thing. Do you have pen and paper? So let's make an outline. Okay, now the topic, I read the topic and you write the notes. The topic is describe some technology like an app, phone software program that you decided to stop using. Now what's the topic? Describe some technology like an application, a mobile software that you decided to stop using. Now tell me what it is. TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. Come on. Huh? Snapchat. WhatsApp. It's up to you. Like, it can be a game also. PUBG. Right? Because they said describe some technology like an app, phone, software program that you decided to stop using. Okay? Alright. Now, which tense is this topic in? You decided to stop using. Which tense is that? Past tense. And you should write it there. That means your cue card is all in past tense. Some cue cards are all in past, some are present and past, some are present, past, future, some only future, some only present. So you have to see the main topic is in the past tense. Okay, so I read this again. Describe some technology like app, phone, software program that you decided to stop using. You've written WhatsApp, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, or whatever. Next, you should say when and where you got this technology. When and where. When means time, where means location. So you will write when, a year ago, a couple of years ago, location in my college. Or when and where. When you can say in my friend's house, right? When means 2 years ago in my friend's house. He introduced me with this game. And then I played with him and I quite enjoyed that. Since that time, I started using this game. All clear? When and where. The next point is why you started using this technology. Why means reason. And in order to speak well on the cue card, you need to come up with a couple of reasons. For example, well, I started using it because that time I was totally free from my studies and I had nothing else to do. So when you give the reasons, you can give a couple of reasons. Like, first of all, at that time, I was free from my exams and I had nothing to do. So I decided to play this game. Secondly, I had purchased a new mobile and the features of that mobile, they were very good. So I decided to enjoy my mobile while using this application or game. So whatever it is, just come up with a couple of reasons. The next point is why you decided to stop using it. Now you will come to the point when you decided to stop using it. Right? So again, you will give the reasons why you decided to stop using it. I decided to stop using this technology for a couple of reasons. First of all, it was a big time waster in my life. You know, even my family members were sick of me. You can even talk about that game, Candy Crush. Right? So there's several things you can talk about. And then last point, and explain how you feel about the decision you made. How you feel. in cue card, the last sentence is always closing of your conversation, or it's the concluding statement. So explain how you feel about the decision you made. Well, I feel great about that decision because right after that I had my exams, and if I didn't stop using this technology, I could fail my exam, but thank God I deleted that app from my mobile for good and I passed my exam with good marks and all that. Right? So like this, you need to come up with some ideas. And again, I tell you, don't look for ideas from your real life. Don't look for ideas from your real life. You have to script everything. What is scripting? Scripting means there isn't anything like that. You all use Facebook even today, right? But you're going to talk about Facebook in that way. So you're going to script your answer that I will say this thing, I will attach my exams there, I will say this and that and all that. So you have to script an ideal answer for speaking part 2. Now, after 1 minute, examiner will say you will now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. Topic is in front of you on the table. The notes you've jotted down, they are in front of you on the table. You have the pencil in your hand as well. Now, what you have to do, you need to take a look at the topic or notes and you start talking. Okay, today I'm going to tell you about some technology which I stopped using, and then you go on. As you talk, you can take a look at your notes, right? But don't stop to read anything, all right? And now I would like to tell you the reasons why. Well, it was basically 2 years ago when I started. Just take a look and elaborate the next point. Take a look and elaborate the next point. And on piece of paper also, don't write sentences, paragraphs, just write outline. Or in other words, you can call it write down headings, or you can call it bullet points. Just write down the bullet points. Now, one more thing, in speaking part 2, you have to speak for 1 to 2 minutes. Minimum 1 minute, maximum 2 minutes. Watches are not allowed, mobile phones are not allowed in your speaking test also. They are not allowed, any gadget, any type of watch, any type of gadget, they are not allowed at all in IELTS test, right? So you don't know whether 1 minute time is over or not. It's a good idea to maintain good eye contact with the examiner. When the examiner stops you, then you have to stop. Don't try to stop before that. Don't try to ask the examiner, oh, give a minute. Not like this, okay? Don't try to look at the watch or anything like that, because you will not have anything. So you just keep talking to the examiner. And if examiner says anything like this, or that's fine. Sometimes there are very good examiners also. There are good examiners, but some are very good. If you stop before a minute, they say, right? Because they record your test. So examiner cannot speak anything other than the script. So they use body language. If you're stopping before a minute, they will just ask you to speak more. And when it is 1.5 minutes, after 1 minute, they can stop you anytime. Now don't mind it that examiner didn't give me 2 minutes. After 1 minute, they can stop you anytime. 1.5 minutes, 1 minute, 3/4 and all that. Okay, now you must have received your cue cards. Yes, so you're going to prepare them in the same way, and then I'll call you here and you got to speak on them, right? All right, once your speaking part 2 is over, we have IELTS speaking part 3. And IELTS speaking part 3 is called follow-up questions. In this part, examiner will ask you some extended questions which are related to your cue card. Questions are going to be related to cue card, whatever the cue card topic was or whatever it was. Now, in speaking part 3, they check your high level English. Speaking part 1 is basic. Band score 1, 2, 3. Speaking part 2 is intermediate. Band score 4, 5, 6. And speaking part 3 is advanced. Band score 7, 8 and 9. And then they give you average band and all that, right? In speaking part 3, they will ask you some questions where you have to use advanced structures of English language. And if you don't use them, then they understand this candidate is for 6 band only. Right? Now, for example, if they are going to compare 2 things, so for that, you need to use comparative structures. You will compare village with city. They may ask you to compare local education with foreign education. They may ask you to compare any 2 countries, any 2 cities and all that. So one thing is comparative questions. So you need to know, if we compare city life with village life, there are several differences, and then you can talk about them, right? Second, after comparison, second is opinion. They will ask you questions like, do you think Do you believe? What do you think? In your opinion. So when they ask you such type of questions, you can say, as far as my point of view is concerned, to my way of thinking, in my opinion, right? From my perspective, use such type of words and you'll get good bench score. If your other sentences are okay as well, right? After opinion, they will ask you some questions where they will ask you the advantages or disadvantages. What are the benefits of going to a foreign country? What are the drawbacks of eating fast food? So benefits, drawbacks, and for that you can use signpost language. First of all, secondly, finally, and all that, okay? And after this, most importantly, they will ask you to predict questions in future. What will happen after 20 years, after 30 years? Do you think people will continue to use public transport after 15 years? Now, after 15 years, this is what we call prediction, and you have to use future tense for that. So they check your ability to use the right tenses, because that is advanced English, and if you use the right tenses, you will get even good bench score. You'll get better bench score in all three parts, okay? So this is the whole story. You need to focus part 1, part 2, part 3. For part 2, you need to speak for minimum 1 minute. Maximum 2 minutes. For part 1, make sure your answer contains 4 to 5 sentences. And for part 3 also, you need to follow the same pattern. Number 1, direct answer. Number 2, elaborate your answer. And number 3, conclude your answer. And then examiner will ask you the next question, right? Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Asad Yaqub and I'm going to conduct your IELTS speaking test. Are you ready for that?
Ji.
All right. Let's make a start with IELTS speaking part 1. Do you live in a house or a flat?
Well, I live in a house. It is a very beautiful place, and so now my answer is I live in a house.
Okay. Please describe your house.
I am from Khushab, and I live in a house, and there are 4 bedrooms with attached bath, and also I have a 1 kitchen and 1 lobby, and there are no any
Okay. What's your favorite room in your house?
My favorite room in my own bedroom, so I feel more comfortable in my own bedroom.
All right. Would you like to live in a flat in the future?
Well, I decided to go outside, so that's why I would like to decide to go in flat.
So this answer is not clear. For part 1, some of your answers are short, some of your answers are incomplete, and some of your answers are irrelevant. So focus. My last question was, would you like to live in a flat in the future? I've decided to go, and answer was not clear. So there should be clarity in your answer, okay? We now move on to IELTS speaking part 2. This is your topic.
Okay.
Now you will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
I would like to explain to you, today my topic is about describe an area in my room when I feel relaxed. Well, I feel good in my bedroom. This room is so beautiful, and because I have decorated my own thinking, so that's why I like it. Whenever I feel exhausted, like when I come back from my job, then definitely I go to my room. My room is a quiet place area. There are many painting like I have bought to my shops, like greenery views. So I like it. And I also have a beautiful window. Whenever I feel uncomfortable, then I stand the window place and see the view in my window. These rooms are very happy because I live in alone, and I don't share everything to anyone. So I spend my life my own way. So that's why I feel very comfortable.
Okay, thank you. Can I get the topic, please? Now we move on to IELTS speaking part 3. What are the facilities in your area?
There are many facilities in my area. There are many park, and also there are mall and hospitals and school everything available there.
Okay. Is there any area in your locality where you go to feel relaxed?
I have a beautiful park. Whenever I feel exhausted, then I go with my friend to enjoy it, because that place is so beautiful in my
Why do
city.
some people prefer to relax on the weekend?
I think so. Every person busy in whole weekend, so that's why when in a weekend they feel more relaxed. With some people live in a family and other one live in a friends. So that's why.
Okay. Now, the main thing is sentence structure. You need to improve your sentence structure. Sometimes you're not using proper helping verbs. And other point is clarity. Right? I mean, my last question, why do some people want to feel relaxed on the weekend? So when you were answering, you were not clear about it. So you need to give the clarity to your sentences, then the examiner will understand you. If your English is ambiguous, that will be the reason for low band score, okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, my name is Asad Yaqub and I'm going to ask you some questions. This is the part of your IELTS speaking part 1, okay? So let's just make a start. Tell me about your hometown.
Sir, I live in Lahore, and my hometown is near to Batapur, that is near Mughalpura, and I mostly used to live in Lahore, but from my ancestors, we are from Gujarat, and
Okay, that's good. When I say hometown, hometown is the city.
Yes,
So
sir.
don't talk about the locality where you live in.
Okay, sir.
Just talk about the whole city
sir.
and talk about the city.
Okay,
And you
sir.
can say my ancestral city is Gujarat, and in the past my grandparents migrated to Lahore.
Okay, sir.
Something like that,
Okay,
okay?
sir. Okay, sir.
Now, let's go on. Is it a big or small city?
It's a big city, and it's the you can say that it's the heart of Pakistan, Lahore, that where I live, and Lahore is renowned from you can say from very specialities that have Lahore.
Okay, what do you like about your city?
Sir, I liked most that the education system in Lahore is good instead of other countries, and I think that education plays a very important role in the personality of any person.
Okay, now don't talk about personality, only talk about your hometown and education.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, your answer will be irrelevant. And in
Okay.
the end, you need to give conclusion of your answer.
Okay, sir.
One last question. Would you like to live in this city in the future?
Yes, sir. Obviously, I want to live in this city because of many reasons. Because there are a number of universities where I can do and where I can do, and with according to my research.
I can study according to my research.
And a number of historical places as well that where we can get information.
Okay, so at the moment your answers are not organized.
Yes, sir.
Gradually you can just do that.
Yes, sir.
And practice all these questions.
I
That's
practice,
okay, thank
yes,
you.
sir.
Now we move on to IELTS speaking part 2. This is your topic.
Okay,
and
sir.
you will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. Please,
Okay,
you
sir.
can start.
Sir, the activity that enjoyed in my free time when I was young, that I mostly used to play badminton, and I mostly used to perform this activity in my home lawn, and I perform this activity with my sisters, and after playing that activity, it made my mood fresh and make me to study better in a better way, so that I can focus on my research, and it made my mood fresh.
Okay, this is less than a minute. You have
Okay,
to
sir.
speak on the topic for at least 1 minute.
Okay,
and
sir.
in actual exam, allow the examiner to stop you.
Okay, sir.
Because if it isn't 1 minute, examiner will not stop you.
Okay,
and
sir.
after 1 minute, examiner will stop you.
Okay,
So
sir.
next time you have to be careful.
Okay, sir.
Now, let's move on. This is IELTS speaking part 3.
Okay, sir.
What type of activities do children enjoy in their free time these days?
Sir, if I speak honestly, children's nowadays, I don't think so that they like some activities. They just want to focus on their technology that is in mobiles, and they just want to watch games, and just want to watch movies, and they don't want to make any kind of activities, according to my
Right.
point.
Do you think people will prefer indoor activities or outdoor activities in the future?
I think people, according to my prediction, that people will mostly use indoor activities, because if we see in our in our environment, in our surroundings, that people mostly used to play, mostly used to live in their indoor. They don't want to come out just because of many reasons. That can be.
Okay, this could just try to expand on your vocabulary.
Okay,
Use
sir.
a variety of words. For indoor, you can use the word in their bedroom, in their house. For
Okay, sir.
outdoor, you can use the word in the open air, in the terrace, in the garden.
Okay,
So try
sir.
to expand on your vocabulary.
Okay, sir.
That will
Okay,
further
sir.
improve your pen score. Okay?
Okay,
Thank you so
inshallah.
much.
Sir, thank you very much. Thank
Jazakallah.
you.
Okay, this is IELTS speaking test, and I'm going to ask you a number of different questions, and you have to answer. Let's make a start. Do you use public transport?
Yes, sometime I use public transport, but oftenly I use my personal vehicles because I drive myself. So this is.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the public transport in your hometown?
Yes, I am satisfied because I am personally visit public transportation, as well as my friends discuss related to transport problems and benefits. So all these things concern that transport
Okay, your answer is
system.
not clear. I mean, are you satisfied? First, you need to say whether you are satisfied or not, and then give some more sentences about that satisfaction.
Yes.
Now, let's go. Answer should be clear, to the point, and properly organized one. Now, let's go on. What is the most popular means of transportation in your hometown?
There are many buses, different names like Speedo and name to exactly.
Now, I'm not asking the names. I'm just talking about the most popular means of transportation. Is it car, bus, train,
bus.
aeroplane, whatever? So you need to talk about one. Bus.
Bus,
Okay, now
yes.
you can elaborate on that.
Because it provides a lot of facilities to passenger, and they are very regular and reach on the time. So these some reason that people prefer from my area mostly travel to in buses.
Okay, you need to brush up your basic English grammar and these type of topics as well. Now we move on to IELTS speaking part 2. This is your topic, and you will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. Here you go. Please, you can start.
Yes, I would like to learn German language because I am a research student and I prefer further education from abroad. So I learn German language from my Pakistan, and I choose this language for learning this language. A special academy which near to my house, because the learning of this language, the basic purpose behind this, first of all, my supervisor live in German, as well as the research area, especially in chemistry field, very vast in German country. And the second reason my learning this language is that.
Okay, thank you. Can I get the topic, please? So it's basically grammar that you need to work on, sentence structure, and then you need familiarity with such type of topics. Now we move on to speaking part 3. What is the hardest part of learning a language?
Speaking.
Okay, why?
Because it is a very difficult part. Most of people's feel hesitation to speaking, as well as sometimes we feel writing point of view, but my point of view, the speaking is most.
Okay, what type of courses are popular these days?
These days mostly courses, especially language courses, and which help to people's communicate as well as learn a higher education from abroad. So people's mostly concern English language course.
Okay, thank you. Your main weak area is grammar, sentence structure, formation of sentence. Secondly, it's the knowledge. It's the answer, that whatever you speak in the answer, we call it context of your answer. So you need to work hard with all these things, okay? Thank you so much. All right, let's make a start with your IELTS speaking test. We are going to go on with speaking part 1. So, Do you like chatting with your friends or family members?
Yes, I love to chat with my friends and family members. Whenever I get free time, I do chat with them.
Okay, so this should be proper conclusion to your answer. Whenever I get free time, I do chat with them, and then there is no ending. So therefore, I always enjoy when I am having a conversation with my family or friends like that. Okay, let's go on. What do you talk about? Or whenever you go for chatting, what do you talk about?
Well, with friends, we always discuss our university time, and we love to memorize that moments which we spent together in past. There are many occasions. Other than that, we'll talk about the shopping, the current fashion, and the recipes we share with each other.
Okay, do you prefer to chat online or physically, face to face?
Well, I prefer to chat on physically, but due to the hectic routines and the distances which we are living far away from each other, so online is the best option to communicate with them.
All right, that's good. Do you like any social media website for chatting?
Website, I use different apps to for chatting, like WhatsApp, Telegram, and through Facebook Messenger.
Okay, this answer is short. So many of your answers are short. They are not properly organized, and there should be a proper conclusion to your answer. Now we move on to speaking part 2. This is your topic, and you will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. Yes, please.
Well, a character which I would like to describe, and I still remember, is a character from an Indian movie, that is PK. The character was performed by an fabulous actor, Amir Khan, and it was an amazing character, and it was like an alien character. And I watched this movie back in 2014. When I saw that the promo of the movie, I was waiting for the movie to release, and I watched, so I can go to cinema to watch this movie. The character was about an alien who came to this world incidentally, and he find the thing. He was amazed to see the people, how people are living there, and how they are spending their lives, especially about the idea of God. He was amazed that how superstitious people are there. As we are the human beings, and we should be the most intellectual creation in this world, but that alien was shown so. His character was very cute and intelligent also. He picked up the things which...
Okay, thank you. Can I get the topic, please? Now, when you speak on the cue card, it's a very good idea to organize your answer and to cover the whole thing, like a character from a movie. You talked about the movie, but then they say, who is this character? When did you watch the movie, and what was the character? So try to elaborate further. And you're making 2 types of mistakes. Number 1, tenses, right? And second is a little bit about pronunciation. So just try to brush up these 2 things. Now we move on to part 3. Why do young people follow heroes from movies?
Well, it comes from their schools. In school, there are children, young people discuss the current affairs, and due to the social media, when everyone is using social media, so.
Okay, this answer is not relevant to my question. So
yeah,
that's the point. So you need to keep the question clear in your mind. Okay, what type of movies will be popular in the future?
I think movies about the current affairs, our daily lives, that would be more popular. If we instead of the movies which are not realistic, they will not be that popular. But if they are framed on our daily routines, our challenges, then they can earn a good business.
Okay, thank you. Your answers are short as well. So try to work hard all through your speaking. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's make a start. This is IELTS speaking part 1, and I'm going to ask you a number of different questions and you got to answer. Do you work or study?
I work.
What do you do?
I am an MPhil student. I MPhil in human rights, my favorite subject. It's a vast area of research, and many authors also publish, have a great publication on this topic.
Okay, thank you. Do you usually help other people?
Sometimes I offer help other people's, but sometimes it is not possible for me, lack of time and many other reasons I don't support this.
Okay, you have grammatical mistakes. This is not possible for me, lack of time. It should have been, this is not possible for me due to lack of time. So you are going to communicate in proper sentences, not just words. Okay, let's go on. How can we teach children to help others?
It depends on circumstances. Maybe it's a growing habit. Students teach from their parents and other surrounding people. Mostly they teach in school, their parents, and different other ways.
All right, you're using wrong verbs. You said like children teach, children learn. And then you said it depends. That's wrong. It depends. So grammatical mistakes, and whatever you're speaking, you should be clear about that, right? Now let's go on. Do you help your neighbors?
Yes, I help our neighbors because neighbors also neighbors play important role in our lives. In our bad times, they also help us, and it's a traditional of our society. We help our neighbors.
Okay, that's okay. Now we move on to IELTS speaking part 2. This is your topic, and you will have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes. So please, you can start.
In that English lesson, our the teacher introduced us about the literature and biography. Our teacher, the journey on through this lecture, we debates and discussion and on about our favorite lesson, analyze through our themes and characters, divine deep in novels. Teacher encouraged us our critical and analytical approach to express our interpretation freely. Second था कि most of the one of the most enjoyable lesson was the biography of Nelson Mandela.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like you are giving answer from your memory. You have memorized it and now you are trying to pose it as if you're speaking. So if you give answer from your memory, examiner will give you very low bench score, okay? And you don't need to add Nelson Mandela or anyone like that. The topic is describe an English class. Focus the class, focus the lesson. And first you need to give the subject, then you say that lesson was very, which lesson? We don't know. First talk about the lesson and then give the details, okay? All right, let's move on to speaking part 3. Would you like to learn another language in the future?
Yes, I am. Because I am a creative person, I also interested in other language. In other languages. First, nowadays I learn about English, and in future I also interested in other language.
Okay, I interested in other languages. Wrong sentence. I am interested in other languages. So you've got a lot of mistakes in your English. You need to brush up all these mistakes. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's make a start with your IELTS speaking test. My name is Asad Yaqub and we are going to start off with your speaking test. Do you work or study? What do you do?
I'm a professional and I'm a doctor by profession, so I'm a...
Okay, that's good. So let's make a start. Tell me about your hometown.
Okay, I belong to a town which is near to the district Bahawalnagar, and its name is Chishtiya, which people may call it Chishtiya Sharif too, because there are a lot of tombs there of some old people. So that's the place where I belong to.
Okay, what do you like about your hometown?
I've been living here in Lahore from so long. I was quite young when I was living in my hometown. So there is not anything that I admire about my town that much. But I think there is a thing that people there know each other very well, and that's not here in Lahore. We can't know each other, and we don't even know our neighbors that much. And that's the thing I like about my town.
All right. Do you still have any friends in your hometown?
I do have a friend of mine, which is my best friend, but I'm not in contact with her anymore because she is married now. So.
Okay, let's go on. What kind of bills do you have to pay?
We have to pay utility bills like electricity bills, gas bill, internet bills, and I like to pay it via banking app. So that is more convenient for me.
Okay. How do you usually pay your bills? Like in cash or another method?
Oh, I like to pay my bills through a banking app, which is always in my phone, because it is really very convenient for me, and I don't need to go to the bank and to wait in a long queue. So I prefer using banking apps.
Okay. Have you ever forgotten to pay a bill?
Oh yeah, a lot of times I forgot to pay my bills because sometimes I'm due to my busy schedule, and while I'm at work, so I forgot to pay my bill. So I have to pay it later by a fine.
Okay. Is there anything you could do to make your bills cheaper?
Oh yes, we can do a lot of things to make our bills cheaper and to make it in an economic way. Whether if we'll take example of electricity bill, to make it more cheaper, we can use less electricity in our homes. We need to turn off the excessive lights which are turned on. So that's the thing I can.
Okay, that is the end of your IELTS speaking part 1. We move on to IELTS speaking part 2. You will have to talk about the topic for 1 to 2 minutes. You have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say. You can make some notes to help you if you wish. This is your topic, and here is pen and paper.
Thank you.
All right, you will now have to speak on this topic for 1 to 2 minutes.
Well, in my quarantine period, we have been through a very hectic time. That is COVID-19, and in that time, I learned to prepare cake baking to make my quarantine useful. Usually I'm very busy person. I have a very busy schedule, so I don't get time to enjoy my daily routines and daily life. So that was the time I thought I should make it useful for myself, and I tried to learn something to bake. As in my family, I belong to a Desi family, and my mother knows how to cook all the Desi dishes and all, but there was no one in my family who knows how to bake. So that was a thing I thought I should go for it, and I used YouTube videos, which was very useful for me to make to bake a cake. And I tried it again and again to make it perfect for myself. I baked a cake for my mother on a Mother Day, and she was very happy, and that feeling gave me immense and bunch of joy that she loved that my daughter baked it for myself with her own hands. And so that's the thing I learned to bake. I'll call it that I learned to cook. I know how to cook, but I didn't know how to bake before that. So that was the thing. I felt very blessed when I made a cake for my mother, and that was the only time when I felt that she is prouding on me.
Okay, thank you. Now we move on to IELTS speaking part 3. What kind of things can children learn to cook?
Oh, I think mothers should tell their child or their children that how to cook in a very early age, so that whenever they have to go out in the future, or they have to go somewhere where there is no one whom they can who can cook for them, so that would be the thing that children.
Okay, do you think it is important for children to learn to cook?
Oh yes, Yes, I think it is really very important for both genders, even male and female, to learn how to cook. That would be very good for both of the genders, because whenever they are going somewhere, they're moving abroad or they're living in a hostel, if they know how to cook, they can make themselves anything if they want to eat.
Okay. Do you think young people should learn to cook at home or at cooking schools?
I think that depends on a person's own wish. If someone wants to cook, wants to learn to cook on a professional level, I think then he or she should join the cooking school. But if this is for normal cooking or something, I think mother is the only person who can make her children learn very well.
Okay. How enjoyable do you think it would be to work as a professional chef?
Oh, I've never thought about it before, but being a professional chef would be very amazing, I think. You can learn a lot of new cuisines, you know how to cook new cuisines, and that would be very interesting in my perception.
Okay. What skills does a person need to be a great chef?
Oh, for being a great chef, I think there should be some qualities of in my perception, I think for being a great chef, I have never thought about it before, so that is a bit difficult to me to think about the qualities of a great chef. I think for being a great chef, there should be the qualities of tasting and to taste the food, and so that by tasting you can tell that what is lacking in that food.
Okay. How much influence do celebrity or TV chefs have on what ordinary people cook?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
How much influence do television chefs have on what ordinary people cook?
I think that influence that celebrities or chefs have on people ordinary cook is very less. As well, I'm not into very much into cooking shows and all, but I have seen some movies in which there was something about cooking and cooking competitions, and from that, this is the thing I only.
Okay, that's good. That's the end of your IELTS speaking test. Now I would like to give you some feedback. Okay, overall it's very good. You handled the questions very well. The good thing is that you're speaking fluently, your accent is very good, but there are minor grammatical mistakes. As you talk, sometimes we call them slips. So there are some slips. If we talk about part 2, you handled the topic well. You spoke for 1 minute 40 seconds, which is a very good time. And in part 3, you had issues with understanding of the question.
Yeah.
So if you do not understand the question, or if you do not have the answer, try to, as you said, well, I don't know about that. Cooking is not my cup of tea. I don't know much about it. So you need to speak 4-5 sentences, and then examiner will move on to the next question. But overall, your performance is quite good. The way you spoke, this may bring you between 7 to 7.5 band in actual IELTS exam, right? Thank you so much. All the best, guys. Thank you so much. I also teach IELTS online all over the world and in campus here in Lahore. If you wish to be the part of my online or in-campus IELTS classes, my WhatsApp number is given. You can contact me for that. Asad Yaqub with Aruj, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Aruj, I'm really thankful to you. Yeah, that
much,
you were willing to make this video with me, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Take care. Bye-bye. Allah Hafiz.